All right, welcome to the show, and check out the sizzle shirt that I have been bestowed by lovely members of our audience. Dude, this is one of my most favorite shirts of all time, maybe my most favorite shirt of all time. It is incredibly striking, and it's very befitting of what's going on this week. We have had some very exciting news come through. Our company is now funded, so that has... We're no longer fundraising. I was told in a dream to tell you guys about this. So we are in celebration. It's a great day. It's been great for the last 2 or 3 days as all the news started rolling in. Looks like you guys say you love the shirt. Finally, it's gold. This is my first live stream, says Danielle Hartshorn. Well, get ready because a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about yet, but you will, and it's a very exciting story. Richard Whitney just donated $200. Thank you for making a nice, smooth entry for me here. Thank you, David, for all you do for the truth community and everyone. May God bless you and your work, and peace, love, and light be upon you and everyone always. And he already had 9 thumbs up. Wow, gold. Everybody's very excited about the gold. Yeah, I like it too. I mean, it's befitting of what's going on right now. You know, it was a very nicely timed thing for somebody to send me this right as we closed the deal. And we're not just closing any deal. The deal we just made, apparently, according to Chris, is one of the most significant deals in aerospace history because this deal alone could lead to 1,500 units of production, which is a phenomenal number. So apparently we are not fundraising anymore. But I think we still might, you know, because we're trying to expand the range of these products as quickly as possible. There's a scrappy way to do it, which is that you take on a few contracts, you keep the money, and then you redirect the money that you do have into other projects. But if you get those projects separately financed, then you're not waiting for the revenue to come in and you have more to start with. And therefore, we can jumpstart things even faster. So the conversation has gotten very heady. The investors are now aware of something that we really weren't talking about, which is that we have all sorts of unique stuff that you're not supposed to have, like anti-gravity and hover cars and levitation technology. And now they're figuring all that out. And so this is just the first deal to kind of get everything going and get it started, but it's already... You know, if you have one deal like this in your life, you're set for life, and that's what just happened. So thank you guys again. You're my family, and you guys are the only ones who seem to really give a crap about me. So I'm just joking. That's not true. Everywhere I go, I get people that want to take my picture. They saw me on Ancient Aliens. They saw me on YouTube. It's a great life, you know, and I want to give something back. I don't want to just talk about UFOs. I want to make UFOs. Therefore, if I make them, then nobody can debunk anything. There's nothing to debunk. It's like, well, does it work or not? And we're going to find out. I mean, the idea of disclosure is perplexing to the human mind. Oh, David's got smooth confidence today, says Midnight Mark. And you say, you do give a crap about me. Thank you. We love you. Angry Daddy loves you. Love you, David. Yes, we care a lot. Love our neighbors no matter what. Where are you starting your first production? Well, it's going to be all over the world. I'm not exactly sure. But one of the aerospace, we're creating American jobs. So one of the aerospace partners that we're partnering with has facilities in Virginia. They have facilities near Nellis Air Force. Ooh, Nellis Air Force Base, that's right. You know, at some point, they're probably going to show me something, and then I won't be able to tell you guys what I saw. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance. When they bring me to a place like Nellis and I get the undisclosed elevator trip that goes down for, you go down for 10 minutes straight, mate, and you can jump up off the ground and your body's just floating inside the elevator. That's how deep it is to get inside these underground bases, mate. Take it from your dear old Uncle Jack. It takes quite a while to get down there if it's 2 miles below the surface, mate. And you can free float in there just like they did with the Blue Origin, mate. It's breathtaking. Yeah, I'm in a good mood, man. I mean, this just makes everything else not important. You know what? It's like we just won in the biggest possible way you can win. This was the only thing that really mattered, is like, when do I get this company funded? And it happened. So, you know, we're good and everything is good. Hold on a second here. I love this. I love having the power to moderate. If I see something nasty, it's like, okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And we will adjust accordingly. So that's really cool. Anyway, let's go to the beach planet. Yeah, I mean, Hawaii planet's around the corner. I don't think most people understand the scope of what disclosure is. I don't think most people understand that there are underground bases, that we've had them for, you know, since at least the 1950s, and they were digging these underground tunnels with the deep underground tunnel boring machines, and they're made by a company called Boliden, B-O-L-I-D-E-N, which sounds sounds a lot like B.O. and Biden, which is kind of funny, but whatever. These tunnel boring machines can do miles a day, and they've been running around for a long time. You can look it up. There's all kinds of pictures around it. So just because they didn't tell you that they were building this massive, massive underground infrastructure doesn't mean it's not real. And now we've seen that with Catherine Oth-Fitz and Tucker on his show. She disclosed this. It went really viral. That was a couple weeks ago. I've been so busy with all the stuff that's going on, I couldn't really even sink my teeth into that. Stephanie Marsh, thank you very much for the donation. Oh, and we got more of them coming in. We have to pay some time to this, folks, so just relax. We got Beverly Adams, thank you very much. She says, we are like family, especially those of us you have kept sane and off the ledge for many years. Much love. Yeah, I love my life. I'm happy. I'm not suicidal at all. If somebody tried to do that to me, it would be, you know, not my fault. Uncle Jack, we love you, mate, says Teresa Dastrup. Charlie Winner. Hello, David. Did you get the A.A. Michael statue I sent? Yes, I did. It is in the bathroom. Michael would not let me do this show today until I cleaned the whole frickin' house. And it said it in the time loop that I had all your packages and boxes and bubble wrap and mailers on the floor. And it got to be a big mess in here. You know, getting that much fan mail actually is like a management issue. You have to deal with it. You can't leave it alone. So yes, one of the things I got was this gorgeous statue of Archangel Michael from Charlie Winter. So thank you very much. Trina Frederick, we are family. I love you. She donated $50 and she's got 25 thumbs up. Then we have Ernie Perez. Please tell me tomorrow is blackout day. Does Debt Jubilee start tomorrow? Tell us. Love you, man. I have no idea. Again, every time that I thought I could anticipate the way this thing was going to go or what was going to happen, I've been totally disappointed. You know, I thought maybe that we would get results really soon after the presidency began. So one of the speculations, which was, again, just a speculation, was May of 2025. But now we're going to summarize this again. The latest crop circle that we got, okay, the whole title of today's show is Crop Circle Portals, right? The latest crop circle that we got, which you can see right in my title screen. Part of what this appears to be showing is Venus in Pegasus, because Pegasus is a square, and you've got the square right in the middle of the circle there. So there's speculation in some of the crop circle reporting that this was Venus in Pegasus. Well, the Venus in Pegasus is interesting because it was in Pegasus on March 23rd, and then it went into retrograde motion, and it starts moving backwards, and then by the 24th, it goes into actually Pisces, which is my birth sign. But what's interesting about this, okay, the Venus in Pegasus square, it might be what was flagged by this. We'll talk a lot more about this later, but what could that mean? Well, March 23rd is only 3 days away from the spring equinox, which was pretty much almost the exact day that we found out about the pyramid tunnels. And in these very interesting, I've been doing remote viewing. If you don't know what that is, it was studied for decades. One of the first book I ever read on ESP, I was 5 years old when 7 when I began reading it. At 5 years old, I had an out-of-body experience. 7 years old, I began reading about ESP and how to do it in a book by Harold Sherman called How to Make ESP Work for You. and I actually studied his exercises as a child. I kept up with what he wanted me to do, and I started to get phenomenal psychic results in a variety of experiments that I did with my childhood friend Eric. The first one being that I woke him up in the middle of the night and had him think of gold, and the first thing he thought of was his watch, which was gold, and he did wake up in the middle of the night terrified because he felt like there was a ghost in the room, which I guess was me in my astral body. So this is stuff I was doing when I was 7 years old. As soon as I started reading this book, I said, I got to try this out on my buddy, and I did. And so there we are having breakfast, or, you used to get milk money, and you can either have chocolate milk or white milk in school. That was your thing, So we were at the milk time, and he had chocolate milk, and I had vanilla because my mom didn't want me to have chocolate. I couldn't have sugar. So he's having his chocolate milk, and I intone with my straw. I got my milk straw, and I'm a little kid, but I'm playing like Percy Mason or some type of guy on a spy television show, and I say, "Sir, how'd you sleep last night?" Grab the milk straws, take a big draw of milk as I intone and look him in the eye. "How did you sleep last night?" And then he got all scared. "Why did you ask me that?" "I don't know." And I'm trying to play it cool. Oh, we got 22 views right now. Trying to play it cool, that's a great synchronicity. How? Well, I don't know. I'm just asking. He's like, "Well, something woke me up in the middle of the night last night, and it was terrifying. It felt like there was somebody in my room." Well, yeah, that was me. Apparently in my astral body, that was me. So that was my first experiment on Harold Sherman's book. Donald Barker says, "Seems like I've been with you for a long time." Thank you. Yes, my mom was smart. You're right, Kelly Malloy. My mother was the one, when I told her that I was having out-of-body experiences, she said, "Go read this book on ESP. It's underneath the cellar staircase in the house that I grew up in," which we still have as part of the estate now. It's very inexpensive, but we do have the house. And I'm going to go back and show, at some point, we're going to film in there, and I'm going to show you exactly where the bookshelf was under the stairs. You're going to love seeing the original house. It's going to be great. I can't wait to do that. And I'm getting ready to pretty soon. Anyway, one of the books that she had down there was How to Make ESP Work For You by Harold Sherman, and I started to read the exercises, and I tell Eric to wake up in the middle of the night and think of gold. And he thinks of his watch, and the watch is gold. Said, "What color's your watch, Eric?" He says, "Gold." I'm like, "Okay. You had 2 instructions last night. You got to wake up and you got to think of gold." And the time that I want him to wake up, he didn't quite nail the time, but he definitely woke up in the middle of the night, and that was pretty much good enough. 7 years old, cut me a break. Anyway, once I did that, we actually had a classroom demonstration of ESP at one point where I did Zener cards in front of the whole audience that I made myself, and each one of them was different, and I actually got some of them right. But more importantly was also the psychic team that I had around the corner of the kindergarten building, where they were guessing numbers 1 through 10, and I had 100% accuracy by following Harold Sherman's technique. At age 7, I had 100% accuracy in guessing what number they picked. And they even tried to guess a fake number, and that I wasn't going to get the real number that they'd already picked. And I got it in my mind. I said, "Come on back. You already picked the real number that you're going to give me next time, and the real number is 7. And that really scared them. That really scared them when I did that, and it ended my psychic club. We only met once. They didn't want this to happen again, and they all kind of forgot about it and didn't want to talk about it ever again, except for my one friend, Eric. And he's the one who I started to do psychic experiments with that included telekinesis of, the book is called How to Make ESP Work For You. And it's still one of the best books on ESP I think you can read. The point that I'm making is I used his techniques and I got these results. And then they simplified his techniques and called it the remote viewing protocols. So the guy who wrote the book that I read when I was 7 years old from my mother, that turned me into a super psychic at 7 years old, where I'm doing this impossible thing. I actually guessed every frickin' number right over and over again at 7 years old. That's because I practiced Harold Sherman's exercises. Then you find out that you got Harold Sherman is one of the 2 main psychics that they built remote viewing off of. So then as an adult, starting in 1996 when I got online and listened to Art Bell, actually it was late 95, right away, The whole big obsession in the UFO community is remote viewing, remote viewing, remote viewing. Art Bell had people on talking about it all the time. And the idea is that if you do it right, you get 99% accuracy. It's basically almost flawless. You don't have any trouble being able to see, and that's what happened with me. I practiced the exercises. I'd relax my mind, blank out my mind, and then wait for the first number that comes in very easily and spontaneously, so spontaneously that you're like, nah, that can't be it. That was just a fleeting thought. No, it's only going to be a fleeting thought when it's psychic. That's one of the things. It's only a fleeting thought. So yeah, Charlie Winter, there was also an Archangel Michael challenge coin in the box. No, I have it. It's upstairs. Thank you. So glad you liked the gift. I felt God to give it to you. I'm writing a book about my near-death experience journey. Any advice? Yes. One of the biggest things that you don't want to do when you're writing a book is to look at each chapter as a separate unit and edit them separately and maybe even reorganize them. I think that in order to really do a book well, you need to have an outline and you need to have a story arc and you need to know where the book is going to go, the beginning, the middle, and the ending. The beginning should be in the first set of pages, the middle should be in the middle, and the end is at the end. And you, surprisingly, you know, like a lot of these old UFO books would kind of give you the ending in the first chapter, sort of like a scientific hypothesis, but then they've spoiled the big reveal and they're just proving what they were going to tell you they were going to say. So I like to set up a reveal. And we have that today, man. I mean, this is wild stuff that we're dealing with here. The crop circle phenomenon has just again flagged this date of, you know, we got Venus in Pegasus. It's the square, right? The square is right there. This is what people are interpreting it to mean, because they do like to show astronomical conjunctions. And so the prophecy that I had, thanks to remote viewing, I use those protocols, 99% accurate. I've been doing this since 1996, when I started to hear about it on Art Bell. I said, well, my God, I got to try this. And then I also heard from somebody else who said, no, what you really want to do is the dream voice, where you actually listen to the voice and you write down what it says, and you want it to be as cryptic and encoded as possible, because that means it just, again, just like I heard the numbers when I was off on the playground, you hear words, but you're not trying to understand them. That's the most important part of remote viewing, is you don't understand what you're saying. You don't have any idea about the data. You're not tracking the data. And this is why almost all natural psychics fail, because they want to understand what they're getting as it comes through. And so I brought all these words through. It started on November 10th, 1996. It lasted until mid-2000 in its most active phase. And that entire phase of my life has now turned into 7 books called the Michael Prophecies. And we still have them available. I'm still going to charge for them because, you know, it was work that I did and I need to make a profit on it when I release it to the public. This was the hardest work I've ever done. These books are all extremely brilliant. They all have a massive 100-page introduction, sometimes more than 100 pages, that covers all this groundbreaking science. And I've been talking about the science of the Michael Prophecies in our shows. It is very much interrelated with sacred geometry. And so this new crop formation actually, again, is showing us, you know, the Pegasus constellation, supposedly, the alignment of March 23rd, which is only 3 days off from the spring equinox. And we had the Michael Prophecies. We read them every week on this show. They're very fascinating. Again, they were brought in through remote viewing. It does not appear to be something I could fake. I don't know how anybody could remotely try to think that this was fake or that I came up with it through any type of fraud. It's impossible. I have the original cassette tapes in my safe. I have all of the transcripts that I did back in, you know, 96 through 2000, and then there was another 21 in the box we got over here, and the 21 came in. We transcribed those in 2006, and I have that on a whole bunch of old hard drives as well. They're forensically dated. You can date the time and when I last saved them. You can open them up, and the words are there. It was only 4 tapes that I'd never transcribed before, and I did that when I was in Canada. And they start to time loop. And so today, is a very interesting day because the first one that I saw when I unsealed these 4 extra tapes that I'd never transcribed since 1999, I had 4 of them that had literally been time capsules. I'd never listened to them, I'd never transcribed them, and I didn't even start until September of last year. And then, right away, the first thing that it says is highly prophetic. And so I transcribed the last tape first. So this week's time loop actually has the material in it that I got at the beginning of September when I was in Canada on my vacation. The first vacation I've been able to have in 4 years. So it's a very exciting thing because today's show, we finally get up to the point where that reading appears. You're going to hear that reading that was the first one that I unsealed when I was in Canada. And it was so breathtaking. It says they're almost done. And again, we have a very broad picture. Who is they? And what do you mean done? Well, they would be angelic extraterrestrials who are very real. And everything that happens in our world is like a sandbox. And they can control who's in the sandbox. You're talking about a true multidimensional being. Now, these beings are way more powerful than we think. When you get up to that level, you can create life forms just by thinking them into existence, and that's what creator beings are allowed to do. They go around, there's lots and lots of, NASA's now saying 40 billion Earth-like planets in our galaxy alone. 40 billion, right? So if there's that many, and you could go visit one, and you just hold out your hands and you start thinking about the type of plants that you want, the type of insects you want, the type of animals you want, and you can just go on that planet and create that. And in the Dr. Michael Newton books about the afterlife, some of the people in those books remember going to other planets and creating life forms. It's in the book, and it's also in the Law of One, and that was one of the great synchronicities between, I kind of miss you guys, you know, I want to still see what you have to say. Oh, there we go, that's why. We had some donations. Okay, so we have Bonnie Demlong. She says, wishing you the best. We have Dor Edgar. Miles Davis has an album named ESP. I don't know. I found it interesting. Yeah. That gold shirt is popping on you, Boo, says S. Green. Bay Bear Alert. I love the wear cotton. You are already absolutely glowing today, David, says Color Fab. A troll is someone in the comment section who's after attention with negative views. That's absolutely right. So, yeah, we have an unlimited legal budget now. And the primary thing we're going to do with our company is to immediately stop the internet harassment from taking place. That is what we're going to be doing. It's my job to do that now. Leanne Boudreau, grateful for you, David Wilcock. The shirt of a guru. Yeah, I had a really fun sacred experience where I'm opening up your love. You guys are sending me gifts now. Again, I'll just keep giving it out. P.O. Box 3700, Nederland, Colorado 80466. And, you know, I'm getting really cool gifts. I got the Archangel Michael statue. I've got bracelets. I don't want to wear them during the show because I don't usually wear anything like that, so they're a little bit tight on the wrist. But yeah, thank you guys. I got necklaces, bracelets, I got tie-dye t-shirts, I got clothes. I've got a little fun pyramid. I've got little cool sculptures of lapis pyramid, all kinds of really great stuff that you guys have been sending me. It's like, and I had to empty out all of your boxes into the car, and Michael wasn't going to let me do this show and write the slides until I did a healing ceremony in the house where I got all the old cardboard out, I cleaned everything, and I had to clean my cooktop because for 4 years, more than 4 years, it's been a mess, covered with grease and particles and all this stuff. And I finally went in there and got the Formula 409 and melted down through the really hard baked on grease, and I've got almost all of it. And it looks just like a mirror. I mean, it's fantastic. So you look 25 years old. Thank you for your service to humanity, says Therapeutic Lasers. With no therapeutic lasers involved, I might add. Great look with the sideburns and tossed hair. David is shimmering, says Hi DM. Yeah, I used to try to comb out these curls, and I realized, you know, all I have to do is just wash my hair and then not comb it, And just actually, instead of fighting that, let's work with that. That's what my ex-wife Elizabeth taught me. Just work with what it wants to do. Dry it out, without combing. And sure enough, man, you get this really cool curl. So I love it. And I do think that my grandmother is half black. That was one of the things she told me in a dream. That would make my father a quarter black. That would make me 1/8 black. You look at my grandmother, she absolutely looks half black. I was almost going to put her into this week's show to show you, and you'll be like, oh, dude, she looks just like Lena Horne. My grandmother does look like Lena Horne, so it's interesting. So maybe there's a little bit of kink in my hair. I don't know what it is, but it's interesting, and I love it. And so this is letting me be myself, I'm not trying to fight my body. I'm not trying to straighten it out. Just let it do what it wants, for whatever reason that is. I'm reading Journey of Souls now. Did you say you dreamed you had funding, or is it actually coming? No, we signed a very, very large contract. It's the first of others that we can get. He is now talking to them about, I got to be really careful about what I do and don't say here, but suffice it to say that we've let the cat out of the bag, that we can make spaceships, and that there was a former division of this company that had an interplanetary division and an interstellar division, because interstellar travel involves a different type of technology than interplanetary travel. Interplanetary travel uses more typical types of anti-gravity propulsion. Interstellar travel, you get into the bismuth solenoid. Now, what is a bismuth solenoid? If you know what a solenoid is, let's say you have electric locks on your car. You hit the button, the car goes, and you hear the locks close. There's a coil of wire that has a piece of metal inside of it that's cylindrical. Don't get all confused about my job. I know there's some people who are very confused in the audience, okay? So if I make certain gestures, see, I bet your ex-wife misses it. There you go, exactly what I was expecting. Oh my God, you can't do anything with your hands. Can't do anything with your hands. You have, let's see, maybe I can do it with my cigarette or I don't know. No, that's smaller though. We don't want it to be smaller. Maybe that's not any good. Anyway, the solenoid is a metallic rod. Here we go. That's inside. Just relax, you guys. What happened to the hover cars? Exactly. If you would allow me to speak, I will tell you that we're getting possibly up to $1 trillion to do hover cars, okay? That's where 829 billion is now a number that's rolling around, which is like, what? I mean, where the hell did we get that from? But that's what's happening. Now, that doesn't mean it's funded, but it means we're actually talking about stuff like that. Why? Because if we did all that, we're actually looking at a full-blown interstellar space travel situation. I mean, if you have the bismuth solenoid, bismuth is this metal that creates anti-gravity when you run electricity through it. That's what the Art's parts are. Art was talking about it on the air in '96 when he was talking about remote viewing. Now it was one of the main pillars of the Tom DeLonge effort that was the To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, that was essentially a sponsored disclosure from what I believe were the usual suspects trying to spin things their way. Bismuth being anti-gravity was one of the big things. And so if the big secret to all the Philadelphia experiment and warp drive is the bismuth solenoid. You make a coil out of bismuth in the nose of your ship. If it's a cigar-shaped ship, which they often are, if they're these types of what are called starships, you actually call it a starship. So a starship is a hell of a lot better than a spaceship, because a starship is something huge that lots of people can be on at the same time. You got your cigar shape usually. You got the bismuth solenoid at the front. You fire that sucker up, and you can make a portal through space and time with it. So now we're actually talking about that kind of a project. And so I don't even believe a number that huge. When I heard 829, I'm like, all right, we got to just calm down. Let's just calm down. But, it would be amazing, because apparently this funding community of various positive allies of the United States that we're now talking to, and we had a lot of stuff happen when we went to this event. I'll tell you, there's all this converging stuff, and we're actually now having people fighting over who's going to do what. We had one guy try to tell us, oh, well, I'm the middleman, but you're going to get 20% equity and I'm going to keep the rest. Like, kind of that's what he was saying. It's like, well, no, I don't think we're doing that. So we found a fair deal, and it's extremely exciting. Again, I don't take anything that I say about those huge numbers seriously. The number that we actually agreed to is much smaller, but it's still incredible for what we're doing. So everything has changed. We're anticipating a very rapid close, maybe within even a week or two. So yeah, I've basically now, it's changed my whole life. I feel so much better. John Smetzer, you seem more confident and secure with yourself today than past shows. Absolutely true. Hover cars, yes. I hope we're not being lied to, and I can't explain why, okay? But this is far beyond a story. This is a wet signed contract that's already been wet signed, followed by a celebratory meal that is a closing ceremony once you actually do this. And so, no, there is no skepticism left. And I am confident because we already know what it is. So we have one spaceship project. I think there's like a chemical rocket type of thing we can do to start developing space travel. And that's $450 million, which is, again, nothing compared to the other stuff. But now various funding partners are becoming aware that we can do the other stuff. And so if those crazy numbers turn out to be true, then we're looking at a massive space initiative to push us into space, to start exploring the whole solar system, to find out what the heck is on Mars, find out what the heck is on the moon. And we already know. The dark side of the moon, according to Dr. Pete Peterson, the insider who introduced me to this aerospace company, the dark side of the moon is like Manhattan at night. It's loaded with civilizations. They actually stay in a cone behind the moon's orbit because the moon always turns the same face to us. So they stay behind the moon with all their spaceships parked there so we can't see them on Earth because otherwise we could. So we're actually surrounded by these extraterrestrial civilizations, and they've been very transparent about it with the people in this so-called secret space program. And Chris is claiming that he's responsible for about 2,500 spaceships of, I guess there's like 3 or 4 main categories that he built. I'm starting to learn a little more about it. And one of them, one of Chris's designs was, it's a starship, okay? And it's kind of like a cigar shape, but it's got points on the ends. And then there's a big round circle in the middle because that controls your steering. This thing is actually like a fighter aircraft. And when you have that big round circle in the middle, you can steer very easily with anti-gravity by just determining what part of the pie the anti-gravity is firing off of. So it's highly maneuverable. And that type of a ship is exactly what Tom DeLonge's team drew and was raising money off of, saying they were going to build. And I only found that out like last year. Oh yeah, that was Chris's design. Like, whoa. And there may be ships like that already exist that he built. And there's others that are even more outrageous looking. There's a kind of a manta ray thing that's very, very cool. It has flexible wings that go up and down. And these are huge ships that you can have potentially dozens of people travel in them at the same time, maybe even more. They're bigger than any airliner we've got. So the Starship business is very cool. Everything that's happening is just so exciting. So also, Christina says, I'm elated to see you brush off your naysayers and trolls. Seeing you progress through your spiritual path gives me more hope than you can imagine. Thank you for being your authentic self. That's astounding. David's not going to talk to us mere mortals. That's not true. Just because I got funded doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing the show. Clearly, my role is very significant in terms of helping people prepare for this galactic family reunion. That's what the Michael prophecies end up being about. I brought them through using remote viewing from 96 to 2000. Then I began unsealing them in October of 2021. Lo and behold, everything that it's talking about is describing what's happening in the present. With the Biden administration, with all the stuff that happened in 2020, it was all in there, all over the place. All the most freaked out, far extreme theories about what was going on were not only described in the time loop, they were acknowledged repeatedly. Yes, this is what they did. Yes, this is what they're trying to do. Urbana calling. David, regarding the long-awaited deal, This is another donation. You can see that right there. My sources warned me in 2019 that the Intel AG are targeting specific people with Tuesday, Friday traps and drain them financially. Just be aware, says Sovereign. Yes, I mean, that's most of what we've had, but that's not what this is. The bottom line is that we have our SM-920 airliner, and the SM-920 airliner is a non-military project. All the money that we just got is non-military. So let me be clear. We just scored a deal where the entirety of these billions that we're getting, and it is in that number, okay, the entirety of it is a non-military program. There's no fighter jets, there's no missiles or any of that stuff. It's just an airliner and then some other stuff that's civilian use only. But the thing with the airliner is that Chris came up with a proprietary M-wing design. It's like the two wings come together like this. And now you guys are going to say, oh, David just made the sign of Moloch, or somebody's going to say, you can't do anything with your hands, okay? I'm trying to illustrate that it looks like an M-wing. Maybe we could say it kind of looks like Tramaz glasses, okay? Tramaz glasses, there's a wing on each side. I don't know. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, the bottom line is that this is going to be much, much quieter than an existing jet. When you're on a jet, you're pshh, and it's really freaking loud. Well, if you take the exhaust ports and you shunt them all the way to the back of the plane, then the noise is not near your ears anymore. And we can demonstrate the decibels inside the cabin when you're flying this thing in a digital simulation, because it does everything. The digital simulators do everything. We're talking about a very, very significantly quieter flight. You're talking about people being able to have conversation with each other on the plane without having to yell. And that it's actually quiet. You don't hear anywhere near as much noise. It's significantly, like orders of magnitude quieter. Then we've got, I'm going to just pitch it on you. I'm sorry if you don't want to be pitched, but hey, this is why we're going to sell at least 1,500 of these, because you're saving 30% on gas over the Boeing 737-800, 30% savings of fuel, which is astounding. We've got the wider, aisle so that you have room for the drink machine, the drink cart, and a person can slip by it without you having to move the drink cart. So we have that feature. You have large overhead cabin space, even on the 737 size or the Airbus A320 size, same kind of thing. We've got a larger overhead bin. We cruise because it's also faster because of the way we design the wings. It can handle higher velocity. It cruises at Mach 0.95. So it's significantly faster. It's not quite as much as like a Concorde, which actually broke the sound barrier. But you can comfortably cruise at almost Mach 1, right below breaking the sound barrier. And what does that mean? That means that a flight that used to take you 5 hours now only takes 4 hours. So let's see. It's a hell of a lot quieter. It's actually traveling at Mach 1 almost, so it's super fast. You get there faster. You don't hear anything. It's a much smoother flight. The way the wings are designed, you don't get anywhere near as much turbulence. And you're saving 30% on gas. And, it's also cheaper to make than than the competition. Whoa. So yeah, that's the future. And, once we start building these, everything else is going to be obsolete. Once we start building these and you ride on one of them, you're not going to want to ride on one that doesn't have that level of quiet and comfort and, efficiency. So it's that pitch has now turned into, okay, wouldn't it be amazing to find out that David's company did not get a military investment? It was a non-military fund that brought it in. Yep, that's what happened. We've now been funded non-military, which is, I'm happy to do the military stuff too, and we probably still will, but this is all conventional. John Smetzer, $50 donation. You are on the threshold of turning science fiction into astounding, great, real-world science fact. I love you, man. Thank you, John, very much. You said they have been built. Yum blats. Here's the thing. I'll answer that question. I'll answer this one too. Paul Frolich. Congratulations on your funding, David. How is your company able to get around government suppression of these technologies? I want you to remember that we had Salvatore Pais come out with the naval anti-gravity patents, and these patents describe the Dr. Kenneth Shoulders / Chris Beskar method of propulsion that does not involve time travel. Remember, one of the big things I've been telling you guys week after week here is that if you create a full-blown anti-gravity bubble and you stay inside the bubble, you're going to travel through time, and we don't want that. We don't want to travel through time. You get transdimensional disorder. It would violate the laws of physics. You don't want some criminal doing it because he might try to do something to help himself that's going to hurt everybody else. I mean, basically, you have to be mature enough as a species, as a planet, to be allowed to have UFO technology. And then you also have to have enough spiritual maturity that you can actually fly around in it without going crazy. And so this is well known in the classified arena. So they had to come up with a way to get the anti-gravity bubble outside of the ship, and that was the Dr. Kenneth Shoulders approach, where instead of making one big bubble that you fly inside, you make tiny bubbles. Tiny bubbles in the wide. Tiny bubbles, thank you. And now for the next song, tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Thank you, everybody. Woo! I mean, come on, is this not Vegas? Am I not like the epitome of the Vegas showman right here with all the sizzle that I've got packed into this one shirt? I mean, wow, dude. So yeah, you make tiny bubbles. Channeling Don Ho. What do you do to your skin, David? It looks better every week. I've actually been putting aloe vera on it every night. Believe it or not, that is one thing I've been doing. I smear, because I'm putting it in my gut. So I'm doing the gut healing with aloe vera. You don't use the green stuff. You just use the clear gel. You dice it up. You put it in. I've discovered that if I eat yogurt before bed, and I try to keep the sugar content down, I'm using maple syrup, which is low glycemic. But I usually am doing it now with lemon juice, lime juice, blueberries, strawberries, and then 8 drops of lime extract, which really makes the lime flavor just pop like crazy. And then, maybe 1 or 2 tablespoons of maple syrup. And you want to get the best quality maple syrup because it has a lot more flavor terpenes inside. Yes, that's what you call it. There's something about natural products that cannot be duplicated by these synthetic chemical food flavorings. And so maple syrup is basically the only sweetener I ever use. But you dice up your little pieces of aloe vera and you put that in there. And then when you eat that, the aloe vera is treating your gut all during the night. And for some reason, between the probiotics in the yogurt, the fact that your body still has something to eat, I'm now able to eat the yogurt, and last night I slept for 7.5 hours the night before a show. I just frickin' rocked it. And so, yes, the aloe vera is important, but then by the time you've gotten done chopping it up and you're ready to put it into your smoothie, you've got your strawberry and blueberry. You want to have a nice clean cutting board first, but you end up with strawberry juice, blueberry juice, and then your aloe juice. And Michael just told me, go ahead and stick your hands in that and rub it on your face. So that's what I've been doing. It's all in the blueberries, mate. Could you post the recipe for that? Well, I just gave it to you. I mean, I would encourage you not to, get the green top maple syrup if it means it's organic. Some people will have that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Merlina Yazzie. I've heard the inside of spaceships hold more space. It looks like the size of an 18-wheel diesel truck from the outside. Yes, that's the TARDIS, and that's true. Remember that stretch space, one of the things that happens as you go into this alternate reality when you're in a UFO is that your size can change dramatically. So yes, it can be bigger inside the ship because once you're in there, you're in time-space, and the size changes as the ship moves from space-time to time-space. So the naval patent version of anti-gravity is tiny bubbles, and then what happens is your ship is being pushed on by these bubbles, but they don't engulf the ship, and therefore you travel without traveling through time, and that's really what we want. More Vegas, Dave, says R.J. McKay Horton. Tiny bubbles, tiny bubbles in the wine. Thank you, everybody. Tiny bubbles, makes me feel so fine. I love you, I love you, I love you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming tonight. Tiny bubbles, tiny bubbles, tiny bubbles in the wine. Woo! Yeah. Thank you, ladies and no, please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Gotta do something to keep you guys excited and happy and inspired. Smash that like button. That's right. Today is our wedding. It's the wedding of this amazing initiative to actually get this technology out there. Finally, people are realizing, holy crap, these guys are serious. We have a non-military deal, so all the trolls, no. We don't know the exact number it's going to be yet, but it's definitely great. And so we've already signed it. We already passed all the due diligence. This has been in play since last fall. And it finally catalyzed as a result of us being allowed to go to this Air Dominance Summit, which could, for all I know, have come directly from the administration itself. I wouldn't at all be surprised at this point if there wasn't some, something happened because we were told we could not go. They said, oh, no, we don't have any space for you guys. You're done. You can't come to this thing. And then all of a sudden, no, we do want you to come. We do want you to show up. Whoa, okay, what exactly just went down here? So you can kind of figure out what's going on. So yes, this is a huge, huge landmark in my life. I kind of want to keep, I've enjoyed your comments so much so far. And this is a really big news for us. You guys like the Vegas. Ginny Blankenfeld, David, we are over here laughing and clapping. Keep it up. This is amazing. You are really glowing. It's so good to see you in such amazing form. Oh my, the prayer beads are the cherry on the cake. Thank you for that. Somebody sent me a necklace, but unfortunately the necklace hangs right where the microphone element is, and so I couldn't wear the other one. But I had originally this beautiful Buddha necklace I was going to wear too that was all tiger's eye Buddha on the front, but it's literally right where the microphone is. So I said, sorry that I didn't get this right before, but this is the Rudraksha. Rudraksha is how you pronounce it. And it's a Hindu, it's actually, these are nuts that come off of an evergreen tree, and they just pick them to be exactly the right size and shape and very round. And these are the tears of Lord Shiva, Shiva the Destroyer. And so we are destroying the UFO cover-up, man. When we get this company funded, which we've now done, I mean, we don't have the money yet, but we will probably within, 2 weeks at the most, is what it sounds like. Maybe not even. It could be 1 week. It could be days. It could be, it happened. Okay, that's the bottom line. It happened. Roger Zabarik, David, thank you for another beautiful show. Yeah, I also have the Elf King jacket over there, and maybe I'll put that on at some point too. But I wanted you to start out by just appreciating this gold shirt for what it is by itself. It's very Vegas-y, and it's really got something great for all of us. So yes, I couldn't have done it without you guys. You have consistently watched my show. You've honored me with this enormous turnout. We already have 3,100 people watching live, which is incredible. And so it's been a great time for us. We finally broke through forces that are constantly defaming our company online, telling everybody we're a fake company. That turns out to have no relevance to these investors. I mean, they talked about it, they were aware of it, but it did not hurt the deal. Not this deal. It has hurt other deals, but not this deal. So it just took the right timing. It had to be the right time. Everything had to come together in a beautiful way. And so, yes, this is a really big piece of news. And that's part of the reason why, I wanted to take a good chunk of time and talk to you about what this really means and what the implications are, because we're all going to win. Part of the idea of Ascension is the idea that we are not trapped on Earth, that we're allowed to go into space. We find out that there are ancient civilizations that have lived all over the solar system and beyond. There's several neighboring star systems that have the same thing we see in ours. which is glass-like obelisks, glass-like domes, and glass-like pyramids. And the glass-like material is actually this aluminum metal that is a transparent aluminum. And they talked about it in the Star Trek movie. And there's also transparent titanium, and then you can tint it different colors. You can tint it black. So there's a whole entire ring around Saturn. The B ring is apparently made of smashed particles of a transparent aluminum titanium ring that was being built around Saturn. And if that ring was going to be completed, they would have had a weapon that could basically kill any other planet in the whole galaxy. And so they got destroyed before the ring was completed, but the shattered remnants of that superweapon still exist. According to my best insiders, this goes all the way back to, I was getting briefed on this ring back by like 2007, I believe. So there's nothing new. Or no, I'm sorry. That particular one would be 2013, I think is when I first, 2013 or 14 is when I first heard about that. So the pieces have come in over a long period of time. There are many people who have classified government top secret clearances, and what we find out is that we do live in a multidimensional universe, and once your civilization is sufficiently advanced, you discover, hey, I can move around in time and space, I can do things, and I can travel in where I need to go using these portals. So the crop circle may be an example of how these advanced civilizations mark where an active portal actually is. Now, I did go on a crop circle trip. We went into the crop circles in England where, after they'd formed. Nothing weird happened to us. But I think the ETs are making sure that we don't have too many reality-bending experiences yet. And you could go into an area where portals are appearing, but whether it's going to actually take you somewhere or not is different. And I think this used to happen a lot more than it does now. So as we talked about in the previous episode, one of the pieces of Area 51 type of briefing that I got beginning in 2021 is that all of the ancient legends about various beings that people see, whether it's demons or whether it's positive beings like little fairies, gnomes, dwarves, elves, pixies, leprechauns, all that stuff is actually based upon a real parallel reality where these entities can coexist with us, but they're outside of our frequency. So they could be right around you like a vapor, but you can't see it or touch it or smell it or have any knowledge that it's there, except that there are certain addresses where there's a transdimensional portal. And then when you go into that portal, you actually encounter these beings and you go into their world. And as we said last time, they often are playing music, they dance with you, and you might think that you were only in there for a short time, but if you come back out, you might have traveled in time quite some distance. And so I was told that part of the truth of this is the legend that how you leave the ring determines whether you travel in time or not. If you walk in from the left, you got to go back out the way you came in from the right. And you got to remember how you got in. And a lot of these types of legends are embedded into interesting things like Platform 9 3/4 in the Harry Potter, or Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, where the kid's closet, right, turns into a portal. Those types of ideas, which show up a lot in movies, really are derived from the Faerie Ring legend. That people just are walking through the woods, you see some circle on the ground, you walk into it, and now you're in a completely separate reality where you're encountering beings that you wouldn't have normally seen in the forest, but you're in the same forest. So they're in the forest with you now, but everything looks kind of shimmery and shiny, and it's different than it looked before. It's a little more dreamlike, perhaps, and that's time-space. And it is actually a mirror-inverted reality, as we've been saying. So this is very, very exciting stuff, and let's hear a little bit more of your comments first. Nicholas Pritchard, I felt this one. I dreamt that I looked like I was seeing through a spaceship. Inside, I could see different light beings of different colors. Oh, there you go. No wonder I felt a tug on this one. Then I dreamt I was on my knees with my head down, and I felt a presence and heard, "You are doing good." That's really great. So thank you guys. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. The holodeck has a door that is one way in or out. You're right, on Star Trek. So anyway, yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff that we're dealing with right now as disclosure is coming to the forefront, and the crop circle that we got is talking about the date of March 23rd, which is only 3 days off from the equinox of March 20th. And we had the Michael reading come in that says equinoxes 1 and 2, and we're going to read that one again. So before we before we really get going, we're going to invite Angry Daddy to insult me over the content of today's talk. How would you like to hear Angry Daddy insult me over the content of today's talk? I'm sure you do. So, David, okay, let's see here. You're trying to do a show about crop circle portals. And I mean, David, this is one of the silliest things. I don't know how you think you can get on that camera and talk for however long. Oh, son, I am very, very disappointed. Your mother and I did not teach you to become some dirty, slimy conspiracy theorist, son. We taught you better than that. You think you can just come into this house. Oh my God, I just burned myself. You think you can come into this house waving all this stuff around about crop circle portals. I mean, let me ask you another question, son. You think you could just walk around and vanish into a portal? Oh, you think you're going to hang out with the little people? Damn it, son. Daddy taught you much better than this. I will portal you out myself if you keep this crap up. And last but not least, I have had it! Woo! Angry Daddy in the house, in the house, in the house. You got... You think you can sizzle and swoon this poor audience and con them into believing a whole bunch of malarkey that you came up with in one of the lost sessions for Ancient Aliens? Come on, son. I have had it. 7 geometric thought. Everybody's laughing. Look at the. Okay, so any trolls, this is called, it's the equivalent of laughter if you're in front of an audience. When I do that character live, people are almost screaming with laughter. I'm getting lots of great emoticons and icons, and the truth is funny. Just think what your dad is going to say when you show up in a hover car and take him for a ride. You're absolutely right. I mean, this is real, dude, and it's very exciting. My whole life has changed. Everything is different now. And so, again, the big news is we did it. We no longer need to raise funds for our company. The initial massive deal actually did sign this very morning. This is when I got the email. I mean, we heard about it over the last week, I guess. But, again, our appearance at the Air Dominance Summit did the job, so we're going to be very rapidly capitalized at high levels. The first deal alone is a non-military deal for 1,500 airliners, potentially, which he's saying is one of the best aerospace deals ever. There's almost nothing else like it. I had a dream this morning that asked me to tell you directly about this, and I didn't even know if I should mention it or not. I'm like, well, maybe I ought to just keep it a secret, not talk about this. But no, the dream actually said, you're just going to have to deal with it. You're just going to have to deal with whatever happens. And everybody's smiling. Everybody's laughing. You sound like an angry Jimmy Stewart, comical and cosmical. Now, you listen to me. I did realize that there's certain kind of things with Popeye, right? And Popeye's got this voice and, oh, go, 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 go. Olive oil. And in order to get the Popeye thing, you got to, and I used to do Popeye as a little kid, like when I was in 5th grade. Ah, look at that. You got the Popeye voice. You got to do this thing with the side of your mouth where you kind of pull your lip over and you kind of yank off from the left side, and then that gives you this really funny kind of Popeye thing. So the dear old daddy's got all this kind of S's, and there's this extra stuff. There's kind of a lispy thing that you do with your lip is similar to the Popeye, right? I finally figured it out. Like, okay, yeah, I kind of based some of it on Popeye, but you need a pipe for Popeye. That's right. Oh, go, 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 go. Where's my spinach? So yeah, the Angry Daddy and the Popeye kind of live in the same fairy kingdom. Uh-oh. The domain of consciousness where the wee folk live. That's all I'm saying. I really liked the way Robin Williams did it too. The original Popeye movie that he was in was fantastic. So as a result of this, I can't believe I gave you the number, but I did before. They're saying that we could get this up to $1 trillion, but I'm like, come on. I don't even know if I really want that kind of funds going through something I'm in, but you know what? If it's possible, yeah, if we're going to do interstellar airliners or starships as they're called, and they're big enough for like a cruise ship, like it holds a whole bunch of people and we could travel to another planet, I would be very into building those so we can actually see what's going on around the universe and not just be stuck here anymore. Because you got interplanetary ships and you got interstellar ships. And the starship is the really exciting thing. Stephen W., congrats, it's truly a breakthrough. Yeah, I mean, dude, I have zero anxiety. You know, like everything that I was worried about, like the fact that I had to pay taxes that weren't paid yet, that we had other debt, I mean, it's gone. And like, you know, once you're at this level, it just changes your whole life. It's very easy to get very competent legal support. So everything just miraculously shifted a couple days ago. It's been an amazing journey. So Cynthia Jean says, brilliant. Thank you very much, Cynthia. So it looks like if all this different stuff happens, we're going to be producing in China, India, the Middle East, and the U.S. And again, the great part is we've surpassed all attempts to destroy our company. So do you remember when I was on the show last week and I said, oh my God, it's so dark outside, and then we started to have hailstones falling down? Last Sunday, we actually had a massive tornado attack in my area. So when I told you around 2:30 p.m. that there was a dark sky, that was all a part of it. So is this deliberate? Well, yeah, because I think it could be, because imagine if my home was actually destroyed while I was live on the air. I mean, here I am. I mean, I was talking about tornadoes the week before, so it would be very symbolic if I got hit by a tornado during my show the very next week. And we had tornadoes right near us, and I never looked at the weather. I never got an emergency call on my phone. I didn't know it was happening. And I ran last Sunday's show during a tornado outbreak right here. It didn't make it up here, thank God, but there were a number of structures destroyed, people died, and it was right down the hill from where I live. So yeah, that was really, really crazy. And again, it shows you what are the odds, right? What are the odds that that would happen while I'm live on the air? That there was such a severe threat that actually I was an idiot to be on the air, and I probably should have been hiding in my room down here in case the tornado hit us, but I didn't know. I hadn't looked at the weather and actually seen that was going to be happening. But somebody probably didn't want me to do my show, and I was just too stupid, and I didn't realize it was a tornado, and I kept on going. And so that's the conference that I deliver to you guys live every week. Damn the tornadoes, full speed ahead. So again, if my home had been destroyed, wouldn't it be something they'd love if it happened while I'm live on video that everybody's watching? Remember what happened in this other place. Yep, so think about it, right? That was when everybody had the cameras on him, and that was when all the world's media was broadcasting this thing live, and then all of a sudden, what the heck? And he's grabbing his ear. It's like, whoa, okay. So, or no, it would have been this year. That's what actually happened, you know, and if it had been successful by just being a half of an inch over, then that would have been done on live television. And so it kind of feels like a setup, doesn't it? It kind of feels like, you know, they might actually hate me enough that they tried to do that. They as in the DS. So yes, this sure sounds like DS weather warfare once again. But nonetheless, nothing can deter me because the complex polycrisis that we've been through has just ended. What does that mean? That means that anyone who is attacking me is now attacking a very well-funded aerospace company. It means we now have an unlimited budget to fight any legal issues that might arise, which completely alters the playing field. Another thing that I want to just remind you guys of is that you are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So somebody can say that you did this or you did that, and they can even say, look, we have proof and here's the proof. Well, you're not convicted of anything until you're proven guilty in a court of law. And what does this do? This prevents abuses of the legal system. It is nothing like what we've gotten in the world of takedowns, where you just accuse somebody of something and immediately their content is gone. That's not how it works. And the law also allows you to file a countersuit to any claim. So if somebody wants to sue you, then you can do a countersuit, and over 2 to 5 years, depending upon how it goes, you then work the whole thing out in court. It takes a very, very long time. So as a result of developments this past week, we're addressing certain issues immediately. And again, I can release a countersuit if I have to in any situation. So I've been working on various contingency plans, and my lawyer described the first 15 pages as fantastic. I did my deep homework this past week, reviewed everything I have. I have a working document of 85 pages. So that's the kind of thing where, if you've got something that great, there's really, now you just need the money in place. And so the money is in place. And it's a development that we've never had before. And we have praying, if you're ever taken out with a tornado, you're taken through a portal to a better place where you can undo the tornado. Anyway, so thank you for that. I don't think I'm going to be taken out by a tornado. But this breakthrough that we have is basically eliminate all my threats and worries. I'm going to have new levels, new devils. But the bottom line is, if somebody wants to come after me, I can defend myself because I can afford it, which means I'm fine. So I had to take yesterday off to relax and process all this stuff. And I didn't build the slideshow the way I was originally going to. A lot of times I do this very intellectually dense and complex material. We still have a bunch of great slides for you guys. But I said, Twitter was down, X, so I couldn't get the Alliance slides together because when I wanted to get them, they weren't there. And I said, okay, if I'm ever going to take time off, I don't want to miss out on my show. I'm still going to do the show on Sunday. But if I'm ever going to take time off, then this is when I should do it, because we just got this big news. And if you can't give yourself a celebration when you get news that's that epic, then what can you do? I will defend you, David says, Midnight Mark. I thought it might be a tornado when it started hailing. Yep. So anyway, yeah, it's lots of X is still messed up. Yeah, so I kind of feel bad because the Alliance had slides, that I could have potentially made, but at the same time, Ezra is, or whatever his name is, he's feeling the pinch. And so now he needs to put out statements that he's not involved with the military, and that, he's claiming that he doesn't know anything, which we'll talk about that a little later. That to me is a sign that we're very, very close. If I was him, I would not want to be identified in the first wave of what's going to happen. And I don't think my work is going to be identified until you're several stages farther down. So you're probably going to see the whole first part of this play out, which is trials and arrests and shocking information that you never thought of. Probably several stages of that will happen before you ever hear about me on any public level, which means I've got a little bit more time than I thought. And I'm glad that I'm going to have time for our company to get started, and we can actually go into that before I'm also thrust into the limelight. But that's what's happening. So I took yesterday off to relax and process. It's a total game changer. And again, I did not get through all the Alliance slides. So this has been the most amazing change in my entire life. It is real. I'm not making it up. You can tell by my personality, he's got nothing to worry about anymore, and that's true. Because again, I'm not even going to have to spend my own money when it comes to anything legal, because these are interests of the company. So now the only question is how soon we have accessible funds, which means your donations are still appreciated very much as we await the receipt. I showed up for you guys, and I did not decide to cancel. So I am here. Angry Daddy is home, and he is pissed off. But you can't be pissed off when you're in a shirt like this. I mean, it's just the smoothness and the velvety. It's almost like a silk, I guess, and it's just really, really wonderful. So if somebody wants to know something, you tell them. Well, yeah. So anyway, I showed up for you guys. We're doing the show. Thank you for being here. I'm very, very happy today. And everything has changed. And this just makes things that used to look like problems not even be problems at all. And I'm going to refrain from saying anything else because of the situation. But yes, it's a very good thing that our company just got funded, which means that we can now protect ourselves from stuff that's been going on for a very long time. There have been extraordinary efforts being made by someone, very obviously, to try to destroy our company. And we do need to get to the bottom of that story. We need to figure out who it is and what's going on. Richie Barron just donated. Thank you very much. So let's get into the main topic. I mean, we've already been discussing it quite a bit, but now I want to really, really get into the idea of, okay, are there portals, and do crop circles mark where these portals have appeared? So this is getting into the main show. The ETs revealed how we can actually detect circular moving portals, and this was given to W.B. Smith, who is our Canadian radio electronics engineer, and he was a part of something called Project Magnet. And Project Magnet existed back in the 1950s, and Canada it was a Canadian classified program, and they were getting left out of the good stuff. They didn't have all the good stuff that other government projects in America were getting. They didn't know what was really going on the Roswell, but apparently they got a piece of the Roswell ship or some other ship like that, and then they analyzed it in Project Magnet, and W.B. Smith was the head of that project, and they were also trying to actually establish communication with extraterrestrials. We've had 3, look at this, look at that. 3 people just donated $9.99 at exactly the same time. It's the same color, same amount. Look at it on your screen. That's really cool. That's a synchronicity right there. You guys are starting to behave like a hive mind for David Wilcock. Carrie Bonifacio, sorry I can't give more, David. I so much appreciate you, and your shows are the highlight of my week. Thank you for the time you give us every week so selfishly, and go Tramaw! Thank you, baby. Thank you very much. Soul Codes. Love you, David. I sent you the Soul Cards Atlas of Sacred Currents card deck. Yes, I got that. Inspired by your work for 20 years. Love you and your genius, Leah. Thank you very much. Can you comment on the concept that within a few months, I will be healing people like Jesus? I don't doubt the physical capability of that happening. I'm curious about your timing. That's BA. Well, some people would try to say that's BS, but I actually believe you. I don't know if it's going to be a couple months, but again, Michael's prophecy said equinoxes 1 and 2. That's September 22nd is the next round. So I think we're getting pretty close. Nate Pierce says, wow, I love your books, David. Midnight Mark says, wow. Carol Whitmire says, amazing. Yeah, I mean, I really do believe that once so Derek Mulligan, why does that guy Steven give you a hard time? You must have stood on toes. Agent 9 has arrived. It's really weird. Yeah, I mean, this is a very obviously funded thing, and it now appears to be happening to all of the top influencers on that platform. So regardless of who you are, the people, the algorithm now is favoring certain accounts, and they get millions and millions of views, and if you're not in that, then everybody is saying it's a lot harder to get views now. I'm experiencing it as well. I have over 150,000 followers, I believe. It might even be 170 something on X. And I only got not even 6,000 views on my post for this show by the time I went live. So wow. And everybody's kind of experiencing that, and it's probably something he has no control over, so I wouldn't blame our friend. I think that, he's doing the best he can. He's done a whole heck of a lot for us. He's gone through threats far worse than mine, and he deserves our respect and compassion and understanding. And so I do respect him, and I'm very grateful for this platform, and I think that it's all too easy for people to blame one person. I'm going to end up getting it too. I know that part of what's going to happen with this company is that people are going to want to blame me if one of them crashes or something happens. I mean, you're just going to have to deal with that. That's just part of what it is. But again, the platform, there's something very strange going on. It keeps getting worse. And now for the last 3 days, it's been mostly shut down. You can't even see anything. So it happened when I needed to build my slides, so we don't have Alliance slides this week. Invite him on your show, the Steven character. No, definitely not. This is a full-blown terrorist. I mean, this is a guy who makes death threats. He's apparently been sending people empty boxes as a threat. He's going after all the top influencers on this platform, and it's still happening, and that's the last slide in today's show, is where whoever Ezra is telling us about that. And so this has become a very, very significant issue. And for the health of our company, we have to get to the bottom of it, and we have to figure out, what is this? Because we can't ignore it. We've got all different types of claims of tortious interference with business practices and harassment and defamation, all kinds of stuff. So it's very, very serious. And now that we're getting funded, we are moving at warp drive speed to address this. In fact, it's like basically the very first thing I have to do once we get this going. So yeah, we've got incredible, incredible evidence. And I've already basically written it all up. So we just got to put it out there. And so life is great. I'm actually not worried about anything. I'm in a very, very relaxed and happy place now as a result of going back and seeing what we have and what we can do with it. And it's brilliant. Winter says, Stephen had your old boss on his show last week, David. That's great. That's great. That's actually exactly what we want. Please do that again and do more of it. Please do that again. Anyway, yeah, you're going to learn some very interesting things if we have to defend ourselves. So that's all I'm going to say. And I love it. I mean, it's wow. I had no idea. The gold mine, 500% better than what I thought I had once I actually went back and did the homework. Elon will be able to figure out who the ding dong is. Well, that should be true, right? I mean, like, okay, if the guy's name is either Enterprising Desert Raven or Resplendent Cedar Osprey, just ban those accounts. Why can't you just ban the account? Why is he still being allowed for weeks and weeks and weeks to just terrorize everyone? I mean, these are felonies. We're talking about, terrorism can potentially get you the death penalty. So we're not talking about minor stuff here. And we're talking about widespread, extreme threats to other people and just a level of hatred and malice. We're comparing it in the suit that we're putting together to the Unabomber. Okay, that's the best comparison you can make. Somebody who just wants to go after everybody in the entire community at the same time. And I just happen to be kind of how he got started and figured out what to do. It's pretty freaking crazy. Kwan Hong Chan says, YT is not allowing me to pay super chats on this stream. I think the agents got to me. I'm sorry about that. Thank you anyway for your help. Hopefully we're very close to not needing to worry about that anymore. But again, Kwan Hong Chan, you've been a great donor and I really appreciate it. Caroline Muzi, blessings from Mexico. Thank you for your love. I sent you the beautiful book of my master, Charles Cannon, Forgiving the Unforgivable. I hope you have some time left to enjoy it. Yes, I actually took that book out and put it on the kitchen shelf. And it's a very great meditation in terms of what's going on right now. It has a foreword by Eckhart Tolle. And I mean, he would never endorse a book unless he thought it was terrific. So I do respect that. I do respect the Eckhart Tolle introductions. Like, dang, I mean, so many people ask me to write introductions for their books or sell their books, and I usually never do anything. I just don't even have time to read anything. But the fact that he got that endorsement is like, wow. I mean, that just doesn't usually happen. So again, we've got 3,342 people watching live just after an hour. That's a great turnout. Thank you guys for being here. I do think there's probably something going on because we used to be getting reliably 7,000, and that has strangely changed. So who knows what the heck is going on? You can probably figure it out. I don't need to tell you. But yeah, we just had this incredible event. And so let's go back to the science of crop circles as portals. W.B. Smith was in this Project Magnet. They gave him a piece of the Roswell crash. It was very light. You couldn't cut it or burn it. And he was told that we want to try to figure out how to reach out to extraterrestrials. So they had these UFO gatherings at Giant Rock, California, in Joshua Tree. And in these gatherings, you have people that say they were contacted by extraterrestrials. Now, you would normally think that's not going to be real, but W.B. Smith also experienced this on his own ham radio telegraph. So this actually ties together everything we've been doing and talking about. This is W.B. Smith, and this is an example of the radio telegraph device. Okay, so we had another donation, Qualaya. David, are there fairies that are all one color? I mean, they're thought forms, so yeah, they can make themselves look like different things. If so, one came to my door years ago as I was leaving my apartment. It had a human body with wings and a taupe-like color. They were female, and I told her thank you. So yeah, I absolutely believe that's true, and that's what today's show is about, is reminding us that these invisible beings do live among us and how precious that is, because I mean, like, for example, Findhorn, right? Go back, and I don't have slides for this because, again, I got overwhelmed by the events of this week. I've spent the whole week working on a massive legal document. But anyway, we have the Findhorn, and they have these very, very large, like beets and turnips and carrots and fruits and vegetables, and they claim that they're working with the fairies, and that's how they got these vegetables to grow much larger. Well, yeah, you could laugh and say, oh, Findhorn, da-da-da-da-da, but whatever. I mean, that's what they're saying they did, and the results are clearly visible. If you go look up Findhorn, you see the size of these vegetables you're getting. It's like, wow. A.R. Dreamy, I watched a new movie on Apple TV last night, Fountain of Youth, by Guy Ritchie, where the plot is to uncover an Ascension chamber under the Great Pyramid. Yeah, Apple TV's been doing me a real solid. They've had a few shows that were like really very similar to stuff that we've been talking about. So I will definitely watch Fountain of Youth on Apple TV. That sounds great. I'm happy to endorse content that is on my wavelength. Fairies and the Divas. The Magic of Findhorn in Scotland. I read that in high school. That's right, says Lorraine Knott. Judy Booth donated $20 and says, put some whipped cream and a cherry on top of your celebration. There's lots of places that could go. We're not going to go there. When I have a shirt on that's this sizzly, we got to be very careful about any innuendos regarding whipped cream. I thought I could get through it without laughing, but I guess I can. I'm sorry. Oh, Kwan Hong Chan, he broke through. He broke through the ice. He's got a 5,000, whatever that is, donation. Had a dream where I see a sequence of numbers as you described. It started with 2020, 36, 1802. Interesting. And then I can't remember the rest. Are those lucky numbers for lottery tickets, specific dates, or location coordinates? The numbers continue. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting that 2020 is the year that all this stuff really started. 36 and then 18 is half of 36, and 02 is 18 divided by 36. So it's, you know, when you... I did lose it. I try not to laugh too much, you know, because... But yeah, sometimes it's actually funnier if you break, if you're really good at not breaking and then you break. I say funny things every day, specifically to practice not laughing so I can do it for the show and whenever I want to make somebody laugh. Anyway, yeah, when everybody's laughing, that's when we get these laughter icons. LOL, that is actually true, yeah. I mean, my grandmother came to me and said she was half black, that was her secret, that she'd been covering it up, and she wanted to tell me the truth. And so, you know, there's pretty good evidence that it could be that way, and I'll let you decide when you see your picture sometime. David, what about the summer solstice on June 21st? Well, yeah, to get to the time of where we're in the September 22nd range, I think a lot of things are going to happen before then. But remember that if we get disclosure, we get told that there's ETs all over the universe and they've been here on Earth the whole time. And we had Dr. William Davis say that there's 4 major types. He said this in Congress, what we've always been hoping for since the late 1990s with Art Bell, Dr. Greer. We want congressional hearings. We want congressional testimony. Well, that actually happened. And when he said, what are the 4 major types? It was Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and what was the other one? Insectoids. It's exactly the same thing that I've been saying. I laugh when you laugh, says Vicky Crew Fuller. Yeah, I mean, I love doing this. And so anyway, we got W.B. Smith himself, who was actually contacted by ETs on a ham radio telegraph, which is you're sending Morse code over a ham radio. So when he had this happen, it was communicating as an extraterrestrial, supposedly, and then it actually said, go outside and look out the window. And sure enough, he actually saw a craft. And other people were having weird contact that back in the 1950s, unlike now, you would actually get an in-person visit from these ETs. That's usually not going to happen now. I'm not sure if there's any confirmed cases of it. I think it all stopped basically for the most part, at least after the 1960s. And even by the early 60s, they were pretty much winding it down. And apparently, when the ETs actually contacted somebody in person, there was a problem. You know, there would be this ego inflation that they would get that was not good for them. So this ET contact began in 1952. 12 different groups apparently were contacted using that ham radio telegraph by extraterrestrials who were announcing themselves. They were showing up in their ships. They were landing. They were walking up to you in your yard. They took you on board their ships in some cases. You got to go on a ride. And they were saying that they were getting ready to meet all of us as a planet, and they were starting by doing this with just a few people first. And they said that we were going to go through this Ascension experience. So typically you would get your in-person contact. It's very dazzling. And then from there, it reverts to a telepathic contact where, just like what I've been doing with the dream voice, you practice remote viewing protocols to the best that you can, which means don't analyze anything, no emotional reactions. You stay mind awake, body asleep, light as a feather, stiff as a board. The thoughts come in very gently and very quietly, and you just have to learn to rigorously listen to it and give exactly what it says with no changes in the words. And it's not like it's a loud thing. It's very subtle and quiet, but you have to just learn how to listen to it. And that's what I did when I guessed the numbers 1 through 12. So W.B. Smith was actually personally contacted through the ham radio telegraph, and it was written up in the book The Saucers Speak by George Hunt Williamson. W.B. Smith's identity was hidden in this book, as I said before. And George Hunt Williamson was one of the top UFO personalities of his time in the 1950s. So then you have, as I said before, there was 3 Georges. There's George Hunt Williamson, which we just heard about. There's George Van Tassel. And then, what's the third George? Anyway, the one that we're really focused on right now is George Hunt Williamson. And George Van Tassel created the UFO gathering in Joshua Tree. He was funded by Howard Hughes. They had this big, giant stone that apparently helped the UFOs come in. Same exact thing as Stonehenge or pyramids or whatever. It's the largest freestanding boulder maybe in the world. It's called Giant Rock. And right where that boulder was, these ETs were portaling in. And so different people apparently were being contacted by these extraterrestrials at the Giant Rock Conference. And W.B. Smith and George Hunt Williamson and George Van Tassel went around interviewing everybody to see if their contact matched with all this other information they'd already gotten, some of which came through a Canadian government classified program called Project Magnet. Yeah, this is really, really interesting. So the ETs actually explained to us that our solar system is moving into a more highly energetic region of our galaxy. This is what George Hunt Williamson's book said was the main message, that we're going to get immeasurable increases in the cosmic rays coming in, which is why the sun and the planets are freaking out, and it's going to transform our entire solar system. They also said that they are giving their message to world governments, and remember that in 1957, after most of these types of civilian ET contacts had swung and missed, because it started in like 1950, 1951. By 1957, the movement was already starting to die out. People were getting egos. They ruined it for themselves. The beings can't contact you anymore if you start to get an ego, but they also won't tell you that they've cut you off. So that would be the main thing that I would be worried about, would be that I did something that pissed off Archangel Michael and these angelic beings and the Christ. And the way you would know that is that they will cut you off. You don't get the contacts anymore. You don't get the information anymore. But I've run this like a Olympic athlete, and the messages have been very consistent. Mark Kuhn just donated here. I really enjoy your work. Keep on keeping on, like White Eagle says. Much love from Germany. Thank you very much. So yes, this is a very exciting thing that they're telling us in these messages that was then duplicated in the Law of One, which actually came out of people who studied the 1950s W.B. Smith transcripts. These 1950s ETs came through. They created something that was the Walt Rogers sessions, and that's one of the things I have in my Michael Prophecies book 4, is a whole bunch of Walt Rogers readings, and they make it very clear in these authenticated ET transmissions that, again, used remote viewing, it appears that they're pretty much just dead on the money, that we're going to go through a transformative hyperdimensional event. That's why they're here. And if we get disclosure, if, quote unquote, the government tells us the truth, whatever that really means, then yeah, now there's no hiding it. Now we know that they exist, and now they show up. And apparently that whole process of us being told the truth and getting disclosure creates some type of consciousness shift in humanity that allows this vibrational change to occur. And the vibrational change becomes akin to what you experience when you walk into a fairy ring. The portal part of the story is very important because the Ascension is like a planetary-wide fairy ring going off. Like the whole planet goes into a portal experience at the same time. You'll see that a little bit later. So again, W.B. Smith hid his identity due to his security clearance with the Canadian government. It switched to direct mental telepathy through one of the members of the group. He was asking classified questions that only he knew the answers to, but he was getting these correct answers from people. So there was a questionnaire of about 100 parts, and he asked these people who said they were in contact with ETs if they were experiencing, okay, go into your channeling, bring in the master Sanat Kumara or whoever the hell you got. What does Sanat Kumara tell us about this? And then you go through 100 questions while they're in trance. And there was a small number of people where every single question was basically the same, except in some cases they lay a spiritual bias on it, like if they were too hardcore Christian, they might Christianize everything. That was one of the things that was happening. But there is definitely a Christian component to this. So again, a small number across the country gave nearly identical answers. Any discrepancies in these answers were explained as their own biases tampering with the data. Now, most importantly, practical working technology was derived from this ET contact. And they actually gave us a portal detector. So you guys were asking me in the comments, is there such a thing as a portal detector? How would we actually know if this ring of mushrooms is a portal, could have a portal in it, or if there's something going on in a crop circle? Well, he actually found a technology that, as a scientist, he asked these beings, well, please give us something that we can build into hardware. I want to see what we've got that we can actually make something out of. And so they gave him this new technology to measure portal areas, which they called areas of reduced binding. Why did they call it that? Because one of the things that can happen is metal can turn to liquid. So if you fly your airplane through this area, even if you don't portal anywhere, your airplane can start dematerializing, and if the bolts dematerialize before everything else does, then it can start flying into pieces and come apart in midair. So the ETs were like, we don't want you to have to keep losing airplanes, because even if you don't go through the portal, you're going to have the airplane come apart, and that's because there's reduced binding on the matter. So they called them areas of reduced binding. And you're going to see here in just a minute that these areas were actually in the shape of large circles, and they would slowly drift along, apparently at a fairly steady speed, or a steady speed. So, that's what leads me to believe that the mushroom ring can capture it, or maybe creating the flat crops in the crop circle. We did talk about shape power, the shape power of Stonehenge, the shape power of the pyramid, that simply building a structure, like if you think about the pyramid as my water pitcher here, right? Imagine now that the outside of your pyramid, or the outside of your standing stone, is like the surface of this pitcher, and that the material that makes the stone is captured inside its structure, just like water inside a glass. Well, I can start spinning this around, and I can get a pretty darn good tornado formed that touches the bottom. So this is what's happening apparently inside the pyramid. The surface of the pyramid behaves like a glass tank, and the matter that makes the pyramid is swirling inside. And so, yeah, this is a very exciting thing because I've been talking to you guys for weeks and weeks now about the liquefaction that happens, like we talked about it with tornado physics, right? You saw the wooden plank and the metal get pushed together. You saw sand embedded in a plate glass window, straw that punctures through into a fire hydrant. So many examples of matter blending together. And then we also see it in Teotihuacan with these gigantic stones in Peru that are all pushed together like they were mushable. It's really, really incredible. So these ETs said, yes, in these areas, metals are going to start to liquefy. And this is part of how I got into it in the beginning. Was like, wow, you know, definitely these ETs proved themselves because all these different contactees answered the same 100 questions. I mean, that's science in its purest form. And they were convinced that it was true. And these people were predicting the future and answering questions about things they couldn't have known. And they said, yes. And we'll talk about how they built it in a minute. We'll give you this technology so you can measure where these vortexes are. And when they actually started studying them with the tool, and it goes from like 1 to 10, it tells you how strong the energy is, you can find where the portals are. And they discovered that there's these giant circles that have multidimensional energy that could potentially be happening. And again, even if you don't portal out, it can weaken the metal of like a ship or a plane or a building, which is really, really weird. So when they say reduced binding, that means metals are liquefying. And as I've said, as we go into time-space, as we turn off gravity, and we start to travel through this odd parallel reality, liquefaction is one of our standard effects. We've been discussing this for weeks, and now here we are seeing it again. So the technology was described to W.B. Smith, allowing him to measure our Earth's grid. And what you do is you take a piece of fishing line that is stretched almost to the breaking point, and then the subtle changes in the strength of the filament actually trigger the movement of the meter. So this is why, again, I wanted to bring your attention back to the German weather house, right? Now you can see actually the woman is inside the house a little more. The man isn't coming out, but supposedly the way this works is the man comes out when it's raining, the woman comes out when it's dry. And the way that this is done is they take a piece of gut, and apparently in the old days it used to be cat gut, and they stretch the cat gut. It's disgusting, isn't it? Hey, look, at least they got this really cool little amanita mushroom right up in the front. That's my favorite part. It's why I had to get this one. So right now you can see the ladies kind of hanging out in the back. We did just have rain last night. There is more moisture in the air, so it's called a hygrometer, and it actually is working right now. It's not a barometer, it's a hydrometer. Or hygrometer. You can call it either one, I think. But it's the stretchiness of this particular line of material that in the old days was natural gut. And then if when it gets humid, it gets stretchier, it takes on more water, and then the man comes out. And when it gets dry, it compresses and it gets tighter, and then the woman comes out, you see? So there's a practical technology that we see that was a very, very popular thing that they were building these in Germany. It's a classic kind of thing to use. But what they're doing here is they have a filament that is stretched almost to the breaking point, just like what we see in the German weather house, and it's connected to a needle, except that in this case, with the monofilament fishing line, it isn't water that makes it expand or contract. It's this spiraling energy of gravity. It's this time-space, as Kozyrev, the Russian scientist, would call it, it's the movement of time. The movement of time actually expands and contracts your fishing line, and I'll show you a picture of what it looks like. So this is how you're able to actually measure, and I'll show you how it's built. You can potentially build these yourself, experiment with it, see if it works. It's pretty cheap and easy to do. So he did a lecture in 1961 after most of his work was complete. This is the last major thing that he's on record doing. He died not long after, very suspiciously. He was very likely killed by the group that's covering all this stuff up. But back in the day, in the mid-2000s, you could go to presidentialufo.com, which is Grant Cameron's wonderful website. I don't know if it's still there now, but it was there, so you could use archive.org and go back. And you can look up W.B. Smith, and sure enough, he's got papers from him, and one of them is this transcript of this 1961 lecture. So I didn't have time to dig up the actual link, but if nothing else, you can find it on archive.org, going to this website. Okay. So, in the lecture, he said, one thing I would like to mention is, as far as I know, our group in Ottawa is the only group that has actually taken info from the boys' topside, meaning UFO extraterrestrials, that are essentially Christian humans. They look like humans. That's the Nordic type, but they're not all Nordic looking. And translated it into hardware that works. Much info has been given to us through other channels, but people just talk about it. They don't do anything about it, and I think that's deplorable. Then he says, I think when they give info, the least we can do to show our good faith is to try to actually convert it into hardware. Another item I'm rather proud of resulted from a series of questions we asked regarding an airplane that was destroyed when it flew near a flying saucer. We were informed that although a few of our aircraft come to an unfortunate end by what they considered colossal stupidity of the pilot, they were now taking corrective measures to avoid our aircraft. I asked them what happened, and they said, well, the field around their saucers, in order to hold them up, in order to produce a gravity and time field differential. Ooh! A time field differential necessary to operate the ship. Right, because it goes through space and time. That's the Einstein space-time fabric. Once you shield gravity, you're actually in a realm where time is 3D. All your atoms flip inside out. You're invisible to us because you exist in the past, present, and future. So your particles don't exist in a visible way because they exist throughout time. If anything, you just see a luminous glow, but most of the time you don't even see that. So the time field differentials sometimes produce field combinations that reduce the strength of materials to the point where they're no longer strong enough to carry the load that they're expected to carry. That's your liquefaction. As we know, aircraft, particularly military, are built with a small factor of safety. In the areas of reduced binding, materials are no longer strong enough to carry the load, and your airplane simply flies apart because the bolt's just liquefied. Now, they gave us the design of this instrument that was fundamentally this, to detect these vortexes. They said select two materials, one stronger than the other, arrange it so the two materials pull against each other in such a manner that the weaker material is about to break, where the stronger material is a long way from breaking. On that basis, we devised an instrument, and we built quite a number of them. So here it comes. If you're a tinkerer, if you've got the skills to do something like this, this is what we got. It starts out with an aluminum tube, and so that's the stronger material. Then you've got these brass caps that you screw onto the top and bottom of the aluminum tube, and then as you can see, he puts a nylon fiber inside and then wraps it around a spindle. The nylon fiber is what's expanding and contracting in the presence of these vortexes. So you actually have a portal measuring device. You can actually detect your portals, figure out where they are, because the nylon fiber gets, just like the German weather house I just showed you with water, it either gets longer or shorter. It's wrapped around the spindle. The steel spring is what's on it to give it all this tension. So you give it a really nice amount of tension. Not enough that it breaks, but pretty close. But the metal's never going to break. So that's the stronger versus the weaker material. So then you have this dial. As you can see, it goes up to 9 on what they're showing you. And the dial is determined by how much the nylon fiber is stretching. And apparently the stretch of the fiber is one of these weird quantum effects that you can get from being around a portal. Really, really interesting. So I find this stuff fascinating. And then one of the things that my insider Uncle Jack told me is that in the old days, they actually created magnetic tuning forks. And you have, what you want to do is create a tuning fork. It's like a dowsing rod where there are two magnets that want to attract each other, but they can't quite come together. And depending upon where you are, the fork will actually get the tines will get closer together or farther apart. If you do it right, it has to be very, very, very sensitive so that the slightest increase in magnetism is going to start to make the two sides of the fork come together. So that was something I was independently told by an insider. That's right, mate. Right out of Australia. That's where we do it. It's like, okay, very interesting. Because when I read this from W.B. Smith, I'm like, here's another example. Same thing. We sent these tools around to various people. They built a number of them that we knew who did quite a bit of traveling. And we asked them if they would investigate regions where aircraft had passed just before they broke up in midair. We have unfortunately a large record of our aeroplanes having done just this. One of these planes crashing occurred near Issoudun, which is about 20 miles southwest of Quebec. We investigated the region through which this BOAC aircraft must have passed just prior to the crash. Sure enough, big as life and twice as natural, we found a very large and very strong vortex. Our instruments showed it beyond any doubt. So there you go. They used that weird tool. The plane actually disappeared. They went to where it happened, and the ETs delivered on what they said. That is amazing. For somebody who's a channeler to give you this plans to build this tool, and then you use the tool the way the beings tell you to use it, and then when you go there, it actually moves and you discover this circular vortex. There you go, dude. We've just solved the Faerie Ring crop circle portal puzzle. That's what they're measuring. They're measuring circular areas of reduced binding strength where, even if you don't portal out, your metal can get weaker and you can end up being destroyed by that. So it's a very, very... Imagine how much they felt excitement when this happened to them. The portal was it was a circle. It was about 1,000 feet in diameter and roughly circular that had a rather sharp line of demarcation at the end of it. Well, this is very interestingly connected to what I showed you last week in the fairy circles in Namibia. Remember I showed you that there's all these circles hanging out in the desert, and that's where all the water is, and so plants just grow in a ring, but they don't grow anywhere else, and the rings can go on for miles and miles and miles in every direction. And that's where all the vegetation is. Well, yeah, maybe what's happening is that these types of portals that he just discovered here, they're more like 30 feet wide in Namibia, but the point is the same. It's a circular ring that's very anomalous, and in this case, he's detecting it with their vortex detector. He also said every time we take one of these instruments into Toronto, we find that the score promptly goes from 5 down to 2, which means it gets weaker. We actually had several of the nylon fibers break when we take the instruments to Toronto. So that means that the material, that there's a vortex around Toronto, and I've felt it. I've been in Toronto. It's an interesting place. So Toronto, probably people are living there because it's a big portal area. But the problem with it is that when you're trying to build things in Toronto, sometimes the bolts will fail. When you're trying to build a building, the bolts are going to be weakened by the vortex, and he talks about that a little bit later. So again, the idea here is that we have 1,000 feet in diameter, roughly circular, with a sharp edge. So it is a circle, and it's drifting along. And this may explain another very strange thing that I saw one time in Daily Mail, which was all these sheep had arranged. This is a real photograph from the Daily Mail called the Sheep Circle. And I mean, I used to laugh about it and I used to make jokes about this, but like seriously, what the hell is going on? Could it be that these sheep can feel these circular portals as they drift along the earth, that they're actually sensing that energy? And somebody says, this is intense. That's Midnight Mark. Thank you very much. So they're sensing this energy, they're feeling it, and they're actually arranging themselves because it's sort of like getting a bath of healing and love and blissful consciousness and ecstatic unity with creation. I mean, when you're in these vortexes, there is a definite mind-expanding effect. So these sheep are very likely enjoying that effect, and they, with their animal-level consciousness more than us, animals can sense these fields. They can sense that energy, and they want to be in it, and they want to live in it. So that's yet another one of these weird mysteries. Like, what in the world is this sheep circle thing about? Why would they do that, and what's going on there? No, this is actually explainable with the new W.B. Smith data that we got from extraterrestrials. He went and tested it, and they were telling him the truth. So it's stunning. We came to the conclusion that Toronto was maybe good all right, but it wasn't very strong. And the whole audience laughed. Incidentally, they have had an abnormal number of structural steel failures when buildings have been undergoing construction. The steel has given way, bolts have given way. There you go. That's your liquefaction, just like I said with the tornado. And, you know, like we had the case where there's a brick wall and something punches through the wall, but the hole that it leaves is smaller than the size of the object, and it's in brick. Yeah, this is stuff that you don't get to know yet until we go through disclosure, but the idea that reality is not what we think, it's much more plastic. And all you have to do is gravitationally shield something, and you start to get these amazing effects. And we talked about various geometries, so this is a nice little piece of sacred geometry that somebody sent me once. I forget who it was a fan. But this is the kind of geometry that we were talking about before. And you see there's a smaller geometry inside the bigger one. You got the octahedron in the middle, right? And then it becomes the interlaced star tetrahedron. And then if you connect the dots on the edges, you get the cube. So if I turn it this way, it looks like a cube. See that? So there's three different geometries here. There's the cube, there's the star tetrahedron, and there's the octahedron inside. They're all interconnected. And that's how this stuff really works. So these are the way that atoms and molecules actually function. And I told you in our previous show about how even the electron clouds, it's not only the nucleus, because again, these geometries are what's really inside an atom. These represent protons on the outside of the geometry. The corners of the geometry are protons, and then you just get rid of neutrons. You don't need them. They don't exist. They're just theoretical to keep the atom from collapsing on itself, to provide a counterpoint of gravity, something that pushes against it so that they don't just collide into the nucleus center. So this is the way atoms really work. Things flip inside out, and you go into this parallel reality. And as you start to do that, bolts will give way, metal will give way, and things will actually begin, yes, liquefying. We believe that this is maybe a semi-permanent condition for Toronto. We found that just as we hit the outskirts of the city and progress towards Hamilton, the effect wears off. But it does seem to be permanent within Toronto, and it's been there for 4 or 5 years now. So it's a very interesting thing, this idea that your matter starts to become liquefied, you start to change the way that your matter works, and again, you can penetrate matter into other matter. We saw that lady who had the soap and shampoo and razors from her bathroom end up in the trunk of her car after a tornado, and they apparently dematerialized and then rematerialized in her trunk. So we had 2 donations. Richie Barron donated twice, and he got 15 likes and 18 likes. Thank you very much. We're up to 3,518. I don't think they're ever going to let me go above 4,000 again. But anyway, whatever. We're at 3,518. That's great. I'm so happy that you guys are here. So what about this idea of Jesus after the Ascension? Was Jesus partially dematerialized? Was he, in fact, was his matter permeable? In other words, we could see him, but if you touched him, your hand might go right inside his body, and maybe he doesn't like that. So remember, Jesus said, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch the garments. Well, that could be what we're dealing with here. We could be dealing with that the reason why Jesus said, don't touch me, was that he was subject to the same physics once he was ascended. And his body is not fully in our reality. So you could push your hand through him, and you're kind of blending your matter with his matter, just like in the tornado. Oh, right. And you wouldn't really want somebody sticking their hand into your body and then part of their body is now blended with yours. So please don't touch the robe, okay? Can we just keep your hands off the robe, you guys? Charlie Winner, are jump portals a technology a person could carry on them to create a portal anywhere, anytime? And does it have a stable energy field? Yes. With the right technology, I think you could pretty much do this anywhere, and that was your Roswell cube, where the beings came out of the Roswell crash and they were holding a cube. The lid came open, there was a holographic display above it, 3-dimensional hologram of wherever they were thinking about going, and then they could actually use that to travel where they wanted to go. So yes, ETs, Omela T says, I live 45 minutes away from Toronto. So this is great. You know, we have all of these things converging right now, And another thing that they gave him in this channeled material that W.B. Smith got was, okay, we want you to be able to detect the field. We also want you to be able to generate the field. So they created something called the caduceus coil. This is another very important point. The caduceus, yes, is your standard medical diagrams, apparently very ancient, back to Atlantean times. It is essentially Egyptian. It relates to the Kundalini. It also relates, obviously, to the DNA molecule. Everybody kind of figured that out. Like, wow, how did they know about this funny DNA-like shape 12,000 years ago? Well, because it's nothing new. The higher beings are aware of this. So this also apparently represents the spinal column, and then these serpent-like energies that go up the column, and we see this in things like the Egyptian staff and the Bennu birds, the birds that are on either side of the pineal gland. So the two snakes going up to the round area at the top represent this Kundalini energy reaching your pineal gland. Apparently, the goal of the ancient mystery schools was to raise your Kundalini to the level of the pineal gland, at which point you now have ascended powers. And you could do this at any stage in your development on Earth. The Tibetans say, oh, you just have to be nice and never have negative thoughts or anger for 13 years. And then you get to ascend whenever you want. Easier said than done. Easier said than done, although I'm having a great day today. But last week we had some days that were not great at all. So this is what they actually said you should do. Now again, I do not advise you to try this at home for various reasons. It could be something that would be, not a good idea. You got to be very careful where you're pointing this. But this is what you're basically doing. You're wrapping this wire across an iron core. And remember, iron can be magnetized. And this is, in fact, I guess it is a magnetic iron core. So it has a north pole and a south pole. It's a bar magnet. Then you wrap this wire over it. And again, the key is that you have these 90-degree angle intersections between the wires. That's the orthogonal rotation. And because the electromagnetic wave already has that in it, the electromagnetic wave is an electrostatic wave that goes up and down, a magnetic wave that goes left and right, and you map out the two, and it is tetrahedral. You get these little tetrahedrons inside the electromagnetic wave that I was just showing you. So this shape is actually in photons, it's in electromagnetic energy, shows up in atoms and molecules, it's everywhere. And that's the big message of the crop circles, actually. So this was an example of Jean-Louis Naudin in January 29th of 2005, where he actually generated one of these. And the strange thing is, according to W.B. Smith, that when you fire up the caduceus coil, energy disappears. Energy that you're dumping into it doesn't come out the other side, and you're like, well, where the hell is it going? And so Jean-Louis Naudin proved this because he built one of these, and he turns the energy on. And when it does, the amount of energy inside, as you can see by the red line there, when he turns it on, the energy inside starts to disappear. Electrical current is just disappearing. So this is, again, an example of what the caduceus coil looks like. So when he did this, when he actually built this caduceus coil, you could then turn it on and aim it at his little nylon fiber thing, and the nylon fiber needle would move. So that's a very, very cool thing. The ETs built him a beam generator and a beam detector to help us break into this new science. It's all been classified, unfortunately. So both energy generators and detectors were given by these ETs. In short, what we're learning is, apart from, the wave generator, well, first of all, before I get to that, remember what I said about the bismuth coil, that if you want to have a warp drive at the front of a ship, you put the bismuth coil inside of it, and then that creates this wormhole through space and time. So yes, you can create a wormhole using your bismuth solenoid. And that's similar to the caduceus coil that I just showed you in the way that it works. Same kind of an idea. So again, the ETs told him to build this generator. They found a ship that crashed tragically. They went there. They discovered that there are these rings of energy that are moving around, and they do form portals. Therefore, the crop circle in the grass may actually help to capture and hold these moving rings. So hence the reason I did today's show is that I do believe we have a connection between the Faerie Rings and the crop circles. But first, honestly, you guys, like, I have to just be honest. I really need to pee now. Like, I drank more water than usual. In fact, I'll drink some more water right now. So we're 2 hours in. It's right at the 2-hour mark since we started. I think we might be able to keep this show down to 4 hours because, again, Twitter was down. I couldn't get the Alliance's slides done, which was heartbreaking. So I think I'm going to take a bathroom break now, come back, and we'll talk more about this. So in the meantime, let me queue up once again. Well, what the hell? We just won at the Air Dominance Summit. This was a great thing. It won us our deal. So I'm going to mute my microphone, and you're going to see the video again of Stavati Aerospace at the Air Dominance Summit. Here we go. All right, I'm back now, and now you can barely hear me, but I'm going to go take my break, and we're going to show you this amazing summit. Probably 47 himself is responsible for why we were able to get in. I think he leaned on them, and then they had to thank him because they got contracts. But yeah, you can't just be a monopoly. That's what's starting to happen. It's great. So anyway, we've got this little video that I just cut together of what we did. You saw it last week. If I have to take another break, I've got another new one for you after this. But anyway, please stick around. This is only less than 7 minutes long, and it gives me just enough time to run to the bathroom and relieve myself. Here we go. I gotta say, you guys, David Wilcock is officially living the good life. We are here at the Westin Lake Las Vegas Resort Hotel, and I officially have decided aerospace is better than UFOs. This place is freaking amazing, you guys. Everything looks like Mar-a-Lago. There's beautiful palm trees everywhere. And check out the view that I'm looking at. We've got this incredible lake. And I've got turtles that are constantly spitting water for some reason. Got fire. Fire over there. I mean, dude, do you get it? Can you figure out how enjoyable this experience is for me? Woo! All the stuff that's going on in my life and the problems that we've had and legal actions that are escalating into court. You know what? I don't even care anymore. Come to a place like this and you don't need any drugs or alcohol. Although it certainly appears that many people are tying a load on. You just got to make the best of it, man. I mean, check it out. Like, you're not going to go wrong at a place like this. This is just spectacular. And we are here for the Air Dominance Summit. So hopefully, you know, we got 200 or 300 of the top people in aerospace who are here to look at products, and we got in somehow. We were able to get in. And so, like, you know, if we can't get a deal here, then we really, really suck. Let's just put it that way. Well, friends, I'm already starting to upgrade a little bit. I've got a mocktail. It looks pretty freaking amazing. So we're going to get a first taste on this right here. This is the mocktail, you guys. It's apparently let's not lose my napkins here. We got the cherry, which my father and his dad used to fight over who got the cherry. It was kind of a sibling familial rivalry there. It looks amazing. It's got an orange on it. Let's just give it a first taste here and see what we got. Wow. It's really nice. It doesn't have a whole lot of sweetness. You taste the pineapple. You taste a little bit of notes of berry, maybe strawberry, I think. They might have put strawberry juice in there. It's got a really nice color on it. Okay, here we are at the Air Dominance Summit. And I'm walking into the room now. There's our company name. Boom. And then we have the booth. Everybody's about to show up. Got the Boeing sign over here. We got our stuff right over here. It's all good, man. Met a lot of great people here. There's all of our airplanes. And we are ready to rock and roll, you guys. So we've already had some great success here, and we're expecting a lot more. Thanks for watching. Hello, this is David Wilcock, and I'm here with Chris Beskar and our mystery board member. And check this out, you guys. Ooh, look at that. This is our Stabati Aerospace home base. We've got an incredible setup here. We've got all these amazing models on the table. There's indulgences, business cards, the SM-150. No, this is the SM-150. This is the SM-100. This is our 920 airliner. This is the machete. This is the stiletto. This is our SM-39 razor. Check it out, you guys. This is the real deal. We are actually really excited about this. We're here at the hotel. We've got all this literature you can grab. Got a nice literature stand over here. We've got signs. Look at Chris, he's hiding behind the sign. He's afraid of the camera.
Just making sure the sign is away from the door.
What would you like to say to the people who watch the David Wilcock show?
Oh, well, hello, good evening. It's been a wonderful time here at the Westin Resort and Spa, setting up at our 8x10 booth. We have the standard largest size booth for a 2-star sponsor of the Air Dominance Summit 2025. Delighted to be here.
Great.
So the goal of this particular airplane is to have an extremely long-range, high-performance fighter that can really make a difference when it comes to air dominance. You know, generally speaking, you don't want to come in second place in a gunfight. And that's the mission of this airplane, to ensure that never happens. Here we have some contact information for Stabati Aerospace. We can be reached, and right below you'll see a photo of our rendition of an upgrade of the former Bell aircraft plan. One of the things we want to leave you with today is the fact that Stabati is expanding. We're easy to reach. We're here to do business. We love the industry. We love airplanes. And we want to thank everyone for your attendance and participation.
Yeah, that's terrific. I've got one question. When do you think you'll be flying the prototype?
Well, we've got 3 different prototyping efforts going on right now. With the SM-39 razor, we're looking at 2 years to prototype. With our SM-31 stiletto, to meet the requirements of the undergraduate training system, we're looking at hopefully March of next year. So we're really confirming that.
Okay, well, I really appreciate your support for this. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah. Look at this, you guys. Look at this. What do you think about the Elf King jacket, man? I mean, this is some serious sizzle. The David Wilcock sizzle factor has been appropriately expanded in perfect accordance with the deal that we just scored, which is, again, totally non-military. All you guys out there try to troll me about the military. Nope. Non-military deal. Sorry. Woo! I just get to sit back. The Goblin King. See what you guys are saying about this. Amazing. Love it. I love it. It's awesome. The Goblin King. You look like a matador, man. I love this shirt, jacket, sizzle combination. It's flashy. Man, it's gorgeous. This, again, is from... Okay, here we go. These colors ain't gonna match too much, son. But you gotta get your ham, bacon, mushrooms, poutine, Dino nuggets, sizzle jackets, sizzle steaks, cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. Woo! Thank you, Lord Jesus. Let's get up on your feet, everybody. Come on now, get up on your feet and give praise to the ham, bacon, fireworks, poutine, and all other kinds of grease groups. You got 4 major grease groups. We gonna make sure you get all them grease groups right here, boys. So come on up. Come on into the store, man. You got to find yourself something. We got it right here. I got a not too actually southern outfit, I got to say. I'm a little bit impeded by the lack of traditional decor for the western frontier that I'm out here selling you ham, fireworks, cigarettes, and bacon. Whee! Thank you, Lord Jesus, once again. That one's almost too easy, man. I had the southern guy down long before I got into some of my other comic characters. It's almost too easy to do southern, but what the hell? You guys love it, makes you laugh. Everybody is laughing. I mean, look at this. Anybody who's a troll and thinks that people are not laughing, check this out. They're all smiling and hearts. And don't forget your hush puppies. That's right. We got some of them fried old hush puppies as well. Shoo! Ain't it something, boy? I actually lived in the South, and so sometimes you need to have an accent like that to survive. Although it's a little more over the top than I'd really do. A little bit more over the top than I do if I go wandering on into one of them there grocery store, if you know what I'm saying. You keep it a little bit more above brow, and you don't get quite so twangy. Because the twang is where it starts to get its own distinctive subtext. Anyway, I love it. The power of lard and jello. Fried puppies. It makes me cry. I'm laughing so much. I need to get you some gold teeth to match up for when your funds come in. Ain't that right, son? My goodness. Woo! I love the South. I love the Southern accent. It's so freaking hilarious to me to do that. So, what do you think, guys? This is supposedly what the wee folk wear. I've got a kinfolk. Look at how long the tails are on this thing, by the way. It goes way down. Let me stand up so you can see what it actually looks like, okay? It goes way down. All the way down that far. And you can button this up right here. I mean, dude, this is like, I just got paid. I didn't even need to get the deal. I just got paid with this jacket. 7 geometric forms. Freaking hooked me up, and I can ease back into the chair, just expand and relax, and know that victory is at hand, and we won already. We just haven't seen it yet in linear time. Very, very exciting stuff is going on, and how can you not be excited with an outfit like this? This is now going to entertain you for the next 2 hours. Remember, we said last week that Dr. Pete Peterson claimed that beings dressed up sort of like this are what you meet when you go into the crop circle. And then the little being said, well, I look great. Why are you dressed up like that? So yeah, we're doing a fae folk type of outfit here. It's very Renaissance-y. It fits with my personality. Fairy Brigadier rank, elfin royalty. What a fabulous jacket. Now you really look like Archangel Michael. Somebody says it's a 3... Sorry, I'm hiccuping because I ate a cookie there. The elf king is Yes, the king. Let us give praises because the king doth decree that today in the elven kingdom all shall have Faerie Ring portals available at their beck and call. You shall walk into the bathroom and it turns out that there's something else there, dear friends, dear brother. Grasp with me the staff today. The staff that is used to keep those ornery little elves in shape. You don't want them running away from you. You keep them in line, mate. You got it right here, mate. It's all you need to keep them little buggers running around. You got to keep them little legs running, mate. You don't want to make sure that they got the grip on you, mate. So you got to keep a little bit of weaponry with you when you go on in there in that Faerie Ring, mate. You've got to be properly armed with your erotic spanking whip. That's what this is, mate. This is for erotic spanking. And it really works. Cindy J, love your show every single week. Sizzle and Western are tried into crop circles. Anyway, we're having fun. Got to have some fun here. So now I've got the official costume of the crop circles, the fairy kingdom that you're going to meet when you go inside. He might look something like this, and it's great. So the crop circle legend goes back for 1,200 years, actually 1,210 years as of this year, and a lot of people don't know that. It all goes back, and again, what I'm doing right now is I'm redoing a talk that I used to give to live audiences. So I spoke on the road for 5 years, basically 2008 through 2012. I was on the road doing like an event every week. Well, no, every month, at least one every month. So I was really never home except during holidays for more than 3 weeks at a time. And I will say that although you can do it, that kind of a lifestyle is very destabilizing. Some people call it a road warrior. After a while of, I gotta let this jacket just breathe, you know, like after a while of being a road warrior, it really wears you down. And getting the girly, my dog, was part of what helped me not be on the road so much. So what you're going to see now are some slides that I used in almost every talk because they are the most important crop circles that I saw that helped me to formulate this incredible physics model that we're now discussing. So the Archbishop of Lyon, this was an area in France, and he was essentially, this was the merging of church and state, so he was the government. And in 815 AD, here he is in his lovely and cheerful, bright, sunny accommodations, writing an edict that's going to take away the very last of your ebbing freedom. That's what was going on. They were cracking down too hard. It was making people mad. They were being too aggressive. They were passing all these edicts. They're telling you, you can't do this, you can't do that. And then because of crop circles, he had to create a new one. And this was the reason why Jacques Vallée wrote the book Passport to Magonia. Because apparently there were beings from a place they called Magonia, which could be one of these parallel civilizations where these beings may exist around us, but we can't see them, similar to the idea of gnomes and fairies and dwarves. That you actually see a crop circle, and apparently if you enter into the crop circle, you're going to meet these people. Well, that's exactly what happens in this story. Somebody goes into, in this case, what is confirmed to be a crop circle, similar to the idea of a fairy ring, and they meet beings inside. Now, Jacques Vallée's perspective was, yeah, it could be fairies, it could be gnomes, dwarves, leprechauns, but this may actually be extraterrestrials. And that is one way to look at it. So, again, in 815 AD, he wrote an edict that was called, and we have a donation that just came in. I want to catch that one. Dr. Sala on Exopolitics Today mentioned you in his weekend review discussion yesterday regarding the pineal gland. Yeah, I love Dr. Sala's work. Thank you for the show today. Your energy is amazing. Well, yeah, obviously when I get news like this, it is a total game changer. You know, there's just, it completely, I've been living in a very, very severe threat environment, most of which was caused by not having the money to properly handle the threats. So with the money in hand actually comes freedom from fear, and I believe we're all going to get that. I'm just getting it a little ahead of everybody else, what this ascension is going to be like. But this is a very, very cool discussion. So 815 AD, that's 1,210 years ago, the Archbishop passes a law called an edict against the foolish opinion of the masses about hail and thunder. So he's literally trying to write off the crop circle phenomenon as being the result of hail and thunder and not caused by any actual higher intelligence. Well, that's the same thing that skeptics have done now 12 centuries later. Nothing has changed at all. The eyewitnesses that had this happen to them, they went inside the crop circle and they claimed that they met human-looking beings that they called sylphs. And these human-looking beings apparently traveled in what they called cloud ships because they were like ships on the sea, but they traveled in the clouds. And these beings said they were from a place called Magonia. So that right there, you've got the crop circle, you've got the flying saucer, you've got the humanoid ETs inside the portal area, inside the crop circle. This is a Faerie Ring and a crop circle event combined. And it was one of my favorite things to talk about. Like I said, almost all the events I did for 5 years, these slides were almost always in there. What also was weird, according to Jacques Vallée, this ancient legend from 1,200 years ago, they took the circles and they flattened the crops into circles as a way of like preventing the bad weather. So what they said to the people is, yes, we know we destroyed some of your wheat, we destroyed some of your corn, we're sorry that happened, but please let us do it. And if you let us make these formations, then we'll keep you safe from bad weather. So people said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Oh, okay. David, on today's YouTube video of The Truth Can Save Your Life, they specifically named you and said you were a bringer of truth. That is so awesome. And I mean, I'm also a bringer of amazing sizzle now. Dude, like this is the anointing. This is an anointed jacket. I do really feel like the king. I walked around with it on my land and let myself just bask in the glory of my own beauty and majesty. Just like I'm sitting there like a lizard in the sun, stretching out his belly. Yes, soak it in. Soak in the grandeur and the greatness of this moment and just feel it all through you. Richie Barron is all happy. He just donated. Yeah, you know, you gotta work the performance to get the donations to go up. That's an important part of YouTube. So they say, yeah, we'll protect your bad weather. We'll stop it from happening. Now, this is very important. Agabard issued a prohibition against locals taking the crops and seeds out of the crop circles for pagan fertility rituals. Now, what do you think? Do you think people stay clothed when they do a pagan fertility ritual? Or might it be that they're getting freaky and naked? Yes, that apparently is what it was. Some groups apparently still practice these things very secretly. And so for whatever reason, they wanted the crops out of the crop circle before they created their love nest for the fertility ritual. They would build it out of the straw from the crop circle. And these pagans were stealing so many crops out of crop circles that the farmers got pissed off and said, look, Agabard, you got to do something. You got to pass a law that says that these people can't go screwing in my crop and stealing my crop for their whatever their depraved religious practices are that they're doing. We can't let you do this. So isn't that interesting? It's a very, very fascinating case. So that's 815 AD. Cloud ships from Magonia with beings called sylphs that looked human. So you have all the elements of the Faerie Ring story combined with crop circles. So you see why I'm saying there's some kind of overlap between these two things in a very interesting way. Now, the next time that crop circles really showed up was in the early 1600s. I think this might be 1622. Let's look at it up close. We have the mowing devil. So this is actually the equivalent, or no, 1678. I see it at the bottom. 1678. Okay. So it says the mowing devil or strange news out of Hertfordshire. Now this was essentially the newspaper of the time. And you can see it says right there, being a true relation of a farmer who bargaining with a poor, what does that say, mower, about the cutting down 3/2 acres of oats within the mowers asking too much. The farmer wrote that the devil, and then it's in parentheses, would mow it rather than he. The devil would mow it rather than he. And so it fell out that very night the crop was mowed as if it had all been done of a flame, but the next morning appeared so neatly mowed that it had to be by the devil or some infernal spirit, that no mortal man would have been able to do it. Also, how he said, oats lie now in the field, and the owner has not power to fetch them away. So then you've literally got this devil drawing the crop circle that apparently formed here. And it's in Old English, as I just tried to translate it. You know, I had to read Beowulf when I was in college. Like, oh my God, Beowulf. Ugh. So anyway, yeah, apparently it's a double ring. You can see they drew what it looked like, and they said, well, naturally, it has to be the result of the devil. Anything this perfect has to be the devil. So that's the basis of the story. So again, upon the mowers asking too much, the farmer swore the devil should mow it rather than he. That night, the whole field lit up as if it was all aflame. It's a bright light caused probably by the portal that they use to draw the crop circle with. A perfect circle appeared in the crops the next morning, so neatly mowed that no mortal man could do the like. And there you have it right there. So that's 1678. And it shows you how widespread the belief in demons was. They just took it for granted. Well, yeah, there's some demon out there doing it. Well, yeah, because these fairy rings can also be demonic portals. And so I believe the negative is very, very aware of this stuff. And I believe that these ley lines like the Rose line, Rosslyn Chapel, and Da Vinci Code, Global Grid, go back and watch that episode. We're not getting into all that again because I can only bite off so many pieces in one show, and you don't want to expand the scope too far. But anyway, the next time, right around the same period, late 1600s, you got Dr. Robert Plot, and he was one of the first scientists to really get into this. And I would love to joke around my audience, not to be confused with Robert Plant, although they look very similar. They both have the rock and roll hair. He probably never once in his life said, "Hey, hey, mama," said the way you move. Now, David, your humor is just so dry. You just drop out these phrases and you put it out there, and it's just so dry, David. People are laughing their asses off because it's just so dry. You like that? You like that? All right. It's just, David, you're just so dry. It's the driest humor I've ever heard from anyone, David. And I love it. It's so, David, you are so funny. You're funny. Who do you think that is? Okay. I actually have to dry off these cigarettes every time because they just get saturated with my sweat. So Eric donated $50. Thank you very much. And he says, grateful for you, brother. Thank you for your courage and resilience to help humanity. Much love and support from San Diego. Yes, Beowulf destroyed Grendel. I mean, that was the thing. Why is he fighting this reptilian? Well, again, it could be the dragon story. Beowulf might have to do with portals or things getting through that. Gail Morgan says, I used to call my fiance's mother Grendel. I thought Grendel was the mother. That's right, I think it was. We had the names mixed up for years. Try wrapping lobster in nori with saffron. Let it sit a few hours. Remove the nori and saute in butter. Sounds amazing. You work with plasmoids in your anti-gravity technique. Yeah, we're going to be using a type of anti-gravity where you have the tiny charge clusters. We are not creating the bubble that makes you travel through time. That's only supposed to come not in the first stages of disclosure, but once we really can handle it. So anyway, Dr. Robert Plot, once we get past all the joking, he was one of the early naturalists. He was one of the original scientists, and he didn't always get things right. He looked at this piece of dinosaur bone and concluded that it was the junk of a giant. I used to get great laughs on that one. You know, you got to give them something because it gets cold in the room and they're tired. And anyway, that was one of his conclusions. And obviously, we would just say, well, now that's the edge of a bone. But back then, they were looking at the world. They were trying to figure things out. He didn't understand that the junk might not preserve the same way that the bone would. He hadn't, I guess, figured all that out yet. That's pretty weird, huh? But the main thing is, as he was being a scientist in the early days of the Renaissance, he saw crop circles on his land in Hertfordshire, UK, which is the southern part. And he drew diagrams of them. So now we have diagrams of crop formations that this guy drew in the late 1600s. Again, showing you, wait a minute, against the foolish opinion of the masses of hail and thunder, the mowing devil, and now you got these diagrams, and what's so interesting is that the theories haven't really changed. He actually believed that the way that this square inside the circle, which is very similar to the one that we just got, okay, part of why I put this in here, the one that we just got has a square inside a circle. And he believed that it was caused by a square piece of wind. And as the wind touches upon the ground, it makes a perfect square, mate, because we've all heard about square pieces of wind. And then there's another piece of wind that is a perfect conical circle. This is the scientific explanation of how these anomalous formations appeared in me yard, mate. Got to screw it up a little bit, mix them and match. Thank you, moderation team. The junk of a giant. Yeah, you guys love it. You love what I'm doing. Anyway, you got a spiral up on the top left. You got the ear, what looks like a stylized human ear, telling you to listen. There's like a sound wave going into the ear. And then you see his trumpet-shaped wind vortex. That's what he thinks caused it. And then the one again, square piece of wind. Sure. But again, he's trying to figure out how did this happen. He's analyzing his yard and saying, dude, this is really weird. In the late 1940s, and I have this in Sourcefield, William Cyril Williams said, with reference to the corn circle's mystery, I actually witnessed one being made. Whoa. I was standing in a cornfield one morning. I saw a whirlwind touch the ground and form a circle in the corn. In only a couple of seconds or so, the wheat fell down and produced a sharp-edged circle 3 to 4 meters in diameter. So this is one of about, I think there's like 64 eyewitness reports that we can compile of people who witness the entire geometric complexity of the whole thing. It's like a dominoes game, and it all just falls into position. When you hear this kind of sound, and it only takes a few seconds. No matter how complex it is, no matter how geometric it is, it just gets 3D printed into the ground by some sort of invisible energy field. You might hear a slight high-pitched humming noise or something like that also happens. So this is very, very cool. There's no visible beings going around that you can see. But this would suggest a UFO outside of our reality, creating it with a beam. Then we have August 12th, 1972 in Warminster, where Bryce Bond and Arthur Shuttlewood reported, suddenly I heard a noise. It seemed as if something pushed down the wheat, but the air was completely still, so it's not a tornado. It is not a square piece of wind after all. In front of my eyes, I could see a great imprint taking shape. The wheat was forced down in a clockwise direction. There was a high-pitched humming noise, and the circle inscribed like the opening of a lady's fan. So that's very, very interesting. So at first in the early 70s, we started to get stuff like this, where it's either one circle or like a circle with 4 around it, which kind of represents the 4 directions, lots of things. And then there was a book by Michael Hessman called Crop Circle Connection. And he diagrams how there were prophecies in the early crop circles. So the next one that we see is many motifs like you see on the right. And that would be 2 circles connected together with a bar and then something that looks like arms between them. Michael Hessman said this is the same as ancient pagan icons of the pregnant mother goddess. So what you're seeing on the left is interpreted as being the pregnant mother goddess, and it is apparently the earth and its ascension, the earth getting ready to be born into the next level. So there were many different crop circles that had this goddess type of formation, and the way that people were analyzing this is they're saying, yeah, this is an ascension prophecy. The earth, Mother Earth, as you see here, is getting ready to give birth to a new humanity. B. Johnny says, and this is why I love Sundays, LOL. I'm so very happy for you, David. They couldn't have picked a better man to do the job, says Heather Starseed. Hopefully, Tarotina is still around. Somebody just said that. Plasma balls have been seen creating crop circles. Yes, there is a video allegedly filmed in 1996. You can look it up. It's pretty amazing. It might be real, and it shows a plasma ball creating a crop formation. So many years after Michael Hessman said this is the pregnant goddess, we actually got this crop formation. This is one of the ones that happened that really actually stylizes the pregnant mother goddess even more, and I love it for that reason. This is a classic crop circle from like, I think the year 1991, and it actually has 3 versions of the pregnant mother goddess in it with the 2 circles connected, and the bigger circle is the pregnant belly. So that's how it's been interpreted, and the way I knew about this is my father, when I went to college and I graduated high school in 1991, that crop circle came out in 1990, and it was on the Led Zeppelin CD box set. So Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, whoever did this, the crop circle came out, and then they don't tell you what it is. They just put it on the cover of their album when they re-released these remastered Zeppelin songs that in many ways were a lot better mixes than the original. So this was a breakthrough CD collection. I played it all the time in my freshman year of college. All the people that wanted to come and hang out in our suite would listen to these Zeppelin CDs, and I'm like, I tried to figure out for the longest time, like, what is this thing? Is this something they cut into a piece of carpet? Is it actually a crop? And if it is a crop, if it's actually wheat or something, then how in the world did this happen? And I was looking at this thing all the time for the whole first year I was in college, from 91 to 92. And, you know, it was what led me later on that when in 1993 I found out that crop circles were real and that they had these interesting messages in them, I was hooked. So there was another really weird one that happened. This was in a dry lake bed here in America, in Oregon. We see an amazing, gigantic Sri Yantra formation. And it's very, very precise. Now, of course, what the DS loves to do is they try to put out somebody takes credit and says, oh, I made that. Well, okay, do it again and show us how you did it and make it look like that good. No, this was a very strange miracle, and it showed up at the same time, apparently, that we had the nuclear missile arsenals melt down in both the U.S. and the Soviet Union. This was a big thing I heard about from multiple insiders. We talked about it in one of the movies, that during the 1990 event, there was apparently everybody's arsenal on both sides of the war, at the Cold War at the same time. You just had melted material inside the center of the missile. It's not anything that you can shoot or use anymore. And it happened on both sides, and it was apparently done by these ETs. And it appears that this Sri Yantra was printed into the desert of Oregon around the same time. And it's a very amazing formation. Look at the precision. I mean, it's so flawless. There's like no mistakes associated with it at all. And this is very, very hard alkaline earth that you would have to really like break through and dig through to make something like this happen. This is not easy. I mean, you could theoretically do it, maybe. They're like 6-inch deep channels in the mud. It's this very, very hard mud. You'd almost have to chip through it. Like, maybe you could get some kind of sled that puts water out and you can push it along. But I mean, this would be extremely, extremely difficult for anybody to make. People are saying, yeah, it's not man-made. Stephen isn't his real name. Somebody is saying that too. We're not sure if his real name is Stephen, but that's the name that he's going with in public. Anyway, no need to talk about him. Beginning in 1991, the formation started to talk about the importance of geometry and fractals. This was the mother of all crop circles for a long time. It was the one that was in Richard C. Hoagland's book that I read in 1993 when I was in college, Monuments of Mars. This was people were getting this tattooed on themselves. It was the best crop circle we'd ever seen. There was never one that had come out prior to 1991 that was this complex or this intricate or this beautiful. And the theory is that it actually is like first dimension would be the dot in the middle of the circle at the top. Second dimension is the fanning out of the original dot into the 2D space like you see on the right. And then third dimension, which is like the pyramid, the ratcheting pyramid, coming up on the left. And then the fourth density, which is the tetrahedron inside the sphere, is what you see in the middle. So this would actually be an ascension prophecy. And then, oh, isn't it the same as the goddess symbol? Right. All three of the dimensions have the one head, the smaller circle with a larger head inside the larger circle. So it's a triple pregnant mother goddess. And again, this is talking about the subatomic particles, the actual molecules that make up our reality, going through some type of dimensional shift. And so this was July 17th, 1991 is when this came out. I don't know why it said August 11th. I guess it was referring to August 11th, the August 11th conjunction. But this is the diagram of it. And again, I geeked out on this thing for so long because it turns out that what you see in the center is a tetrahedron, and that those rings that you see inside the tetrahedron represent the sphere, the geometry of the sphere inside the tetrahedron. So, you know, this is apparently how it's the most beautiful diagram that started off the whole crop circle craze in 1991. Richard C. Hoagland's whole book was written off of this, that he had a hyperdimensional physics model that said that this shape represents a symbolic version of this holographic fractalizing nature of the universe. Well, then we saw this one in, I believe, 1994, somewhere around there. And it says this in my book, that there was a group of people meditating and looking for crop circles, and they said, wouldn't it be great if we saw the Mandelbrot set? And then the very day after they said that, this came up in the crop. So that is the Mandelbrot set. And again, these things have been showing up for 1,200 years. And when you look at them, they're bent but not broken. The growth nodes are where they bend. And Dr. Gil Levengood, this was a big thing that Linda Moulton Howe was talking about on Art Bell all through the 90s. Dr. Gil Levengood studied that and found out that you get the same effect by using microwaves. So if you microwave the crop, somehow you have a very precise microwaving beam that creates this formation. Okay, so we had another donation. Dor Etgar says, amazing show. I was also wondering about Led Zeppelin and the hat that Crowley was taking pictures with. It's a good question. The seeds from crop circles have higher potency. That's right. Dang it, you said his name. That's okay. You should give the president a new Air Force One. We're absolutely happy to do that. I think, again, once you find out how much faster and quieter it is, you're never going to want to go back. And maybe that's why the UAE was like, yeah, you can have this. We're getting ready for something a lot better here. So again, thank you for the sizzle. I'm getting lots of compliments on my sizzle jacket. So here's the next one, 1996. At Stonehenge, at the portal itself where the hippies disappeared in our last show, we had a formation appear in broad daylight, and it only appeared over the course of 45 minutes during the day. And there it is. My God. So what we're seeing here is called a Julia set. This is actually a fractal diagram. So they're showing us sacred geometry, which implies that there's photons. Sacred geometry is the basis of all reality. That crop formation I just showed you, the Barbary Castle 1991, became the reason why I devoted my life to looking for this sacred geometry in the global grid, in the quantum field, in all these different places. Somebody was communicating to us with the crop circles, and they wanted me to make this conclusion. And then here, this was, when this first happened, this was considered the best crop circle that had ever been made in history. People were completely freaking blown away. They're like, what in the world? It has a whole bunch of circles. They're very precise. And there was somebody who drove by, and then they drove by again 45 minutes later in a truck, and this thing had showed up, but it wasn't there before. So it appeared in daylight. Nobody could have built it. And again, they're 1,200 years old, so you're looking at some kind of extraterrestrial consciousness that wanted us to see this. Now, yes, artists could make something like this here on Earth. I'm not disputing that. But there is also some sort of higher intelligence that wants us to think about fractals and wants us to think about higher dimensional physics. But then that got beat by their own season. 22 days later, they did 3 of them put together, and it's what we would call a triple Julia set. The Julia set is like this. This is Windmill Hill, July 29th, 1996. So I was, again, listening to Art Bell at the time. This is right when I was starting to find out about everything that was going on online. My contact with Archangel Michael developed in November 1996, so just a few months after this circle was printed. We got August, September, October, and then November. So like 3 months after this thing came, 3.5 months after this came out is when my ET contact started. And when this circle happened, dude, I was like, okay, that's it. This is not done by people. This is not a hoax. It's the real thing. It's dazzlingly complex. It's got hundreds, I think there's 396 circles in this one or something. And it has hidden ratcheting tetrahedrons encoded in the image. So you can connect the circles together and you get this spider web type of effect, or like a cat's cradle. And it looks like these ratcheting tetrahedrons. So I think, again, they're showing you this is how matter and energy actually are formed. It's this underlying geometric substrate in the universe that makes these things happen. We had more donations come in. Look at that. We got David Mansfield donated $50. Thank you very much. We got Dor Etgar. I think in the Harry Potter series, they talk about magicians doing magic in crop fields. Yeah, that would be great. And I'm sure it's true. I haven't read them, but I wouldn't doubt it. So again, thank you guys very much. I've gotten caught up on all that. Midnight Mark says, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and join my Sizzle Alliance people. Midnight in the Desert. Love Art Bell too. Yes, please smash the like button and make sure that you are subscribed if you're already not. So this one again, like, it was only 3.5 months later that I made the Michael Prophecy contact. I said, dude, there is no way that this is something that was just made by people. This is a very interesting, amazing thing that we're seeing, and they're giving us a lesson in science. If we could understand why they're showing us this geometry, maybe we'll have the secret to antimatter, anti-gravity, free energy, all this weird stuff that we don't usually understand. The secret could be right here in these diagrams. And then they went even farther into fractals. 1997, they actually showed us a Koch snowflake. And this is where you fractalize a triangle by turning it upside down in and on itself, making the Star of David. And then you keep doing that smaller and smaller levels. And so the circles that you see around the edges are where the fractal goes into infinity. But as you zoom in on this, you keep getting more snowflakes. So this was in 1997, and then some skeptic came out and said, you guys are crazy, that's not the Koch snowflake, it has nothing to do with that. And then the circle makers actually came back and drew another Koch snowflake, and they actually put a snowflake in the middle. Yeah, I think we want you guys to know that there's a snowflake in there, and it is a Koch snowflake. So that was really like when the ET Alliance started to tip its hat, and you're like, dang, okay, there's no way that this was done by accident. The ETs were personally invested in debunking somebody who tried to debunk them. They wanted to take the wind out of the sails of the skeptic. Now, the next one that really, really blew me away was around 1999, and they showed a cube inside a sphere inside another sphere. And I was absolutely, totally blown away by this formation, because by this point, I'd been working on this model since 1996. And I said, yeah, what we're expecting to see is sacred geometry inside a sphere. And then they actually showed us that. They actually did the sphere inside the cube, and they put the cube inside another sphere, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm obviously on the right track. The universe wants me to solve this puzzle. They want me to figure this out. I'm being guided. And it turns out it was much bigger than I thought. You know, this was just where I was back then. But yeah, you have to have watched some of the other shows recently to understand why this had such an impact on me. And it galvanized me into searching for the truth behind this geometry. And I found it in the idea of the importance of vibrations, that those geometric patterns are made by the vibration of liquid. As we said in earlier episodes, if you take muddy water and you hit it with a sound frequency, all of a sudden the sand particles turn into sacred geometry. It's a natural force field that appears in the water. So I also want to point out that the crop circles did suggest that we needed to look at vibrating liquid and the importance of vibrations here. So here's one of them. You can clearly see that this looks like what would happen as water is being vibrated. And it's a very complex phenomenon. That's one of the things we started to see, is this kind of beautifully intricate cross-hatching. Clearly showing you, look at and I knew I was on the right track when I saw this. I'm like, okay, the crop circles are apparently supporting this physics model that I'm building. We're expecting it's going to be about vibrating liquid, and then they showed us this. And this was another one way back in the day. It's like the same Richard C. Hoagland original tetrahedron, but it's got all these crescents on it, and so people have called this the dolphin crop circle because they do kind of look like dolphins. And again, dolphins swim in liquid. So there's this complex idea of it being something having to do with liquid. Now the next one that I think, and I'm trying to keep this short, we're probably going to keep it to 4 hours today because I have a lot of work to do. The next one that we're going to talk about is the fractal magnetic field formation that showed up in 2000. And this blew me away like nothing ever did before. I mean, there again, it looks like liquid vibrations, it looks like a magnetic field, and it's got this fractal aspect to it. And how in the world could somebody have possibly done this on the ground in grass? It's basically, wheat is just like tall grass. You're going to sculpt this in grass by yourself and get it to have that level of geometric precision. Noticing, by the way, there's 3 tractor lines crossing through the formation, and you barely even see them. But even that one paled in comparison to this one. This was my favorite crop circle for a long, long time because it's just so beautiful. You got 4 tractor lines cutting through it. You can't even see them. It's a perfect mandala. There's nothing out of place. Good luck trying to coordinate that in the Doug and Dave story. Oh, 2 drunk gentlemen walking around with a funny cap, string, and board, and funny shoes that they wore on their feet to tramp the crops down. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that 2 drunk guys are going to stagger home from the pub and their toothless mouths are laughing their asses off as they stamp this out with their funny feet. Yeah, I don't think that's 2 drunk guys that did this. And again, they're 1,200 years old. So this, again, is a very, very fascinating, this ends up being the diagram of the whole universe, superclusters of galaxies that arrange into an octahedral pattern. We're not going to talk about that today, but it's one of the things I do talk about. But there's also these suggestions of ascension and genetic change. This one appeared August 18th, 1991, in a place called Froxfield, and it looks like chromosomes dividing. So that was one of our clues that, hey, maybe we're going to turn into, as a result of these energies they're showing us, they also did that Barbary Castle in 1991, maybe these energies are going to transform our DNA and chromosomes. That's what this is about. Well, then in 1996 and 99, these 2 years, as I was awakening, I'm having Michael prophecies, I'm publishing my work online, starting in 1999, we had some really cool DNA stuff. Eastfield 1996 is the one you see at the top. And you notice that once again, we've got the fractal, the Julia set type of geometry of a long line of circles that keep getting slightly smaller. You have 12 circles in the middle that seem to represent your 12 nodes on the chromatic musical scale. And it looks like the double helix of DNA. So it seems to, again, be telling us you want to look at your DNA. Remember, this is an extraterrestrial communication. They're trying to awaken us. Something is going to happen to your DNA. Then in, as you can see on the bottom left, June 26, 1999, we have the tetrahedron. Tetrahedral DNA, helixes coming out from all 3 sides of the tetrahedron, and they look again like your stylized DNA. But then you go to the right to East Kennet, July 21st, 1999, and you have a blossoming triple DNA crop formation. Well, if you look at the 2 side by side, you can see they're stylistically very similar. They're about the same, except that the DNA itself turns into a 3-strand. Now, I don't think we're really getting a 3rd strand. I think that's a very simplified view of what's going on. But I loved these crop circles because it left no doubt that they're telling us that our DNA is going to transform, and they're confirming the sacred geometry involved in DNA as well. So this is another one that we saw in the early 2000s, I believe, that clearly, if you think about it for a while, you can clearly see a toroidal DNA molecule. You see the double helix. You see the ladder that connects the 2 sides of the helix together. It's in a stylized checkerboard pattern, but it's totally there. And this, again, shows up around that time as well. And this is one of my favorite ones. You've seen me talk about this before. I believe that the flowering spiral in the middle is the Milky Way galaxy. And then you have, again, stylized DNA molecules, 6 of them, coming off of the arms. And that suggests that the galaxy, which is in the center, is transforming us with new DNA instructions. That our DNA is changing from galactic energy fields. Which is exactly, this is like a symbolic painting of exactly what the 1950s ETs were telling the people that W.B. Smith was in contact with. And then you also look in the center of each DNA molecule, and you have a little object called a yod. And so on the Tower of Destruction card in the Tarot, you see the lightning striking the tower. These are the materialistic kings and queens. They get thrown out of power. They get knocked off of their lofty perch, and they're falling down to the earth from the lightning that struck the tower. And then around them are these things that look like little shell pieces of macaroni. Well, in Hebrew, those are called yods. And so the yods are actually symbolic of consciousness transforming energy that destroys the evil kings of the past. That's what it's about. So this formation shows you those yods in the DNA itself coming out of the galaxy. Because again, this is Christ consciousness. And it actually transforms the whole planet. And so sometimes that happens through catastrophic events. If you're out of alignment, the yods symbolize this. So that blew me away. Then we have the braided rope stuff, and I'm like, braided rope? Dude, that's the DNA again. You look at the double helix, you can see it, and they're suggesting a geometry connection, which we have found. I'll talk about that maybe in the next episode. And then we have this braided rope formation, which again is very indicative of DNA and galactic energy fields. And we have this one, which seems to involve the dodecahedron, the cube, and your braided rope DNA. So again, the idea that sacred geometric frequencies of higher vibrational geometry are transforming our DNA. That's how I would read that one. And this one, the farmer cut down all the crops, everything around the formation itself, but left it there. You've got the yods again, and you've got the fractal geometry like we saw before, the Julia set coming off of it again, the galactic DNA unflowering that we're having. And then last but not least, here's another one that looks like the Milky Way galaxy with these leaves coming off of it that again represent like the blossoming of a flower, like we're growing into something new, or yods. So that's the traditional slides that I like to run. And now we've had a new formation that just appeared in the last week. There's actually two of them. I didn't catch the second one till later. But on cropcircleconnector.com, this is the only one they've captured. This is at the Gallops near Sutton Veny, Wiltshire, reported May 15th. So we'll call it the Gallops Crop Circle. Okay, so this was May 15th. This was a very interesting time because it was right around the exact time that I went to that seminar. And, and we're getting all these deals to close. Let's take a look at what we got here. Well, right away, we've got the square inside the circle again, just like Robert Plott saw. And we've got a stylized heraldic knot, which indicates the royal lineage. So there it is again. And as I'm saying to you in this show, given my own apparent connections to King David, this could partly symbolize that. And then as it was printed, we see two rings around the object that people were interpreting as maybe being the faces of ETs, because they actually do kind of look like funny little stylized faces. Let's flip it upside down so you can see that. Okay? And so that's pretty cool because it suggests, okay, portal science, crop circle portals, Vak Apollo, David, did you receive your Benjis? I did not see a letter that had $100 bills in it in the last cycle, but I'll look through and make sure that I might not have opened all of them. I mean, I got a big pile of stuff. But anyway, so some people are interpreting this as saying that ETs are about to return, and that is a pretty exciting theory because, again, they've got two other natural circles drawn by the tractor as it makes its lines right next to the thing. And both of them have, like on the bottom now, or if it was the top over here, you see there's three trees in a triangle, like the tetrahedron inside the sphere. And then there's actually three trees on the other one too, on the bottom. It's just as the third tree is a little bit smaller. And you can see they're just starting to flower. But yeah, part of what it does look like is sort of like a stylized, funny ET face on the top and the bottom. And more interestingly, the layout resembles the original structure of Avebury. So it's like Michael definitely wanted us to talk about these things because this is the way Avebury originally looked. It has the head of the serpent, it has the belly of the serpent, and it's a big long serpent body. And so sure enough, those two things come right together in the design. People are also speculating that it may symbolize the real end of the Mayan calendar. Because again, you look, this is not really the Mayan calendar, it's actually the Aztec sunstone. People love to try to catch you on that. Oh, it's the Aztec stone. Okay, whatever. The Aztec sunstone has the same type of design in the center. And then this formation that we see on the top right was from Brazil in 2015. Looks very similar to the other one. We'll get back to that later. But anyway, if we zoom in up on this up close, we see sure enough the Aztec sunstone has 4 points going top to bottom. And so there is a nice stylized similarity of the points coming out of the circle that we see here on the right. It isn't exactly the same, but it's interestingly similar. And then you can also see outside of the red circle that there are points for the 4 corners again. So it really does line up very well with the Aztec sunstone, which is traditionally associated with the end of the Mayan calendar. So are they telling us that beings are getting ready to come back, hence they look like ET faces, portals are going to open, and we're going to see the real end of the Mayan calendar, the dimensional shift that all these 35 ancient cultures have prophesied? Yes, I think that's what we're having. Another interesting layer of this is it shows you the squared circle, which anticipates our squared circle discussion. So let me again bring that up so you can just be reminded of the original, and then I'm going to show it to you alongside the squared circle. Okay, so here we go. So this is the shape, and again, what we're seeing is that there is a square inside a circle, and then there's rings around the square. It's a heraldic knot, and this actually does look like the squared circle, which is again a physics diagram, but it also symbolizes the union of the physical reality, or the square, with our divine nature, or the circle. And this has very interesting holographic connections to our life and the cosmos. The human body itself has the squared circle, as you see in Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. You'll notice that he puts his arms out to the side, straight out like Jesus, and then that draws the square, and that's where the edge of the square goes. But then the circle is drawn by him putting his arms out like a star, and you see his feet and then the edge of his hands, and that makes the circle. Now, did Da Vinci just come up with this? No, this is apparently part of the very interesting sacred geometry of how the human being is built, and that we are the image of God, that we are the image of the sacred geometry that makes the universe. It flows through everything and everywhere, and it also flows through us. So our bodies draw the squared circle in this really, really fascinating way. And then once you've meditated on that, you never really look at this the same way again. Where did he get this knowledge from, that he was making this connection? Probably from ancient mystery texts that were not available to most of us. Then we also have another really strange thing, which is that the Earth and the Moon, as I've said in some other shows, are in a perfect squared circle relationship. Which again, this is multidimensional energy. So when you get this kind of a square or a cube, that's where we said the Bermuda Triangle, all your portals start to happen. So there's a natural multidimensional portal effect going on just between the size of the moon and the Earth, and it's very fascinating. You can take 12 moons and put them around the Earth, and then each one of the moon's diameters is 2,160 miles, and then 2160 times 12 gives you 25,920, which is the length of the great cycle, the 25,000-year cycle. So again, the diameter of each moon is apparently 2,160 miles, which is the exact same number as the number of years in the age of the zodiac, which 12 of them adds up to the 25,000 years. We've talked about this before. So the mile might be this very precisely calibrated measurement designed to show that the moon may be an extraterrestrially designed object. They designed it on purpose to do this. They wanted us to find this. The moon is a natural thing, but it was created using intelligence to grow it to the right size, or they found the right size one and towed it over here. Apparently, it's got all kinds of build-out in it. So you had a natural satellite, a natural moon, that apparently has up to 10,000 floors of extraterrestrial civilization inside. And I've heard that from multiple insiders. So what in the heck is going on with the moon squaring the circle around the Earth like this? Well, somebody wanted us to find this, and it hasn't been taken seriously enough. But again, these are portal frequencies. So the resonance relationship between the Earth and the moon is perfect for the squared circle, and it's the key to our multidimensional harmonics. The moon is helping these portals work better. And Stonehenge actually also squares the circle. So this is the way it looks. Whoops, let's go back a little bit here. This is the way it looks now, okay? And you can see that it used to be a precise ring. You're going to see in just a second that this actually squares a circle, which again, remember, Stonehenge is actually creating portal effects. We had the hippies tending out there in the summer. They screamed. The light got really bright, and they all vanished. So there's something strange going on with these places. So here's another shot of Stonehenge, the way it looks today. Isn't it just amazing? And remember, the henge is the ditch that you see in the background there. That's actually what that is. There's another shot of it. And it was originally a complete circle. So this is, again, the diagram of what it used to look like. And again, people are going into Stonehenge. They're having portal experiences. It's an astronomical calendar. It tells you when to go if you know how to use it. Dor Edgar said, I read online Jimmy Carter is the only president who made contact with ETs. That's absolutely not the case. According to Uncle Jack, all past U.S. presidents were visited by the specific angelic ETs that looked totally human, and they would just materialize into the Oval Office. So we're going to learn really, really exciting things about many, many subjects, and there's a lot behind this. And again, I am so thrilled. Thank God our company got funded. I am a totally different person. I mean, look at my clothes. We have gotten a very, very significant thing that has happened. It's going to change everything. It is totally amazing. Our company is not going to be stopped by internet trolling. They don't even care about that, these particular groups, thank God. But again, we're not just talking about theoretical stuff here. You can make these types of portals happen. You don't need to do it with stone. That's an ancient technique that requires no technology. There's other ways to do it with technology like the UFO. And again, we don't want you to travel through time. We're going to make the anti-gravity that doesn't work that way because it's a lot safer to use. So the Stonehenge, according to Gerald Hawkins, he wrote a great book called Stonehenge Decoded. Google does not give it credit at all. You really need to go and read it. It is a very precise calendar generator. It generates, with these different stones and all the smaller stones, you can figure out planetary alignments and what day it is. And so they know, the calendar tells them, if you go in there on this day, when this shadow crosses this line inside, that's when the portal's going to open, because the ETs would tell them, wait for the line to cross right here, and this line has got to cross this stone. Go in there on that day, make a circle, everybody holds hands, chant and sing, and then boom, you're going to get this portal effect. So that's what I think was happening. And again, we talked about how the European words for a ring of mushrooms is the same words as the ring of stone. They use the same term, Fir Nanog, for both of them, which is really weird. So this whole idea of a ring of stones actually could be mushrooms. So you could re-envision that these are like the stalks of mushrooms, and that the ring represents the caps of the mushrooms and how they're all growing together. But we just talked about the Faerie Ring portal phenomenon. This again was from U of A. This one was from Unukomo in Germany. This one was from L.M. and Anelia Dexter. And you can see that it does start to kill the grass inside the ring. If I ever had one of these in my lawn, I would definitely let it go. But some people don't like it. You got to dig out the whole mat, as I said. This is one from Arco Images GmbH. This is another one from Jan Marsh Natural History. And this was a painting of watercolor on paper by Walter Jenks Morgan, showing how the idea of a ring of mushrooms or toadstools is directly associated with a fairy portal. We have T.H. Thomas from Sykes, who drew this classic illustration plucked from the Faerie Ring, illustrating again the little people that are playing music and you get drawn into their reality and you're dancing around with them. And it might be a mushroom thing, it might be a stone circle, and it might also be, a crop circle. They're all interconnected. That's what I'm trying to show you, is that it's three different ways of looking at the same thing. So is this idea that Stonehenge is a mushroom ring really a thing? Yeah, it apparently is, because, again, certain mushrooms may allow you to more easily access and draw out the portal. If you go on the right day, perhaps that's part of what was involved. It certainly seems like it. Otherwise, why would they make it look like a ring of mushrooms? But then we're going to talk about the squared circle element. So there it is. Here's another diagram of what it would have looked like originally with everything in place. This is based on all the fallen stones they found. And if you look at the geometry, then all of a sudden you see the answer, you guys. And that's why, here we are right in the middle of talking about portals. And Michael tells me to do a show on Faerie Rings, and then he tells me, about the squared circle in the crop formation that we just got. That crop formation showed up after I was already building slides about Stonehenge, which has a squared circle in it. It's incredible. So once again, the squared circle is perfectly described here, and it even goes beyond that. You got the Star of David is described inside Stonehenge as well. So two different types of sacred geometry here. And again, you've got the cube or the octahedron, which is just like what I was showing you here, this kind of a geometry, okay? And you've got the star tetrahedron, which if we turned it this way and make it look like the, again, the Hebrew Star of David, right? You can make it look that way, and you could also turn it this way, and let's see if I can get that right. Make it look like a cube. Yeah, so there you go. There's your cube. There's your Star of David. So the same geometry can do two different things, and you get both of those in Stonehenge. So the stones are arranged. There's the cube. There's the star tetrahedron. The stones are arranged to create these geometric resonances. And now, right as of the spring equinox, we had the tesseract geometry in the pyramid tunnels under the pyramid. So the same geometry that was in the pyramid tunnels appears in Stonehenge. It's really, really incredible. And then the Masons used this when they built Chartres in France. The Chartres Cathedral has the same proportions. So here it is from the outside. It has the very interesting two pillars symbolism. Think about that in terms of like masonry and Boaz and Jacquin. The two pillars, yeah, that's not an accident, folks. This was definitely made by the Masons. You're walking into Chartres now, and you see it's kind of in the shape of a stylized cross from the top looking down. How interesting, right? Well, there's all kinds of weird stuff about Chartres. So when we look at it this way, we see that, yep, these guys were all into their sacred geometry. They wanted this to be a perfect pyramid-like building, because if you look at the top half of Chartres, it's got the same proportions as Stonehenge. You've got these circles in the ground. It squares the circle. It does all the same stuff. Isn't that breathtaking? That they would go to that effort. And again, they didn't care that you didn't know about this. They just like it to be there for themselves. So that's how awesome it is when you're inside. These arches that go up to the top. It's very beautiful as you look up. The halls just go on for a really long time. And you have this amazing, amazing stained glass geometry as well. And all of this relates back to the Earth and the Moon squared circle relationship. So now let's really dig into this. If you look at the radius, the diameter of the Moon, it's 2,160 miles, like the 2,160 years in an age of the zodiac. Then you also have 5,040 miles between the middle of the Moon and the middle of the Earth, and you have 7,920 miles between the top and bottom of the Earth. That would be your polar diameter. Okay, so remember those numbers, because all this strange stuff starts to happen. If you take the radius of the Earth's moon circle of 5,040 that I just showed you, this is the equivalent of 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7. So that is no ordinary number. Again, the number of miles is encoded with this weird number that you get by multiplying this together, counting up to 7. There it is right there, the 5,040 miles, polar diameter. polar radius. If you take the entire polar diameter of 7,920 miles of the Earth, it's the equivalent of 8 times 9 times 10 times 11. So, I mean, whoa, what? Yeah. And then it turns out that your heart, there's something about the heartbeat and the rate of the precession of the equinoxes. I think most of us have about 25,920 heartbeats per day. If I'm remembering that right, it's something like that. It's in my book. Anyway, this jacket is so freaking awesome. I got to keep it on camera 4 here so you can just enjoy this as much as I do. You don't forget what I'm actually wearing here. I mean, hello, the Goblin King. He has arrived. I don't know. It's great. I love it. So this is where things get really, really exciting now. Because I hadn't showed you guys this before, but there's so much in this. What are you seeing? The relationship between feet and miles. If you go to Stonehenge and you measure it in feet, and then you square the circle, you get the decimal point of the number of feet is equivalent to the same thing as the Earth-Moon ratio. So check this out. If you look at the moon-sized circle that you draw outside the Stonehenge squared circle, that little moon is 21.60 feet across. And then the moon is 2,160 miles across in the Earth diagram. Again, the polar diameter from the middle of that moon to the middle of Stonehenge is 50.40 feet, which is precisely the same when you move the decimal point as 5,040 miles. And then it also works the whole length of the inner circle of Stonehenge is 7,000. Well, on the Earth is 7,920 miles pole to pole. In Stonehenge, it's 79.20 feet. So this is very, very interesting because, again, it shows that Stonehenge is a portal generator, that it was built to precisely align with the harmonics of the Earth and the Moon and the squared circle relationship they make. And the more harmonics you have, the more likely you are to get these really, really interesting portals. So here's another strange thing. We got the 50-40. Let's take 50-40 times 50-40, multiply them together. What do we get? We get 2 times 1 times 2 times 3 times 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. How did that frickin' happen, you guys? Who did this? How did they do this? How did Stonehenge have measurements that are so fascinatingly calibrated to the squared circle Earth-Moon relationship between miles and feet? Why are there that number 5,180 feet in a mile, something like that, right? So why is that? Maybe the whole entire mile itself was designed to precisely capture these relationships. And again, we're looking at super beings that probably designed the Earth and the Moon for us to find this, and then they left us the clues in Stonehenge. And whatever AI search engine is going to tell you, this is freaking true. You can't dispute this stuff. Lots of people have written about this, like John Mitchell in his book Dimensions of Paradise, and I love it. So let's do another one. Let's take 7920 times 2,160, and you get 10,080, which is the exact number of minutes in 1 week. So that's another really strange example. So then we see, yeah, sure enough, Michael fed me the talk in the time loop and in the crop circle formations. So this is, again, the one that we just got on May 15th, and it's very, very beautiful. I believe it ties into this other formation that we got in 2012 on August 4th, which seems to again show the tetrahedron and talk about an ET intervention to defeat the bad guys who are ruining life on Earth. So these are other slides that I've done in many, many talks before, crop circle formations, showing us the Ascension. So this is August 4th, bridge in Wiltshire, and right away you notice that each of the faces look like a gray, but it also looks kind of like a cyclops, like one of the guys out, the Cylons out of Battlestar Galactica or something. And you've got the tetrahedron shape there. We're now going away from it. So you see, again, you've got your sacred geometry, the particles of reality changing, but it clearly has this ET face that looks exactly very similar to the visor of Gort. This is the movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still, which is apparently a documentary about the arrival of Valiant Thor in 1957 to the Pentagon. And they had a treaty with Valiant Thor, apparently, that led to certain information being disclosed. This movie apparently came out before he arrived, but it likely was influenced by him. And so a human being comes out of the extraterrestrial saucer, and then he's got a robot that's his protection, and he says, you have to have peace on Earth, you have to treat each other well, and if you don't, then my robot is going to stop anybody from committing acts of war. So sure enough, the robot comes out of the ship at the end of the movie. They decide they want to shoot at him, and this is the militaries of the world. His visor opens, and out comes a laser beam, and everybody who he shoots it at just dematerializes. So this is saying, again, that the higher level ETs are not going to allow us to have a world war. They're not going to allow us to destroy the planet. This robot is what stopped it from happening before it started, and by God, it sure looks like Gort the robot inside this crop formation. So again, this is one of the ones I thought was really significant, because now it appears that Valiant Thor was another form of Archangel Michael traveling in time, setting up that plan in 1957 that he shared with them. It's now coming to fulfillment in a very, very interesting way right here in the present. So this is another one that shows the stylized extraterrestrial face, and there is a tiny little pineal gland in the middle. Maybe I can zoom out on that a little bit. I want you guys to see that up close. So let me actually do that. Hold on a second. We're going to zoom in really very close on it so you can actually see that it has a pineal gland. We'll get into what the meaning of this is. So let's just zip that together, because you guys, this is not to be forgotten. Okay, so then we'll do that again afterwards. All right. Okay, so here we go. This is the formation when you look at it from far away, and notice that you've got Mayan step pyramids around the outside ring. And then you've got this kind of spider web formation. Then you've got the face of the entity inside, and off of the top of its head are these rays of light that are coming off, and right there in the middle, when you look at it up close, there is a pineal gland. There is a raised circular dot right where the pineal gland should be. So this is talking about, I believe, how they are going to help us to ascend, because the crown of light is the light body. So this is actually talking about pineal light body activation. It's a beautiful formation. It's one of my all-time favorites. And this is the one that really brought it home for me. This showed up right next to Stonehenge in the year 2008, showing us the Mayan calendar end date in its astronomical alignment. So here you have what clearly looks like the sun in the middle, then you got the inner planets, and then you got the outer planets. And sure enough, this turns out to be an accurate depiction. He says December 23rd. We got to forgive that. He was off by 2 days, but it's not going to change that much. These are planets. They move pretty slowly. But again, the Mayan calendar end date, December 21st, 2012. You've got the exact alignments in the crop formation of the Venus, Earth, Mercury, and Mars. All 4 of the inner planets are in the right alignment. And then you've got Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, all in the right alignment for the Mayan calendar end date. You've got Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. All of that stuff is there. Now, this was fascinating because, again, holy crap, you guys, and I was watching this when it came out. I mean, I was watching the crop circles every day almost for many years, because it was like the headline news for me. What are these beings trying to tell us next? This was actually saying something about December 21st, 2012. It was telling us, yes, you want to pay attention to that Mayan calendar alignment. But then the farmer tried to draw lines through the crop. He tried to kill the crop circle by drawing lines through it, and then they came back and they actually redrew the whole thing and made it twice as big. Oh, you don't like crop circles? Great. Well, we're going to come back and draw twice as much. So one of the interesting things here is that the diameter of the sun has now widened out to Venus, suggesting a solar event has occurred, because we'll show that in a minute, that the diameter of the sun is smaller. If you go back to where we were here, you can see it's a lot smaller, okay? And the alignment of December 21st, 2012, Mayan calendar end date is there. The sun now widens out to Venus. They've drawn your little fractal Julia set off to the left, as you can see. And then there's another circle next to the first one, and it almost suggests, somebody told me this at an event, it's like the cell organelles. Every cell has little organelles inside of it. You got a little guy running around on a Segway, you got a little snail, you got a little snake, you got what looks like the atomic nucleus up top. I mean, I had a cell biologist come up to me at one of my events, because I get some very smart people that come to see me talk. She said, yeah, David, this looks like the organelles of the cell, but they're all outside the cell membrane. And this might suggest that we are no longer going to be biological after this solar event where the sun widens out to Venus, supposedly related to December 21st, 2012. We will turn into sacred geometry. We will become a light body. There will be no organs in our bodies anymore. We're made of light. December 21st, 2012, solar flash portal event. And guess what, you guys? This formation appeared directly next to Avebury. This same formation that squares the circle, that shows the serpent, which represents, again, the earth being reborn. Some guy ruined a lot of these, but that's what it originally looked like. And so right there is the central circle of Avebury, and the stones that are still left. There's a four-way road intersection in there, as you can see. That's Avebury, you guys. And so Avebury was a classic portal place where the stones are used to create these portals. And then right next to Avebury, right below it, is where they drew this formation. So this is what I ended Sourcefield with, is the speculation. Look at this. It starts out with the sun, you know, inside the orbit of Mercury, and then all of a sudden they come out and they rewrite it, and the sun's orbit widens out to the orbit of Venus. So this was a very, very, I mean, I really did believe that we were going to see a solar flash in 2012. And this was one of the main things that made me think that. And obviously the beings wanted us to speculate. It wasn't until Michael Prophecies comes out that I realized, no, we can actually safely push it ahead to 2025. And that's when we're actually going to get this first wave that apparently is like the galactic family reunion. There's disclosure, and it looks like it's all being set up. And again, the higher beings have chosen me to do this job. So even if the people in the Alliance ended up hating me, they're still stuck with me. They're going to have to work with me anyway. But when you got an outfit like this on, I think a lot of things are quickly forgiven. So when I went out there in 2010, that circle formation had already appeared. I was so excited. I did my own crop circle trip. We had about 30 people. And after we drove past this one spot on the highway, an image of Jesus actually appeared the very next day. And so whenever we talk about crop circles, I think this one definitely needs to be mentioned. There's many other crucifix formations we've seen. Something about this Avebury-like portal event that's going to happen associated with the Mayan calendar end date. We thought it would be 2012. It seems like it's really going to be 2025 now. And they're having me go out there and do this time loop, and it's been accurate every week since September. And my company just got funded, so now we never have to worry about money again, which is freaking amazing. I can't believe that has just happened to me. It's so wonderful. I'm so glad, because I'll tell you, it sucks being broke. It really does. And we're all going to go through this. We're all going to go through this massive upgrade in the quality of our life once we get disclosure. Everybody's going to live like a billionaire. That's really what it's going to turn into. So this Jesus formation appeared the day after we drove past the same spot. This was Wickham Green, July 2010. And there it is. And you can see, if you look up at the part on the top, there are two circles that look the same width. And they are the same width. There's one on either side of the highway. So literally, I was on that highway on a bus, and we drove right between these two formations, but they didn't put it down until after our group had to leave. They didn't let me actually go out in there and take pictures in there and take full credit for this, but it showed up the day after we left, which is no accident in my view, showing how I'm helping bring in this second coming of Christ, this renaissance of the loving consciousness. Is what we're really talking about. So again, they're on either side of the highway. This is one of the two formations, And then you can see that there's a series of vertical lines going down, which is another really, really strange thing because it's King David's harp. And King David reincarnated would be me, and I just drove past this place the day before. So they actually drew the harp of King David with the strings, you know, and he'd play it. You see that in the movie House of David, the television series. It's on, what is it? It's on Paramount Plus, I believe, or Max, or one of those two. Anyway, it was very, very cool, and it was Amazon. I'm sorry, it's on Amazon. That's right. So what we see is a stylized King David's harp, and it actually got me mad. When the beings first did this, I said, I am not going to mention that this is King David's harp. I am not going to connect it to myself. I'm not going to connect it to the reincarnation. I don't want all that stress. And so for a long time, I never talked about this. But yes, it looks like King David's harp. The people that analyzed it actually acknowledge this. But also, what you can do is take the individual lines in the middle of the formation going vertical top to bottom, and then combine them in the two formations. So this is one of the two, and then this is the other of the two, and you'll notice that there's what looks like a digital pixelated pattern only when you blend the two together, which is what I've done now by making both images exactly the same size. That took a long time to do that. So you blend them together, and then this is what you actually get. And what you have to do now is you have to turn it into a black and white image. You've got to make all the circles that you see have to turn out black, and then all of the grain where the crop is, it's not disturbed, has to be white. You make it stark black and stark white. You put the two together, and you get the perfect face of Christ from the Shroud of Turin, as you see right here. So the day after I drove through the area, they take the King David's harp, they take two sets of images, they combine them together, and it makes the face of Christ. What do you all think about that, huh? Play the notes on the strings. It's beautiful. It looks digital. Law of attraction. Oh my God, it makes a face. That's crazy. The first thing I'm going to do is buy bison ribeye steaks. I've never had one. Yes, you should. What happened to Goliath's head? That's a good question. So what about Billy Meyer, the guy that had a lifetime of contact with Nordic beings? I never hear about him anymore. His story is wow if true. Well, the general belief is that the beginning of the story was true, but that there was embellishments that came out later on. Tarot Tales. Oh, that might be... Yep. So thanks so much, David, for all of this fascinating information you've shared over such a long time. Love from Australia. Midnight Mark says, holy crap. David, could the right motherboard schematic create a miniature portal? That's a very interesting idea. Yes, it is the Shroud of Turin crop circle. Gary Hyder Music says it is too good to be true. Berdine Donnelly says, my mind is blown. Jonathan says, your birthday is March the 8th. I'm not sure exactly why that's relevant, but yeah, I did have a birthday. I'm 52. Giant supportive hugs. David, you are living the hero's journey. Things were so hard, and finally you have won. We haven't totally won yet, but yeah. Basically, once you have access to this type of funding, all of the kind of problems that are associated with not having enough money basically just disappear. And it's really nice that Michael promised me something like this, and he's making good on it in a very physical way, and now I have nothing to worry about. So anyway, I'm really glad you guys are here. Thank you. Is this not incredible? And then it's like, well, why would they show the face of Christ in David's harp the day after I drove by? Because, as it ends up saying in the Michael prophecies, I'm here to help usher in this ascension. And what I'm sharing with you is a part of that process. So notice that the shape that we just got also has the ring around the outside. And this is the one that just showed up on May 15th. And remember that it is a heraldic knot, which is a stylized symbol of, again, royal lineage. So once again, you can tie this in to the partial symbology of King David. We said again, the two rings around the object suggest the faces of extraterrestrials coming back to visit, and we said it also resembles the portal of Avebury. So this again symbolizes a portal because you combine the two of them side by side, and there's very nice Avebury connections. Now, the analysis has said that it might be highlighting Venus and Pegasus. You look and you see that there's Venus down there on that line. It's the big white dot. and there's the the square of Pegasus. When did this happen? When did this actually occur? It was March 23rd, 2025. This is where Venus was in retrograde, and then it starts moving into Pisces away from Pegasus. And again, this is the spring equinox. It's only 3 days away from the spring equinox, which was the very day, more or less, that the world learned about the pyramid tunnels. So that's March 20th, 2025. The sun crosses the celestial equator on March 20th. No matter where you are on Earth, we get a number of seasonal effects, noticeable to nature lovers around the globe. So then Michael said, an anomalous phenomena indeed. This was on March 19th, 99, in our time loop. And this seems to have to do with unidentified anomalous phenomena. Before the term was ever coined, here he is in 1999 using it. 2 of the 3 words. He says, granted, there will be some rocks. And again, I was pulling rocks out of the soil to clean up my hiking path. Equinoxes 1 and 2 illustrate the entire theater thing is coming into full bloom. Now the word bloom takes on incredible meaning. Why? Because they drew a formation that illustrates equinox number 1, and it has these fleur-de-lis leaves in it that look like a blooming flower inside the crop circle. I was like, oh, dude, wow. That's incredible. So equinox number 2 may be when more of the big stuff is going to happen. The spring equinox, again, was on September 22nd, 2024. That's when we know that it took place. The fall equinox is going to occur on September 22nd, 2024. So everything lines up really nicely. And yeah, there could be a lot of things that have happened in the world by the time we get there. And again, X was down this week. I couldn't even build the slides, so we might be very close to some action here. And they also say that the theater thing is coming into full bloom now. Well, isn't it very much like a movie? What we're going through is very much theatrical. It's very much like a movie. They are apparently going to return. It's very exciting. I mean, do I know for a fact that this is really going to happen in 2025? No. Do I think that these beings have set me up for failure? No. Go back to E.B. from Roswell. He said that the beings were coming back in 2025. We had the list of 8 different prophecies that all correlate to 2025. I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to keep doing this. And, they're going to have to make it up for me somehow beyond just getting these big orders if they don't show up in 2025. But I know they will. Because, again, it's like a formula. Once they do the arrests, then you have the trials. Once they have the trials, then you find out they've been covering up UFOs. Maybe they're going to fly the stuff decloaked. You're going to see it in the air. You're going to say, wait a minute, is that aliens? No, it's actually the military, and everything's great. And we've had this stuff all this time. And now here's this company that we've already built, and we want to build all that stuff and go right into space. And now people are talking about, oh yeah, you got the budget would be $829. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, let's go into space really fast, and if we spend a lot of money, we can do it really fast. Superior hands on deck are able to facilitate the transitions that have been made. Well, this is clearly talking about the ETs on the ship. Those are the hands on deck. Superior beings are facilitating this. So this Equinox 2 is going to have a big surprise. It's so freaking exciting, you guys. I'm like, whoa, wow. Secret vital terms in knowing self come from the innate understandings of divinity and selfhood. And this is again prophetic of the alliance guiding us through the theater of these arrests. And again, disclosure is going to come soon afterwards because then they're going to tell us the truth. And once they tell us the truth, that gives the ETs the permission to show up. And apparently once they show up, it's such a mind-blowing thing for us that this first wave of ascension actually happens. And we get this very, very unique dimensional shift event that occurs. And then he says, the stage is now set. And that again suggests that yes, they are getting ready to reappear in front of us on a massive level. It's childhood's end. It's no more secrets anymore. The stage is now set. It's so exciting. It behooves you to take the time to apply yourself to this process. You are doing very well, and we commend you on that. Now, this may also symbolize, as I said, the real end of the Mayan calendar, Because again, you look down on the bottom here and you got the fleur de lis, and around that red circle on the outside, you got 4 points that look very similar. The geometry is the same. Now, this is technically the Aztec sunstone, but the dates that it encodes includes apparently the December 2012 date. Or at least it's close enough that that's what everybody speculates about. Now, this is another really strange thing. Check out the symbol on the right, and again, remember that it appeared in the middle. You got the squared circle up there on the top left, the gallop. This actually resembles something that occurred at St. Catherine, Santa Catarina. And remember, she was a levitating saint. She levitated off the ground. She could levitate the communion wafer into her mouth. She had this very interesting teaching on the idea of the Christ consciousness as this living intelligence that we can tap into. And we had a whole thing because remember, last year we had the cube inside the sphere appear at Santa Catarina in Ipuachu in Brazil, right here. So on Halloween night, interestingly enough, right, the date that the portal is supposed to be open, All Hallows Eve, all the beings can get in. That very night of Halloween, they drew this shape on the right at St. Catherine in 2015, exactly 10 years ago. So this is very interesting because, again, St. Catherine represents the ascended saint, what we're going to turn into in our own hero's journey. Apparently, this ascension affects everybody. Even anybody in the DS is going to go through a massive change once this happens. It happens to everybody. There's no losers in this game. We're all going to be dealt with this hand, and then it, again, is where it's the contest in a way is the more Christ-like you are, the more you're going to benefit from this energy shift. So then what we see here is a diagram from our Brazilian guy, and he points out again the St. Catherine image on the bottom left, and then yet another image from Brazil that was October 28th, so almost right down to the same day, the same Halloween day. This one also appeared in Brazil, and it shows you once again the fleur de lis royal sigil pattern. So Santa Catarina I really would associate with the ascended female. She was a woman who reached light bodies. So this is definitely talking about the importance of the divine feminine. And then there's yet another one. Because on May 18th, now this is not on the crop circle connector yet, but I've seen it on X, so that's why I was talking about it. You have Dorset, England. So this came out 3 days after the other one. And once again, you have something that kind of looks like our earlier image of the stylized pregnant mother goddess. You remember that? I didn't have time to put this in. But she's got the hands up. She's got the pregnant belly again. And that would be, again, the main circle in the middle. It also has a stylized eclipse. And of course, it has 2 of the 4 leaves of the other formations. So this again suggests the squared circle. It suggests sacred geometry. It suggests portal activation and the birth of the new humanity. It's very, very exciting. We're only 2 crop circles in so far this year, and both of them are very amazing. And again, compare this to the one that happened in Brazil in 2020, and they have very, very similar geometry. Not exactly the same, but very, very similar. So, in short, I do believe that this is all adding up to the idea that a massive portal event is about to occur for humanity, and I can't wait. Disclosure is going to solve many long-standing mysteries, and we will discover that we do live in the counter space reality. It's a lot like these MC Escher diagrams, right? Where there's people walking on these different stairs and all these realities coexist and it looks like a tetrahedron. So this is very, very exciting stuff. I'm truly thrilled by everything that we are seeing here. And it's a very great time to be alive. So I am going to take another quick bathroom break because we haven't gotten into the time loop yet, and that's the final part of our show. So in order for me to take another break, I'm going to give you part 4 of my 5-foot, whoops, I got to actually play the tape, play the video. Part 4 of the 5-foot snowfall video series. Now, if you remember last year, I had this horrible sty on my eye for so long. I didn't even want to do videos because it was this swollen thing. And it was on the edge of my eyelid right here. It was probably because, of being licked by a dog, and I got parasites in my eyelid. And then particles got in there and it turned into a sty, which is like a zit on your eyelid. And I tried to pop it so many times and I couldn't. I started to use colloidal silver. I was putting that in my eye. And it stayed in there for, my God, like a month and a half. I could not get rid of it. It was like there was this slug living on my eyelid. Finally, I pushed on it really, really hard one night, one afternoon. And I had to actually kind of like push my eye into my socket. It was uncomfortable. It did hurt. But the damn thing just popped out, and this tiny little crystal came out. And I filmed the crystal in this video that you're going to see. It was like finally the blockage was released, and it actually looks like there was a little quartz crystal inside my eye. When you see it, it's dazzling. It's like, how the heck did that happen in David's eye? It's like the crystal sword of Archangel Michael is what it looks like. You look amazing in that sizzle jacket. I met you in 2018 at E-Town, and you gave me a huge hug, the highlight of my life. Thank you for all that you do. I was trying to remember what that place was called, because I'm thinking, like, well, in case the money gets held off, which is very unlikely, we're going to need legal expenses. Maybe I'll do an event here in Boulder somewhere, and that's one of the things on my list. Yeah, we're probably going to do an event at some point. I mean, it is dangerous to do it, but I'm excited. So Monica says, you really give me not just the proof, but the validation I'm not crazy. The info I have inside myself is true. Your bravery does not go unnoticed. Thank you for being you, David. I am so excited. I'm glad I got rid of my Aquanaut tear, them spraying on me, says Tammy Tansy. Baby shampoo, no tears. Ew, gross. Yeah, it was a really crazy thing. But again, you're going to see what came out of my eye. And it might be hard to believe, but I just put it on my little vanity lamp. It was very small, and thanks to the magnification power of the 3 lenses on the iPhone, you can really see that it's a crystal. So it seemed like it was the sword of Archangel Michael. And now here we are, approximately a little over a year later from when this first happened, and everything has turned into, the deal is done. I don't have to live here 8 months of winter anymore. I'm not trapped in bankruptcy anymore. I have the funds to defend myself from anything that might happen, which means none of it is really a threat anymore. Because again, it only really hurts if you're losing all your money. If you're not losing all your money, you can just keep it going. So again, this was a video where Girlie is still alive. Her leg shakes. That's normal. It was always like that. And I took her out on walks. And you're also going to see me interview the guy who came in this gigantic plow to plow my driveway. I didn't show his face because of the Stephen problem, but you'll see the machine. It's really quite something. Oh, it was not in a letter. It's in a thank you card in a postal service box with the hot brush. Oh, I got the hot brush air iron. I did. It shows delivered May 3rd. Okay, so I got to go inside the box, which is great. Stephen is a dope. Yeah, we know. But I mean, if the dope is trying to kill you, that's a big problem. And you can't just ignore it. You have to deal with it when somebody pushes it this far. That's the sad part of the story, really. David, I saw a video of a crop formation forming either instantly or the video was sped up, says Groundhog. Yes. As I said before, there's one from 1996. It's really cool. We're about to go into the final part of the show. I keep getting from the internet, Doyle Thurman says, messages claiming to be from Archangel Michael. Supposedly my guardian angel. That's another story. Do you think that's possible? I think there are many, many things going on online that are part of the IC intelligence community. You have to be very careful about what you're reading right now. And again, I don't want to give it undue publicity, but I'm pretty confident I know what the heck is going on. And there's lots of interesting impersonations, but I didn't want to make this too long. So let's, again, go for my break. I'm going to mute my microphone. I'll be back here momentarily, and then we'll close out the show with the Archangel Michael time. We'll probably be done by 4:30. 4.5 hours in. We're at 3 hours and 48 minutes right now. So let me go ahead and mute myself, and I'll be right back to you guys. Poor Girlie, well, yeah, she did die. I mean, it's sad, but you get to see her while she was still alive just a couple months before, because this was in March, and she died in June. And she's fine. She's walking fine. Her leg did shake, but that was about it. So again, interesting that I was doing these weather disaster series, and then we had a tornado nearly hit this place last week. It was right in our little area during the time I'm on the air. Thank God that's not happening right now. So let me go ahead and mute. I'll be right back to you guys. Here we go. And there's our girl. That's the girly. And she really wanted to go outside. She had to pee really badly. And I was about to give it to her. So without further ado, thank you. I'll be right back. Here we go. We are now on Monday. We still have the snow. So come on here, Mush. Clamp this thing on. There we go. That's what keeps us safe. I can't believe this is still happening. I've been snowed in for so long. It is melting, as you can see. But got some incredible icicle formations here that are going like all the way down. This is really breathtaking. That's why I'm not touching it. Just let them grow. But all this snow is going to come down. I'm going to have to shovel. Oh, man. My paths are still good. They've stayed, you know, open. Snow is all going down. But we have a backhoe coming today. And the backhoe is supposed to clear all this stuff out of here wherever we can find a place. The garage has gotten a lot better. But we're just, you know, Girlie's figured out how to poop out here, which is great. So she's been doing that every night. And I'm happy about that. It's a lot of work. That's my normal path, but it's so heavily blocked with snow. And today is supposed to get really warm. It's 47 degrees. So a lot of this is going to melt before the end of the day, whether we had a plow guy come or not. Ooh, it's bright. Didn't put my sunglasses on for this one. I didn't think the sun would come out. It's nice that it has. Oh, man. So anyway, we are pretty dialed in here. Things are going to be all plowed out soon. It's still Monday. The snow fell on Wednesday starting. We have, I haven't bothered to dig any of this out yet because it hasn't been plowed yet. Nor this. This whole staircase got kind of crazy. I don't know, we'll fix that later. Anyway, look at this. Oh my God. Look at what the hell's going on here. There's all this ice buildup. I got to clear that out. But then as you try to clear stuff out under this, you're like, well, am I going to die? Is this thing going to fall on me all at once? It's actually not ruined the gutters somehow. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? I could try to just chop this stuff off, but if I do it, it could hurt me. So I probably won't. It is going to fall today. And when it does, it's going to be a big thing. My God, look at this. This is so crazy. And then I left this pile here because that doesn't really matter. I've kind of left this stuff here because that doesn't matter. It's still melting. And then I got all this crap that's going to fall today. And that's going to be the last round of this ordeal that we have been suffering. So I hope it's going to go well. I'm not looking forward to shoveling all this crap. I do need to try to get rid of this ice. That looks just very dangerous and bubbly, but you know, it's all going to come down very soon. So here it is, folks. Here it is. This is the pellet. In my eye. It's actually stuck in my eye. This thing came out of my eyelid. Looks almost like a quartz crystal. It's probably a silver crystal. So I was using colloidal silver. But there it is. That's my silver bullet. This pellet actually came out of my eye. And there it is. It's hard to believe that thing was stuck in my body, but it was. Here's the big cloud.
All day long and try to keep up with this.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
But I'm not going to send him back over here when he can't get back home.
Right.
Right.
I want to show everybody your vehicle because I had no idea this is what you were coming in. I mean, this is stunning. You said it's 65,000 pounds, right? I mean, it's so big, like.
All-wheel drive.
Wow, man. So, and you said that over in Gilpin, there's twice as much snow as we had here.
Pretty much.
This is crazy. But you can cut through with this huge blade you got. I mean,
County was and may still be in a state of emergency.
wow.
They didn't get all of the county roads open until Monday, yesterday.
Oh my gosh. Okay, up here at 8,600 feet. This is our equivalent of getting plowed out. Okay, stand by. I'm going to mute the mic. That's all I got. My icicles are. All right, we're back. Thank you guys for waiting. I feel so much better. The amount of relief is so huge. You could cause structural damage. It's so heavy. That's right. He couldn't drive over the driveway because it would actually collapse the driveway. That was his fear. The slide says 2004, but it's 2024. Okay, well, I do make typos because, again, David, you should record sketches we can watch of Tramog, Alien, and Angry Daddy for your pee breaks. Well, sometimes we do comedy, sometimes we don't. But, you know, I try to give it enough variety that you don't always get the same thing. Yes, maybe I could do that. I could try to do like a 7-minute insane rant of funny characters. That's another idea. I'd have to get on the set, though. And if I get on the set, I might as well do a whole show. Why would I only tape for 5 minutes? That's kind of my attitude. Because it's a big deal to get on this set. But anyway. Whoops, let's not do that. So we're back onto our slides now. Everything is good. I look good. I feel good. I am in a good mind and space. And we're going to start doing manufacturing, and we've got very exciting things on the horizon. Yes, we have this one guy who's trying to take me down online. It didn't stop this from happening, which is so fantastic. You know, somebody finally was able to see, yeah, you know what, we're the real thing, and these pass muster. So, again, this week's time loops are very exciting because they talk about, again, these are the tapes that I created back in 1999. We have 21 of them, most of which I transcribed in 2006, as we've been saying. And then the rest, we only transcribed. The 4 last tapes were transcribed in Canada when I was out there. And so the very first one that I ever saw in Canada that convinced me that the time loop was still working is in this show, and that's actually basically what we're ending with, and we have a few alliance slides from before Twitter went down. X. JD Dyslexic donated $20 Australian, thank you very much, or A, whatever that is. Austrian, maybe? So as I said, I was into the Art Bell craze. In 1996, I developed this Dream Voice protocol using remote viewing protocols to get verbal messages. And they've been very prophetic of everything that's happening now in my life, the good and the bad, and not just for me, but for everybody. So this one also is very unique and very special. Prophetic dreams continue to the next day from where we were last time, which is March 22nd, 1999. 9:25 a.m., there was something about a war, and I was trying to prevent it from happening between 2 people. Whoa! That's exactly what's going on with Israel and with the Russia-Ukraine thing right now. In both cases, we are seeing diplomacy being made, we're seeing progress being made, and it especially with Russia-Ukraine, it does come down to 2 people who have to work it out and get along. So again, this is astoundingly prophetic of what's going on right now. I was in an English class environment once again, and there was a paper that I had to write for an exam. So as I said here, this is prophetic of the overall war we are seeing between the Alliance and the DS. And I have had to create a massive legal document this past week. So that's also time looped. My brother was using my current computer as though it were a drum set. And drums represent spirituality. Any musical instrument is spiritual. I wanted to try playing the drum set. He wouldn't move his hands out of the way for where I needed to play. I told him that I would whack him with a stick to get him to stop, and he waited anyway, so I did it, and then he finally moved, and I said the bathroom was definitely a schema in all this. So, the idea is the drum set would represent like the traditional media and the traditional music, and now we're learning like, oh my God, they had all this stuff they threw in there that's really upsetting. And they were doing it for so many years. And yeah, part of the awakening is allowing yourself to feel this pain. People don't want to do that homework. They don't want to feel the pain. They don't want to accept that there's people out there who really don't like you for no reason, and they want to hurt you for no apparent reason. But that's just, there's a group of people, that's the way they are. They want to get rid of a lot of us. It's something that once you have to be able to take in the pain. You have to be able to take in the idea that, yeah, you know, this really sucks and it hurts and it makes me paranoid and it makes me scared. But then it turns out, well, it's actually been this way the whole time. You just didn't see it yet. I was getting told about the negative aspect of what's going on from the very earliest insiders that I met in the early 2000s. Everybody said there's some shadowy organizations, very dangerous, they kill people. And again, many people do not understand what this current administration is really about. Why is he in power? How did this all happen? What is their agenda? They have something called the plan. It's very elaborate. And it's going to involve top people being exposed for things that are a lot scarier than you thought, and trials. And then one of the things that they've been using murder to keep secret is anti-gravity and free energy, because they want to make money on your fuel. They want you to pay for gas. They want you to pay for heating and cooling your home. They want you to pay for your car when you're driving it. Every time you drive, you're burning money that you have to pay. Gina's Musings says, idea, for every $5, could you offer you show slides for download? By the way, my dog is dying. I'm alone too. I think if you could get through it, so can I. Absolutely. I do miss my dog, but you know, I haven't wanted to get another one, mainly because I intend to travel a lot more as our company gets going. So again, there's some very interesting things here about that somebody wants to use my computer like a drum set. The brother in my dreams represents the ego. So this is sort of like the lower chakras, the egoic mind, the negative perhaps. Instead of using my computer for elevated tasks, I have to bash away at it like a drum set. So you can kind of see it's like the battle that we're in now and the difficulty that's involved. It does feel like bashing. But again, I had to whack him with the stick to get him to stop. So I actually had to do it, and that's what finally made him move. So this is, again, talking about some type of kinetic outburst that probably is going to occur. I think we can double-click on this, as I say right here. This appears to be prophetic of the ongoing war between the Alliance and the so-called DS. I ended up meeting a beautiful woman on the side, away from people where people could see us. This always ends up turning sexual. So, sorry, you know, these things just happen in my dreams. We were making out, which was pretty nice. No one else knew about it besides us. And then the song, Down by the River, I Shot My Baby. So this is reconnecting with the divine feminine, but in order to do that, we have to defeat the DS. And they are the ones who have sold our planet down the river. And again, nobody's being shot. This is metaphorical. They're going to jail, but there's going to be trials and stuff like that. I mean, there may be some capital punishment. I don't know. I don't know how much people could really tolerate. But anyway, I'm reconnecting with the feminine. I have this beautiful experience, and then it gives me that song fragment, which again is very much thematically related to what we're talking about. Next day, March 23rd, it continues, where I said, I stayed up too late last night. I'm still really tired. My body knows I would normally wake up right now. I'm working on my life story for the website, and I'm really going nuts trying to get it done. It's actually good because I'm getting through some of the roughest years in terms of what I was doing in high school. And then Michael criticizes me because during this time I was hardly getting any readings at all. He says, "What happened to the phone?" And I knew what he was talking about. I was able to understand that and respond. So I said, well, I know I've got to transcribe your readings too. I'm trying to do both. And that's where I got 21 tapes behind, and I didn't transcribe it for 7 years. The last 4 didn't get transcribed till last September. Then Michael says he, the reader, I think is what he means here, obviously will believe it. So you guys know the trouble I'm going through. If he tells them something different than what we had a minute ago, it was because he was so paranoid and crazy at that one point. And Michael is complaining that I was losing verbal contact because in my life I was working on a book deadline and I'd gotten paranoid and crazy. And so, yeah, even recently I've had bouts of that, and that's why I get into company fun and say, yeah, okay, fine, let's whatever game you guys want to play, that's fine, no big deal. So then he says, now we have a circus, the likes of which you have never seen, and this is personal for me and for all of us. This is really great to us, and we want to remind you of that. Just don't get caught up in the BS along the way. And so this is prophetic of disclosure and arrests. We are all encouraged not to focus on the negative, and of course, this is including any threats in my own life. So the real circus is going to start as disclosure happens. Now, in this case, I was staying at a hotel for a conference, and we were just talking about, somebody was talking about E-Town. And that was interesting because I am saying, well, yeah, if everything else fails, I'll just do a conference and I'll have plenty of money for months and months and months of this if we need it. Richard Hoagland had a room right next to me. He was still ill and he wasn't feeling too well. I was definitely, and remember, he was a top UFO guy back in the late 90s. I was definitely trying to get him a message, and it was finally working. So I said, this is prophetic of my recent direct message contact with Ezra, including that I got dragged into a show that he was on, so we were there at the same time. And I unsealed this literally the day before I went to that fancy hotel that I showed you on my break. We got Gerardo D. 4444. Thank you very much. We're still holding true at 3,300 people. Almost all of you are still here with me after 4 hours. So who has the staying power to do something like that? But I'm here. Richard's wife called him on the phone, and she started yelling at us, saying that she was on the phone, we shouldn't be disturbing her, which doesn't even make sense. So you called me. What do you mean you're on the phone? So I got mad, and I got ticked off. And again, this is symbolic of the paradoxical abuses that they're doing to all of us, what we see every day, the lying, the gaslighting, all that kind of stuff. All of us, to varying degrees, have been abused like children. We're all tired of it, and we want all this evil to stop. Richard went into his room, and I went into mine. There was sort of a lull. Nothing else was going on. No group talk was happening. The speaker wasn't going to be there because he was feeling sick. And I'm working in a lull right now before I head to our event tomorrow, and I'm recently feeling ill. And my lawyer just got really sick, so that's another aspect of this. And we have Lori Hoffman. You are amazing. Thank you for all your hard work. She donated $30. Yeah, so, dude, it was fascinating because, again, he's got like double pneumonia. He's got really bad COVID. Both of his parents are in the hospital. It's this terrifying situation. And I unsealed this the day before I went to that hotel that closed our deal. So that was, again, May 11th. So very, very interesting. Right as I was about to start talking to Richard again, a bird got caught in the blinds of our window. Apparently this had happened before. It wasn't really a bird, though. It was definitely something we did not want to have happening at all. We weren't really sure how to handle this. It got very, very violent sounding. And the bird turns into a monster that, again, symbolizes this reptilian aspect of negative extraterrestrials that are apparently controlling people on Earth. And so, we're all being told to expect that we're going to learn about reptilian ETs. Dr. Eric Davis, in his congressional testimony, said that's one of the 4 major types that we find. And this thing turns into the pterodactyl. The same thing. I just did a show on time-traveling dinosaurs, like what, 2 weeks ago? And then here in the time loop shows up the same exact thing. The shape of the pterodactyl head is what ends up coming through the window. It's so wild. So it was very scary. It starts to get violent sounding, and then it starts pushing its head through a hole in the screen, trying to break into the room with us. And this is us really, I believe, seeing the Draco-reptilian alien menace for what it is. It was horribly grotesque, much larger than it appeared to be at first. And so I had just done the time-traveling dinosaur show the day before I unsealed this for the first time to make slides, because I never really read this stuff very much. I mean, I glossed at it, and a couple things here and there jumped out, but the dreams oftentimes aren't even in the right order. I got to rearrange them to make the slides make sense, and I'm not going to put you through the wrong order. I'm going to at least get it in the right order. And, you know, but it's very, very exciting, because I had just done the show on the time-traveling dinosaurs, and one of them was also that my mother had a dream about ospreys that were about to attack. They were 30 feet wide birds. She had no idea I did a show on huge 30-foot wide pterodactyls coming through time portals. She had this dream where these 2 giant ospreys were about to pounce on her and eat her, and then they just spontaneously vanished. And so that's metaphorical of the whole big holographic picture of what's going to happen on Earth, that it looks really bad. People are feeling an all-is-lost point. They don't think there's any hope. And then all of a sudden, bam, the threat just disappears. It's going to happen almost instantaneously. So I had just done time-traveling dinosaurs. We had just talked about pterodactyls manifesting out of nowhere. The very next day, I unseal this before I have to go to the hotel. And that's what we see. Horribly grotesque, much larger bird head. It had an exaggerated, long, fat beak, like a Skeksis from the Dark Crystal, which are like, again, evil reptilian beings. And it looks like the pterodactyl ropen. It was wet. There were all these pieces of white rotting gook and fat dropping off of it. It was very hideous. This horrifying thing was trying to force its way into the room with us. So again, this is prophetic of the demonic DS trying to attack and terrify humanity and destroy us with some type of World War III. So this was a very graphic, disgusting type of image to really get my attention. And again, wow, I mean, how did they do this? How did they know that I was going to have that show on time-traveling dinosaurs and then give me this dream in 1999 the next day in my unsealing? So there's a higher intelligence that's been responsible for this whole thing that's very, very amazing. We freaked out. I was then able to put a strainer over the rotting bird's head to stop it from coming out of the glass through the screen. When the bird's head wouldn't go back behind the window, I chopped the head off with an axe. This is just like King David with Goliath again, symbolic of the final defeat of the DS. The strainer symbolizes how the Alliance is going to give us a distilled version of the truth. After I chopped the demon's head off, it seemed like the whole thing never even happened. The monster just disappeared, and everybody cheered. All trace of it having gone through the window or the head itself, all that dripping fat, it was all gone. And I said this could symbolize a malevolent presence surrounding Hoagland and myself as well, because right in the middle of while I was getting these readings in, I was listening to Art Bell. Richard was fighting for the Miami Circle, and then he has this mysterious, terrible heart attack and nearly died. And he felt that there was a demonic component to it. He talked about that. He felt this terrible sensation of suffering and horror right before it happened. So something very strange occurred. And so this again is prophetic of the coming defeat of the DS. Remember, as soon as the demon was defeated, everything just vanished. And this was the same metaphor that we had in my mother's dream about the giant osprey. It was, again, meant to symbolize a pterodactyl, and then it just vanished, and that's exactly what happened in the pterodactyl dream from 99. So this is quite an amazing dream synchronicity that didn't even involve me. It involved my mother. And then here again is Michael saying, and now we have a circus, the likes of which you've never seen. This is really great to us, and we want to remind you of that. Just don't get caught up in the BS along the way. This is prophetic of disclosure in the arrests, creating a circus, the likes of which we've never seen, which they think is really great to us. So we've already had disclosure start to happen in Congress. The very next day, dude, it keeps on happening. March 24th, it's very strange. This is something in 99 talking to us in the present, because apparently these beings have that technology. Women were sleeping on a floor in a room. They were very curious about my psychic talent. One of them was my friend Russ's old girlfriend. And I said, that was very bizarre. At the exact second that this tape ended, prematurely I might add, the lights in the room flickered. It was really precisely timed and very impressive. So it says they're curious about my psychic talent, right? And then the tape goes, and then the lights go, and they blink on and off, and I'm sitting there like, whoa, did I do that? Was that telekinesis? Yeah, that's the implication. Because again, they said they're very impressed about my psychic talent, and then the tape ends and the lights flicker at the same time. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was within like a couple seconds. And that really blew me away. And that happened while I was transcribing it in LA in 2006, 7 years after it came through. Very, very interesting. Sabrina, my ex-girlfriend, was in the dream as well. She was a psychic, by the way. That's what we bonded on. Someone was comparing the level of her psychic ability to mine, talking about how she could do it more consciously than I could. And one of the ways she and I connected was she was working on a remote healing scientific study. She did a variety of psychic things in her life and was also in direct contact with the #1 remote viewer ever in history, Joe McMoneagle. I never really got to talk to him that much, but she was in regular contact with him. Someone started talking about the science of cycles or cyclology. And then they asked me if I was aware that the first time Beethoven ever put his music to the printed page to consummate his incredible talent and write his first sonata was in August of 1999, which hadn't even happened yet. That was, again, the August 11, 1999 date was something that when I talked to Joe Mason, the guy that taught me about the dream voice, in 1996, in the summer, it was actually late summer that I was reading his stuff, and he was tying together Christianity, saints, angels, crop circles, and ascension. And the thing that linked it all together was doing the dream voice practice. And so he had this thing that he used remote viewing protocols to do. He didn't understand the words. They were very cryptic, but they would relate to crop circles that appeared. They'd relate to political events, and in some cases they predicted things in advance, like the earthquake that happened in California. Jonathan Hernandez says, thank you for all your hard work today and on Ancient Aliens. I do appreciate it. And again, you know, the fact that Twitter was down, I couldn't get the slides done, kind of freed me to be able to, you know, have a long-form show where we just really get to talk about this fascinating stuff of portals and ascension and crop circles and how all these things interrelate. So this appears to be combining metaphors of my life, because August 11th was our big conjunction, the Grand Cross. You have the sun, you have, it's the man, the lion, the bull, and the eagle. Those 4 signs that represent supposedly the 4 beasts of the apocalypse. And then those planets and those signs are doing a grand cross, which is like the cross of Jesus. And then it was 11:11 a.m. on August 11, 1999, which is the 11:11 thing that everybody was seeing on the clock. And you've also got the idea that August 11, 1999 is typically the last day that you get the crop circles in any given season in England, and the biggest and best crop circles usually show up on August 11th. That's just true. That happened many, many years in a row. So there was all this fascinating connection between August 11th, crop circles, the 11:11 on the clock, the crucifix, the 4 beasts of the apocalypse. It was in my readings. They were telling me about it. They were saying it was a very important vibrational shift, and apparently now this is the beginning. That conjunction created a positive timeline where the Earth doesn't get destroyed, and we go through this whole thing without a catastrophic end of the world scenario. So again, they seem to be comparing me to Beethoven, because it said here that Beethoven made his first sonata in August of 1999, and then we figured out it wasn't really talking about 1999, it was a repeating cycle. So again, it's very flattering. I'm certainly willing to take the compliment. I am being compared to a psychic version of Beethoven, because again, he's a great composer, he wrote beautiful music, and that's what we're doing with this time loop week after week. It's stunning. And the August 11th Gateway was a focal point for me. All these guys at the table were excited. For them, or at least my brother, August of 1999 was it. My brother was considering going to an art school in San Francisco to enhance his art talent, and I never worried about whether there would be a supportive atmosphere for them or not. So this is again saying I'm doing events for the Alliance, for Stavati, going back to school. I think that's the metaphor in this case. You could think about, okay, San Francisco's now gone left, et cetera, but we're going to heal all this stuff. Everybody's going to come back together. Since I was just talking about psychology, this certainly hit the nail on the head for me. I just cued on these three words. And Michael says, the Transitorian Project. And again, this seems to be prophetic of my discussion of the historical transit of dinosaurs through portals like we see in ball lightning and tornadoes. And transits are also astronomical alignments. So they said the Transitorian Project, as if to imply, like dinosaurs going through portals, that they are going to come back in this merging of realities that supposedly is going to happen this year alongside disclosure. The Transitorian Project. And again, they're astrological alignments as well. And in the crop circle that they just gave us, what did they have? They had what appears to be Venus in Pegasus, which targets the date of March 23rd, which is only 3 days off from the equinox, and the discovery to humanity of these pyramid tunnels where the extraterrestrial explanation is the only one that makes any sense now. And the second equinox is September 22nd, and apparently even more exciting things are going to happen at that time. It's very, very cool. After they mentioned Beethoven's talent starting in August of 1999, I began floating and hovering in front of everyone. Wow. So that immediately I get Ascension, which is the art form. That's what we're leading to. These people didn't want to believe it. They seemed to think I was playing a joke on them. This was at the back porch of the home I grew up in, 621. And again, this is symbolic of the Stephen trolls who refuse to believe I am anything other than a con artist. So like, you can show them this, you can show them the time loop, you can say, hey, look, this is impossible. Oh, he's a liar, he's a grifter, he's a fraud. So anyway, whatever the Stephen problem is, we're going to be dealing with it now. I'm very glad that we don't have to wait anymore. So life is good, man. So they seem to insinuate I must be creating a special force field that allowed me to levitate. Yeah, so what? If you get the results, who cares how you do it? They said it was the same as the Jetsons. They showed me the little Jetsons guy with a little set of circles coming off the bottom of him instead of feet. I said, no, that's a TV show. This is different. So again, this is prophetic of how a very small number of skeptics use any outlandish explanation they can come up with to avoid seeing the truth. As I woke up, I got an image of juicing wheatgrass from our fields. That definitely came to me. And this again symbolizes the harvest, the plucking of the weeds from out of the wheat, the law of one term for ascension. In Matthew 13, Jesus says the weeds will be plucked out from the wheat one by one at the time of harvest, and these symbolize evil people. So again, the arrests are happening in many stages, but then there's going to be a certain point where they have to get the top people and they got to do it all at once. And again, every week we're reviewing old posts from, again, 2017, certain letters you can see right here. And that formula has worked very well for us. I was personally briefed on the Alliance. I know that it's true. I know what they're planning. I was told about it ever since 2009, long before the posts arrived. And so it's very clear to me that their plan is coming to fruition, and Michael has been guiding us through this every step of the way. So right as I got the idea of creating wheatgrass juice, which again symbolizes the harvest time, the ascension, the turkey showed up, hungry, right as I got to this point in my slides. So this is the very last data in my transcript from 2006 before I began transcribing it on September in 2024 when I was in Canada. The tape that you're about to start having me read from remained untranscribed for over 25 years. And this is also symbolic of the major aerospace event that I was about to attend as I built these slides. It was on, again, May 11th. I apparently missed the date, March 25th, because I'd run out of my cassettes. I had to go buy more. So our new 2024 transcript picked up on March 26th, 1999. And again, the time I transcribed it is now just last September. So I'd never seen this before. It was hiding on a cassette tape for literally like 26 years. This started out in a luxury hotel. This one was big. My mom had gotten letters from Kennedy, President John F. Kennedy. It was like he was still alive or had become royalty or something, and the letters were written in a purple and yellow felt tip. And they were giving her dietary guidelines. So this clearly is talking about how once you understand what's really going on with this administration, that type of a comparison actually makes a great deal of sense. It's the same level of astounding heroism, rising up against tyranny. What just happened with the guy from South Africa this past week? Oh my God. Did you see that? It's like, damn, okay. He just laid it down. How can you argue that that's something bad? You know, and so how can you argue that bringing in $10 trillion to our economy is bad? It's not. And, you know, let's use some of it to go to space. Would be my. So anyway, the idea that Kennedy is still alive, and then notice it was like he was royalty with purple and yellow. Oh, it's like my jacket. This is kind of a purple. It's like a velvet, but it's a purplish maroon. And then the yellow is the gold. I didn't even realize that until just now. I'm sitting here. I'm like, oh my God. The time loop even has, here I am in the king outfit, right? And the king outfit is purple and yellow. And then there it is. I'm in that funny outfit. And he's giving her dietary guidelines, right? Which totally relates to RFK and being healthy again. I mean, my God. How could I have known in 1999 to say these words, because it just so happens that RFK Jr. is going to have this role, and then it just so happens that he's still going to be alive and he's still going to be in a presidential type of role. He's not actually the president, but he's at a high level of rank in the government now, and it's really, really exciting. And he's giving her dietary guidelines. I mean, dude, holy crap. This is just, you know, the whole point of what he's doing is to try to clean up our diet, and there was just this big battle about synthetic food dyes and all that kind of stuff. So again, every week, it's just miracle after miracle being delivered in this time loop. It is totally astounding. There was a set of black-colored twist ties in the hotel room for some reason. I think that symbolizes the stuff that's on technology when you buy it, so it represents our new technology. They definitely seem to be from my Uncle David. The hotel part, again, I was in a hotel, and remember, I just went to the hotel. It was pretty strange. Many people had been through this quest before. They had a blueprint of what you're supposed to do, where you are supposed to go, and what was in each room. And again, as I was unsealing this, I was going to go to that hotel for the event, and I did. And I was scared, but I went, and everything was fine. Nobody tried to kill me, thank God. As I read this again, I'm staying at a hotel. I have to do a room change tomorrow at noon. That's when I unsealed it, was September 27th, 2004 in Canada. The second time I unsealed it, I read it again. But I think the first time I read it was the same day or the day before. I already knew what was going to be available. You could see channels in the ceilings of the rooms. I said, this is another dazzling time loop. The suite I stayed at in Banff here in Canada when I was reading this had channels in the ceiling just like they described here. A lower flat area before the ceiling went around the walls and had inset lights. So channels in the ceiling of the room. So this again was dazzling because it knew what the room looked like that I was in when I actually unsealed it and transcribed it. I'm like, wow, man, pretty freaking amazing. 25 years and they just snapped their fingers. It's like nothing. Those channels were also the floors of the next level. And I was just saying and writing earlier today that I wanted to be on the upper level for my room change tomorrow, and that's what I got. So that seemed very related. It was the floor of the next level. I had a map. I knew you were supposed to go through all this stuff, and I kept thinking if I could just re-envision this resort Mohonk that I used to work at in my mind, I would be able to get through all that. The hotel then turned into the Titanic, and it was so huge. And again, we've had many, many metaphors of the Titanic sinking as representing the DS. It had a heating system somebody was talking to me about. The ship was berthed in the harbor, and the heating system was very hot. There was a big old boiler system. It looked like a wall of metal because of how big it was. And this amazingly reflects the huge air handler that I saw right outside of my window at, and I can say what it is now because I'm never going there again, High Country Inn. I won't be staying there again because the only rooms that were any good were the suites off to the far right. And that's where I stayed and I'll stay somewhere else in Banff next time. And there was a gigantic air handler right outside my window, and it hummed electromagnetically all night, and I absolutely could not sleep, and it ruined those rooms. And so I had just experienced massive insomnia from this. If you go back and watch my show from Canada, you'll hear me talking about that. And boom, it was in my dream from 1999 that I'm unsealing as the problem was happening. Really, really incredible. And it's related to the Titanic. It was a big old boiler system, just a wall of metal. And again, the DS and their whole agenda is sinking right now like the Titanic. So it has all these layers. Whoops. So then, when I looked at it again on January 14th of this year, 2025, that was right in the middle of the LA fires raging. The very first thing I see here as I'm unsealing this is a time loop, because we have the sinking of the Titanic and other metaphors of fire, this very, very hot boiler that was boiling over. My friend Boehner, who was kind of like a partying womanizer, I guess, a jock womanizer who loved to party, he was getting on board the Titanic. I knew there were several opportunities to get where I needed to go. My mother was going to give me a ride at one point. And then that was very strange, because as of 7:26 p.m. when I was building these slides, she just texted me seconds before she showed up in the time loop. How does this stuff keep happening? I mean, it's very, very interesting. So again, my friend Boehner getting on board the Titanic, it's a pretty good place to live. It's a pretty good place to live when you got an outfit like this, man. A woman from the painting class they had downstairs showed up. She was removing doggy doo from the earth with a small trowel. And I've been walking every night with 3 people, or 2 people. Well, no, there were 3 originally. The manager, 2 other people from Ireland who had 2 dogs, and they were bagging up the poop as we walked. So that was a fascinating time loop, because that was happening while I was transcribing it. And again, removing the poop from the earth is this symbol of defeating the DS, which is happening on a global level involving this administration. Then it says, Scotland showed dead. Whoa. But the machine transcript, I ran it through Adobe. Adobe Premiere allows you to generate a machine transcript, and it's surprisingly good. It uses AI, and it does a reasonably good job. So when I first got this tape digitized and then I went to Canada, I said, well, let me start by doing a machine transcript, and then I'll work off of that, and I'll listen to the parts that I can't understand, and then I'll fix the words. So interestingly enough, when I first got it transcribed by Adobe Premiere, it said Scotland showed did, D-I-D. Oh, wow. So both meanings, I think, are intended. And then Michael says, there ain't no room to make it happen. And so again, this transcribed as Scotland showed did. Scotland would be the Scotties, you know, that branch of this particular organization you can see here, showing dead. In other words, their agenda is no longer working. The opposition is so huge. There's so many people involved in this now. We want peace. With references to the Titanic, I say in my note here, this appears to be another prophetic time loop of did, right? Because it said Scotland showed did. And Scotland Yard is the name of the main investigative body in England. And a lot of that stuff is going to relate back to Scotland Yard in various ways. And then there ain't no room to make it happen. The stuff that was happening was in these secret rooms that we now find out, oh yeah, they had film of the stuff. So it's very interesting how he uses the remote viewing. He uses the encryption. It's paradoxical, but with a fairly easy amount of effort, you can say, okay, Scotland showed did. Yeah, I think I get what that is. And my dog walking friends, as I unsealed this and transcribed it, were both from Ireland, which is right next to Scotland, and also DID is dissociative identity disorder. And in fact, one of the things Uncle Jack told me is that these organizations force you to memorize very long amounts of text, because the only way you can really cope with doing that is to go into hypnosis, and then that makes you hypnotizable. So you'll have these long ceremonies, and you got to remember all of these words, and you got to say it exactly right. And most people can't do that without invoking a state of hypnosis. And so you end up doing that as a way of surviving. You learn to go into hypnotic trance to be able to perform these ceremonies, and that was apparently what they were trying to get out of it all along. So Scotland showed DID, there ain't no room to make it happen. Very interesting. So then in my dream, the woman at the painting class was there at the very end. She was outside digging up dog doo. She did something that annoyed everyone. She wasn't replacing what she was taking out. Right, so this is about people consuming too much and not seeing the truth for what it is. I came up and talked to her at the very end. She seemed pretty cool. And again, people want to dig in that poop. They're grumbling for the files. They want the files. But the Alliance right now, whatever you want to call it, they've taken the files, they're reviewing them, but they're not replacing them back to us. So this is actually prophetic of how these files essentially represent the crap of the organization, and they're digging through it, but they're not showing it to us yet. It's very, very interesting, isn't it? How time-looped this is with everything that's going on. I realized that I had missed my trip on the Titanic. And I missed my first trip out to Canada. I was worried my plane might sink because, who knows what they're going to do. But prophetic of us avoiding the disaster, we missed the trip on the Titanic. I did not have, and again, this is time looped into what just happened because last week we had tornadoes, the sky got dark, and I never ended up actually being hit, thank God. But somebody might have wanted that to happen. I still got where I needed to go. At the very, very end, I was possibly going to be taking lessons at the only guitar shop. My mother said it was a good atmosphere because they weren't competing with each other. They were all sharing their ideas about drumming. So again, this is a place, a music store. My mother worked for many years, and this is symbolic of humanity learning the music of ascension and higher consciousness. And nobody's competing anymore, so this is about ascension and how we all learn the music of the spheres. My brother worked at the Grand Union at one point as well. This was a grocery store near our house, a local grocery store where I grew up. This is again symbolic of the Grand Union with Christ, the Grand Union with God, the Ascension, and people giving the spiritual food of their talents to each other. The world will become a Grand Union of peaceful countries after Ascension. And yeah, let's get this space technology developed. I'm astounded that people might want to capitalize. I don't really believe it, but if they want to give us that kind of bread and get everything going, let's do it, man. Let's get into space. Let's do it quickly. I would love that. So I hope it does happen, but either way, we're set. We've got the deal. This is my birthday party, my graduation party. Thank you guys for being here. We're at 4 minutes and 36 seconds. We still got 3,200 people watching, and so let's keep going. There was no significant readings for a few days after this point. I was again going through extremely high stress. There were certain prophetic details which we may cover next week if they're actionable enough. And then John kicked me out on Wednesday, March 31st. So something was building, and it led to him kicking me out of the house right during this time where I already wasn't in the time loop. I could sense that something bad was about to happen. And then I got this beautiful reading that came in that very same day of March 31st, and it's so time looped into the present. And I asked Michael, okay, why did this happen? Why did I get kicked out of this guy's house? He's not going to let me stay here. I got to leave soon. What is going on? So I prayed, and then I put myself into a deep trance state, which I normally wouldn't do, because normally you don't want to do a reading when you're sad. But I prayed my way through it. I said, I'm not going to be sad anymore. I'm just going to accept that this guy is kicking me out. I'm going to have to live somewhere else, and that's okay, but let's tune in and get a reading. And it finally brought me back to doing the readings again, which I hadn't been doing. And so what came through was exceptionally beautiful. So let's read it now. For whoso believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. There you go. Right out of the Bible, one of the main ones the Alliance is always quoting. The old collection of things must become different. Narcotics and drug addictions are now a thing of the past. And again, I was reading this while I was in the middle of kicking it on day one. More importantly, this is prophetic of the defeat of the DS. The way they used to do things, the old collection of things must become different. And really, if you think about it, them being so parasitically sunk into society, yes, it's a very big emotional thing to take on. Yes, you feel like crying. Yes, you have trouble sleeping. Yes, it freaks you out. Yes, you get anxiety. Yes, you start to be paranoid. You have to work through all that stuff. This is all part of the awakening process. And then what you have to do is stop being addicted to their lies and their feed of information that they're trying to always give you. That's what I think they're really talking about, that these drug addictions will become a thing of the past. It has all these layers of meaning because, again, some of the stuff they have might not be that good that they want to give you. We move into a greater step towards the inexorable conclusion of sainthood that will mystify all others who see you. So greater step, huh? The great step is a reference right out of the pyramid. The last obstacle before you enter the antechamber and the king's chamber that has that open sarcophagus in the pyramid, that's called the great step. Both of these chambers directly symbolize ascension, and so the great step symbolizes the quantum leap, the final vibrational increase before we get this first wave of ascension. So this is a prophecy, and the prophecy is saying that those of us who have done the homework will conclude as saints that will mystify everyone who sees you. Apparently, you're going to have magic. The people who ascend the highest will have magical abilities. They'll be able to levitate. They'll be glowing. And you essentially become indestructible at that point. This would be like your Shiva the Destroyer. This is his necklace. Okay? Said, yeah, let's wear the Shiva necklace for this really amazing day where we finally broke through and got ourselves a deal. We don't need to raise money anymore. It's fantastic. So it's going to mystify all others who see you. I think it's talking about me, and I think it's talking about many others who are ascending as well. So there it is again. And then it says, let's hear it for those whose explanations are derived from the most basic opportunities to serve the one Creator possible. What does that mean? That means that the more you're trying to help out the Creator, the more you're trying to do the right thing on earth, they're saying, let's hear it for those people. The meek shall inherit the earth. The humble shall inherit the earth. It's not going to be the people that have the most power or the most money or the most, weaponry in their government or their military or whatever it is they're under control of. It's going to be the meek inheriting the earth because, again, this is like an exam, and how loving and compassionate and forgiving and good, healthy boundaries you've been will determine how much ascension you get out of this once it happens. And supposedly it's this year. So I say bring it on. Maybe Equinox 2, maybe September 22nd, who knows? But if we haven't already seen it by then or around that time, it should be pretty obvious what's going on by then, I would imagine, if nothing else. Then he says, the apples and pears have all worked very diligently to keep your boundaries intact and a smile on your face. Well, this is very interesting because I have been listening to, during the time I was unsealing this, I was regularly listening to Steely Dan, and also the lead singer of Steely Dan did his own solo project called The Nightfly with his name Donald Fagen. So you can listen to the Steely Dan albums, and especially Aja is really kind of like this jazz rock and roll fusion that's very interesting and effective. I mean, his voice takes a little getting used to because it's sort of Dylan-esque in some ways. There's definitely stronger vocalists, but the arrangement and the way that it's got the jazzy chords is very interesting. And so one of the songs off of one of their albums is called Time Out of Mind. And I created a playlist where all the Steely Dan, Donald Fagen stuff that I like is looping. So I got like the whole album Aja, the whole album Nightfly, and then a couple songs from some other albums, including Time Out of Mind. And in the song, he says, it's perfection and grace. It's a smile on my face. So I've been listening to this song, right? And I keep singing along with that part and other parts of other songs. And then he says, a smile on your face in the time loop. And I had just listened to the song again before I'd unsealed this. And that was actually scary. Some of these things are actually scary. It's like, whoa, all right. Yeah, the smile on my face. And I was just listening to that song. Dang, dude. Thank you, Michael. This is a very, very exciting kind of thing that you're able to do. I don't know how you do it, but it keeps working. Now he says we must find new plumbing, new carpentry, and new piping. Sorry, I got that in the wrong order. The will of the one Creator is satisfied in all its various forms. And so as I unsealed this, I was like, it's prophetic of the fires, that these people all have to find new places to live, new piping, carpentry, and plumbing. And it's prophetic of my not continuing to live here, but heading off to Florida as per Michael's suggestions. So the will of the one creator. I mean, yeah, dude, you saw that video footage of me being in the 5-foot snowfall, and the way the plow guy is saying everybody's trapped, and we were trapped for a week. And this can last, right? I mean, it could happen again. It can happen in June. You can get a big snowfall in June that traps you in your house. So we're still not out of the woods yet. So I definitely want to live somewhere else. I've only been here the whole time because I couldn't afford to go anywhere else. And it's been really nice in some ways to have that seclusion. I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger and a lot more spiritually focused and a lot more dedicated to what I do. I'm certainly creating more hours of video output per month than at any other point in my life, because we're doing 5 or 6 hours a week, every week. So yes, this is also extremely prophetic of the fact that we just got the deal. I'm wearing the celebration clothes, and I will now be able to live somewhere else. Thank God. Because I don't want to go through 8 months of winter a year, man. It starts in October and it ends in June. It sucks. It's really hard living at 8,600 feet up here. So that was fascinating. Speech comes about when we transfer the focus from the tornado or volcano within, to those matters of more transient importance centered in the who, what, when, where, and why, and how of our lives and the present. And the day before I unsealed this, I had done a show on tornadoes. The volcano disaster is a reflection of the tragedy of the LA fires, and then we had tornadoes during my last show. So the tornado or volcano within, we're transferring the focus from the negative emotions that spin inside you like the Tasmanian devil and turning them into calm and relaxation and ascension and figuring out who you are now in the present. So this is very interesting. And then it says speech comes about, which is, again, being able to do the dream voice and bring in this higher consciousness. So again, these are very encrypted statements, very densely symbolically encrypted stuff. The house made of stone has withstood the test of time. Clearly another pyramid reference, right? And now it is ready to be tropical. So again, this is a direct prophecy of the LA fire and the massive home losses. The only thing that was remaining standing on any of these places in Pacific Palisades was the chimney, which is made of stone or brick. So yes, it's talking about how God's house, right, the Creator's house, is a house made of stone that is ready to withstand the test of time. It doesn't burn down. That's like the pyramid, the everlasting rock. And then he actually said it is now ready to be tropical. Well, that would imply, again, that I am moving to a tropical region, which he keeps telling me is going to be Florida. So that popped up again. And I couldn't understand why it said the word tropical, so at first I thought it might be topical. Then when I went back and read it and it was listed as topical, I said, oh, of course. It's got to be tropical. And I listened to it, sure enough. I remembered it from the first time. I know what the word sounded like. I couldn't figure out what it was. So the pyramid is the house made of stone, and again, prophetic of my intended move to Florida that Michael is telling me to do. Let's instead look to the house that houses the throne of the divine and keep radiantly exclaiming how delightful the change really is, from top to bottom, inward to outward, upward to downward, etc. And this is prophetic of our discussion on counter space, how space folds in on itself, inward to outward. It's exactly what I've been talking about, upward to downward, the changes of gravity, depending on which one you're in. It causes you to levitate. He says, let's stay loose and keep it happening, if for no other reason than to say that we did it. So Michael wants me to keep doing this show. He wants me to stay loose. This is why, again, Twitter was down. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to spend the whole day going crazy trying to build a huge slideshow. I'm going to let myself breathe, take more time, and really enjoy these slides with you for what now is becoming 5 hours. Now, this was the one that really blew me away the most, you guys. I just saw this and I'm like, whoa, what? And this is before he said it earlier in the time loop, because I hadn't read those yet. This was the first tape that I transcribed when I got to Canada on September 27th. And it was, again, done by a machine. And then he says this: we have accomplished our objective on this planet to a large degree in the present moment. Again, the arrests are about to happen, disclosure and ascension. That means they've accomplished their objective. I do believe this is all going to happen, folks. You might not hear about me right away, but you will. Many of the goals we have set are being accomplished even now as we speak. The mission moves towards its completion point at its totality. Wow. And totality is also like an eclipse. When the eclipse reaches a totality, it's the full-blown corona. And the last crop circle from May 18th had that eclipse diagram in it with the fleur-de-lis in the middle. So that was pretty wild, you know, because the crop circles appear to again be referring back to the readings from 1999. The mission moves towards its completion point at its totality. That is a specific eclipse-related word. And they said equinoxes 1 and 2, so maybe the completion point, again, this supports the idea that the completion point is going to be around, or at least one part of it will be around September 22nd. Let's hope it happens faster than that. But something's going to be happening by then. So again, this is really unambiguous. You see how encrypted this is. My conscious mind did not write this. Skeptics don't really have anything they can say about this stuff. But it says we've accomplished what we came on Earth to achieve. The mission is reaching totality. It's incredibly exciting. Ageless saints and sages of old have convened to produce this opportunity for you. This again is the Galactic Family Reunion. They're convening. They're all coming back. And remember, we had those crop circles that tied in with the one that we just saw at where? St. Catherine, Brazil. That exact city where she was is where they're doing these crop circles, supporting this message that these types of people, probably including St. Catherine in her astral form, are now convening to produce this Ascension Galactic Family Reunion for us. When you think about its many products, you understand the ultimate format because of Thanksgiving dinner and the appropriate preparations made thereafter. Well, this was crazy because, again, I saw an apparition of Jesus and Mother Mary. It was like both of them combined on Thanksgiving of 2022, right after I put the part in the book about the amazing, amazing Fatima prophecies that culminated in a disc of dull silver shooting across the air, creating multicolored rainbows in the sky, drying off 90,000 people's clothes. Right after I put that scene in my book, Mary showed up for me in the kitchen. Nobody can ever tell me that wasn't something real. She had ribbons of light coming out of her body. They were like golden rays. They were coming through me, and then she moved. And as the rays moved through my body, it felt like everything was rolling, like I was going to throw up. And your whole body gets stretched out along these rays, and it's a very strange thing that I called stretch space. And that's the feeling of going into this alternate time-space reality where, again, space and time flip around. So yeah, that activation symbolized the Fatima prophecy, symbolizes the solar flash, symbolizes our ascension. And again, that's the code that he's giving me. Thanksgiving dinner when I saw Mary and the appropriate preparations made thereafter. Everything we're doing is now coming to a head, he says. Do not think of this as a stumbling block or an underarm deodorant that causes you severe distress, but rather the method by which this personal growth comes to fruition, wherein you are no longer responsible for anyone but yourself. You're not living through a benefactor of any kind. Well, holy crap, I've needed a benefactor to bail me out because of all the expenses I've had, but now we just got a deal, and hopefully it's going to close within 2 weeks or less. It should. I mean, everything indicates that it will. So this is exactly what's going on right now. I've just now got the money to be able to not have to ask people for help. I mean, I still love it when you guys send donations, and please do. And, you know, if nothing else, we'll donate them to a good cause, if you know. But I'm still happy to receive that, and it's a fun way to interact with you guys, and I really do like it. So, again, you're no longer responsible for anybody but yourself. You're not living through a benefactor of any kind. This is something that is just starting to happen. And I'm no longer going to have stinky armpits, as in bad debt, you know, all that kind of stuff. For you see, if you have a benefactor, there does continue to be a reinforcement of perpetual adolescence by not having a circumstance entailing the full participation in your own reality field. 2 arms and 2 legs are all that is necessary to move forward and accomplish this process adequately well. So in other words, you got to stand up for yourself, get out of adolescence, walk around, and make it happen. You have denied access to the deepest portions of your own selfhood in the past by not allowing yourself to truly become independent. While each step can be seen as a further advance made forward, it is not your position to feel that you can stagnate. You have had a lucky opportunity here, and I think they're talking about this house. I mean, relatively speaking, yes. It has been tough, but it's been also easy because I haven't been traveling. I'm always meditating and alone. A life that does not present you with very many stresses. Yeah, just big ones that happen all at once, but otherwise not. This has allowed you to do much good work, and yes, I've written 7 books here. Now again, it is time to move on from here. Think not of the past, but rather the future, the marriage of self to self that is so soon to occur. So yes, they keep saying that I'm not going to be living here anymore, which I understand. And they keep saying tropical and Florida, which I understand. And I've had an easier life, and once I start working in some official capacity after these arrests happen, whenever that is, it might take a few rounds to get there. But, you know, the beings, the ETs already said they want to work with me. So I guess the planet is kind of stuck with this thing, no matter what. That's why I'm not too worried about criticism. It's like, it's going to happen. This is all stuff that's way beyond my ability to have faked. How could I fake this every week all the way back since last September? It's impossible. It's been very, very interesting. So I had an easy life, but now I have to move on, and I need to think about the ascension and helping to prepare for that, the marriage of self to self. The dealer deals out another hand of cards. The deck is all of the one infinite creator. We feel confident in your ability to make the right choices and decisions in this matter. As I said here, I'm leaving for Las Vegas tomorrow to get the company funded. Michael directly refers to the dealer dealing out another hand of cards, and that I'll make the right choices and decisions. And that's exactly what happened. As a result of that event, we got the deal. It's really, really exciting. And again, there is an analogy in the Law of One about the different cards that you can be dealt, and that all the cards are of the one creator. And some of the cards are sad, some of the cards are happy, but these are all part of the idea of the sacredness of all things. All experiences you have are sacred in their own way. Okay? Is there any chance for me to stay here at John's farm in the barn? And the answer you just told me was no. Then Michael says, believe it. And this is also talking about me now and the place I'm in now. I've been through this many times before. It still sucks. I feel the pain the same way. He says, look instead for the opportunities within the self. And that could be a very big thing, including the opportunity of ascension. Realize that the panic button does not need to be pushed. Simply go with the flow, and the pieces will snap into place calmly and smoothly. You will see what we are talking about. Stay calm, David. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So this is clearly a planetary prophecy. It's for all of us, saying we do not need to push the panic button. We go with the flow, and the pieces will snap into place calmly and smoothly. You will see what we are talking about, and they're telling all of us, stay calm. So this is incredibly fascinating. And so I wanted to read again the highlight of the time loop from March 17th, 1999, where he said, don't worry, have faith in the ascension and in the timelines as given. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words, like the book of Mark talks about harvest. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So again, Michael is being completely unambiguous about these prophecies. This does not leave anything to the imagination. And that reading is so beautiful. It says we finished what we want to do here, and we're ushering in this new planet, this new reality. I mean, wow. So again, I'm not sure if we're going to use the dreams from the 27th to 31st. I had so much stress leading up to getting kicked out. I'm not sure. Some of them just seem to be personal because of my stress, but at the very least, we are going to cover the highlights. So once again, Michael prophecies are coming true now. If you would like to read these books and see all these videos as well, 7 books of these wonderful prophecies, 35 hours of video, including my crop circle trip, where the day after we left is where this Jesus face showed up in the crop. You can see all the footage from my trip leading right up to the day before that happened in this 35-hour collection. So again, we're offering it for $144, and I'm probably going to keep it that way. It's a good price. You see how the dots connect and reveal the ascension. Go to thedisclosure.com. It's in our comment section. It's over 35 hours of video. Use the discount code concrescence, and you will love it. Satisfaction is guaranteed, okay? So then next, I wanted to do the latest Ezra posts, but immediately after we scored our deal, isn't that interesting timing? Immediately after we scored this deal, which again is small potatoes compared to the outstanding huge numbers they're saying. So I don't even believe that. And we might not even really need that much. But anyway, it's fascinating that people are getting that excited about it. So we had massive glitches on X immediately after this deal comes through, and I was not able to do the normal slides, which was like, how weird timing is that? So this is one of the things he said. X is experiencing crashes now, this was today, for the third day in a row, with users now noticing posts disappearing in real time, not just minor glitches, but full removals. Oh, isn't that weird? And what did they tell us? They told us that right as we get near the end, in the original posts, again, whoever wrote this stuff back in 2017 told us that when we get right near the end that there's going to be social media outages. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So what is going to happen this coming week? Have they been tipped off? Do they know that something is coming? Do they know that certain information is about to be released? Are they anticipating that? And is that why I couldn't even make your slides? Last week they tried the tornado. This week the whole darn platform goes down. I go in there. It's like, damn, I can't do anything. So that was really, really crazy. These glitches, again, hijacked my normal slide production. I took it as a sign to relax yesterday and actually get enough sleep. I slept very well last night, 7.5 hours. They did tell us to expect a social media shutdown at the end, and this is therefore a very exciting development. Now, the guy who calls himself Ezra, whatever the real name is, has started to take precautions and make statements. Now, again, I talked about how I'd send him direct messages. Up until this happened, everything that he gave me was very positive, mostly just emojis. He didn't really get too communicative, but you guys have been trying to send him messages and say, are you working for the Alliance? Well, they said operators never divulge. So he can't tell you that he was, even if he is. But maybe because we're so close to the edge, that's why he actually told me in this thing, he wrote me a letter denying that he is involved in the military or denying that that's his name. And, I was okay with that. I was okay with that because so much stuff has happened that I told him, no matter what, whatever you want to call it, something magnificent is moving through you. I have a theory as to what it is, but your material is closer than anything else I see online to what I know the truth is. So if you are a private individual, if you're somehow doing this and there's some magnificent thing happening, whereas you choose these videos, the number of seconds helps us keep reviewing this over here, learning and remembering what they said, because it's all coming to a head now anyway. I believe there's a whole lot of intelligent design in the choice of the number of seconds. I read it to you every week. So I think that he's probably just feeling a lot of heat and he doesn't want to be directly associated with this as the final stage happens. So I told him again, this is the closest data to my briefings on the Alliance. And ask yourself this question, if you were him, would you want everybody looking at you as all this stuff starts to happen? No. Denial is a much safer approach right now. And in the posts themselves, they said operators never divulge and disinformation is necessary. They also said 3 people in the Alliance are civilians. So, yeah, maybe he's not in the military. Maybe he happens to be an insider in something else. There's other things besides just the military. So, again, I think that there's a point here. I don't want him to have to make a public statement. So let's just say that he is officially denying that he has anything involved with this, and let's just leave him alone and don't try to... He's never going to tell you anything if he was, and maybe he isn't. I don't want to cross-examine. I don't want to get into a whole lot of detail about how could I prove that he's really an insider. Let's suffice it to say, I get provocative statements every week, and I'm like, where the heck did he get that from? That's not commonly known. So to me, there's been multiple ongoing signs that there is something going on. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to ask you guys, because again, you're the audience. You're the one who really loves the show. Do you want me to keep making Alliance slides? Do you want me to keep promoting and producing this part of the show? And I believe the answer is yes. I mean, everything is really good, and it's great material. It's tied in very beautifully with the Michael prophecies, so I really hope that he will continue to say it's okay for me to do these slides. He hasn't said for me not to, and I think it's been great promotion, because back when I started doing this before, he was getting tens of thousands of views, and now that I've been promoting this for a whole year, he's getting millions of views. Plus, we all share the same goal. We want to see peace on Earth. We want to see these bad people being stopped from doing what they're doing, because again, they're not necessarily even wise enough to understand that they would destroy everybody by doing these things. There's very bad outcomes that positive ETs are preventing us from having, so that our planet is saved. And again, with this individual, we all owe him an enormous debt of gratitude. He is probably my favorite out of everybody in the Alliance except for 47 himself. You got 47 as our guy, and then Ezra, whatever his name is, he's the second most exciting guy. So everybody is saying, yes, yes, please, please, I love it. Please keep doing. I mean, it's literally every single comment. It says, yes, please do the show. Yes, please do the show. Joe Cola Medici says he doesn't need to reveal who he is. If he wants to say Ezra, that's fine. Boom, you're looking hot in your jacket, says 42,000-yard Stairmaster. David, is June 21st a potential date for the first wave, says Stephanie. I don't know. I don't think so. Yes, yes, yes. We love Ezra. Keep showing the slides. I mean, I think it's been really good, because if his goal is to spread knowledge and awareness, nobody else covers all the slides like I do. A lot of them don't get very many views. Some of them only get 20,000 views. Others get 6 million views. And if this weird numerical code actually is real, which I think it is, it keeps saying it's very, very important that you keep doing this. And isn't it weird that right when I was going to build these slides, the whole darn thing shuts down and I'm not able to make my slides at all? Very, very creepy. So this week's video times that he posted continue to be responsive, meaning they have posts that very nicely associate with them. And then this was a nice thing. The day after he wrote me and said, well, it was a weird double negative too. Because he took a picture of somebody's writing and he didn't say who it was, and it said, when is David going to say that you are not in the military and that your name is not Ezra? And then he said, these things are not true. It's not true that you're not in the military. It's not true that your name is not Ezra. So that was another weird thing, and maybe that was just an accident on his part. But anyway, I will honor the fact that he does not want to be seen as anybody special. This stuff is coming to him somehow, and we like it. You guys all want to do it. Everybody says yes, 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 yes. Absolutely, absolutely. Keep him. So yes, I hope he can hear that and understand that this is a great way to get his message out. And plus, I have the budget now to fight the same guy who he says is attacking both of us. We're both being attacked by one individual. We don't necessarily know what his name is, but this is what he posted the very next day. So it was a blow to my ego, I admit. It was like, okay, wow. Really, really sorry that I pushed you, because I know that even if it's true, you can't divulge it. And I get that you don't want people paying attention to you when the first wave hits, because it's going to be very intense. I'd want to stay anonymous too. I mean, it's tough being out here with my real name and having everybody be able to focus on me negatively or positively. The negative can be very intense. So wow, we got rain. It's really pouring now. I love the decodes. We love Ezra. Yes, 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 yes. It could happen. Look up, look down, look out. Yeah, I mean, we're very close to something, and it's very exciting. So anyway, clearly the Democratic vote from the audience is yes, we want David to keep doing these slides. So I hope he doesn't write me something saying, please stop doing it. Up until now, he hasn't, which I would assume means he's putting it out in the public domain. I give him full credit. I'm not ripping it off like many other people do. I tell you where to find it. You can subscribe to him. You can pay him if you want to. General MC News is another one he links to. It's had a lot of weird inside stuff in it, so I've subscribed to that now. They're getting my $4 a month. Okay, so I'm doing everything I can to help, including the idea that everybody's got one enemy, and, you know, we're going to have to do something for our company because of this situation, because it's just going to keep on happening, and we need to be able to get our hands around the problem and bring it into an arena where justice can be served, you know, and that's going to be in a court with a judge, and however that all unfolds. But, you know, everything's all ready to go. We just have to get there. So the day after, he wrote me this kind of ego-destroying letter, which was a really good initiation for me because I drew upon my own strength and said, no, there's something definitely real going on. He massively exposed the person who's doing all these attacks. He says, please read my post about how Community Notes is now laughing. Community Notes is this one guy, he says that later, at a mom who lost her daughter. It's all being done because blankety blank won't do a damn thing about it. Please share this post, comment your opinion under it. These people are pure evil. So then the very same guy with the very same account on TG showed a 3D printed head of Obama. And then no other text, no other explanation. Doesn't that look to you kind of like a weird intelligence communication? And the way I could tell it's actually a 3D printed model is because of the beading of the plastic at the bottom and the glossiness of the way it looks, and then the kind of fine stippling on the map. That's basically what a 3D print would look like. So why would they show you this particular head and it's blue unless something was going on and it's a code telling us? I mean, why would a private individual write? So I don't want to cross-examine too much, you see, but it's like, whoa, then what's up with the head? And General MC News, yes, has short and sweet updates. It's a great 3D print. Everybody is saying they want to keep him, so we're definitely going to do that. Unless he says otherwise, and, you know, a lot of people would be really sad if he tells me I have to stop, but hopefully he won't, because I love doing this. I want to know what he has to say. I'm very inspired by his work. I want to honor that. I want to give him credit. Nobody else is doing videos about it, and it really helps you to understand it when you get it all at once like this, okay? So what the heck is going on there? Well, he and I clearly share many common goals, including the idea that all of the top influencers on this platform are now being attacked by one person. He did not ask me to stop covering it, and I think he and I agree we want to see peace on earth. Maybe he thinks I'm crazy, and I've created this vast conspiracy theory about him. Okay, that's fine. And I don't think that when they start arresting people, you're going to hear about me in the first round or the second round. It might take a few waves of events before you hear, okay? So let's get caught up. There was a few slides of his that I did make right before the whole thing collapsed. So I'm going to read you those, and then we're going to close out with our meditation. We only got a few, so we're almost done, but hang in there with me, because these are some interesting ones nonetheless. First of all, here's this guy who's a Portuguese politician. He has an election on Sunday. This is one of the last talks he's ever going to give. He's in front of an audience. He takes a drink of water off the podium and immediately starts clutching his chest and collapses, which looks like there was poison put in his drink by somebody. It's freaking crazy that this actually did happen. And that's why I need his news, because I wouldn't have caught this unless he wrote it. You wouldn't have heard about this from me unless he wrote it. That's why I want to keep doing this. Portugal's right-wing leader, André Ventura, suddenly collapsed mid-speech during his rally, clutching his chest in visible pain. Moments after it's like seconds after he takes a sip of water, freezing in place, grabbing at his chest and neck, aides rushed him off stage, and the government that he's running for president for has an election on Sunday. What are the odds, right? Oh my God, 2.3 million views, and then you see 37 seconds. If my conspiracy theory is true, that might have to do with a post. Then it said, update, he's been discharged from the hospital, where they say he had an esophagus spasm from a spike in blood pressure. Well, it happened right after he drank something. Okay, let's just go and check 37, and sure enough, it's a reference to people like myself being heroes for going out there and covering this material, because doing it live on this video is the hardest way to do it. That's the greatest risk. You get the greatest level of opposition. It's not exactly a walk through the park, as you can imagine. Let these coming days be remembered in our history. Doesn't that sound appropriate, right? As the time we fought to recapture the Republic from evil bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for personal gain. Fight the good fight let justice be served. This sure sounds a lot to me like somebody getting you ready for something that's about to happen. Let the coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recover the Republic. That's a pretty good hit between what he's saying, and here's this guy who almost had a heart attack on the stage right before an election. Kind of gives you a window into what's really going on. No, we're going to recapture it. All this stuff is going to stop. Thank God, right? I hope this is all true. I do know it's true. So then we have Suge Knight, who thinks that this guy is going to be pardoned. I say, no frickin' way. This is just the kind of thing that would be put up to get you to know what's going on, what people are saying, what's the gossip. But no, I don't believe this is true. He believes that there's enough power and influence to manipulate the jury, possibly walk free. The prosecution has done so little so far to truly challenge him, suggesting that he's holding favors in the government and isn't concerned about the outcome, predicting that even if he got a conviction, there would be a pardon. I don't believe that at all. Anyway, let's check in on 58, post number 58, and sure enough, we're talking about the importance of the Muslim organization that you see right here at the bottom on the right. And this is one of the ones that I really can't read because of all the specific keywords that are in it, as you know. But they recognize these ties will be offensive to voters. And again, it's talking about how they're working both sides on the inside. It seems like it's your enemy. But again, they've actually created a deal with them and they're working together with them. Then in the trial itself that everybody's so excited about right now, this particular evil connection has already started popping out, which is quite something. The ex-girlfriend identified this man, Jonathan, as one of the workers that she participated with in various situations. Ooh, I got to be careful. She claims that he wanted to take precautions. He had previously accused this individual of being part of a secret organization that involved very evil stuff. He alleges that this took place at various locations and warned that these people like to do assassinations. So there you go. It's coming out in the trial. This is all leading up to something. And I would guess that whatever magnificence is moving through him is telling you that this is building up to something. And then we got 3 minutes and 44 seconds. That's number 224. And it says, who knows where the bodies are buried? The map is right in front of you. Reread, expand your thinking. There is a purpose for us spending time here. So again, that sounds very, very responsive to the idea that the number of seconds really counts, because who knows where the bodies are buried? The map is right in front of you. They're laying it all out in this trial. They're setting up the big reveal. So again, the data checks very nicely in our little code system that nobody else does but me, by the way. The only way you're going to get somebody to decipher this is if I do it. Nobody else takes that. But again, if you listen to the X-22, man, there's so many occasions where he was looking at the number of seconds on a post, number of seconds on a video, and then comparing it to a post. And I was listening to that for like 2 years. He was doing it almost every show before, with Dan Scavino mostly, before I started covering it myself. So this is not anything I came up with. This is an existing pedigree in the truth community, and I really love listening to that show. In the early days when I first got here, I was listening to it like every night. And so that was the formula of how he was getting these coded messages in, and they were very compelling. And they made a lot of sense, and to me, it still does make sense. So I'm going to keep checking on it either way. Then this guy who got caught by James, Sneaky James, we love him. He's now denying everything that came out on the video. And he says he had too much to drink and he wasn't telling the truth. Sure, what a great excuse. I mean, do you believe that? Maybe it's true, I don't know, but probably not. He says his comments were false, blaming the influence of alcohol and the charming woman that he was speaking to. He said nothing that he said was true and expresses deep regret. Do you believe him? Well, I think you guys know the answer. It's good that he's burning a watermark in there because everybody steals his stuff. So now, and again, the Punisher logo, that comes right out of the stuff from 2017 too. 2 minutes, 21 seconds brings us to post number 141, which is very, very fascinatingly correlated as if it was true. Rogue operators are here, and that's what he's posting about, that he's being constantly attacked. They failed to shut down the site, X has been shut down 3 times in the last 3 days in a row, mostly down. These were the only slides I made from last week before it ran out and I couldn't do anymore. So they failed to shut down this site. We are protected. Rogue operators are here. This is only going to get worse. Archive and coordinate, which again is telling me, if this code is real, like what X22 said for years, that this is a real thing they're doing. And I listened to it before I ever got into it myself. Then I start finding it's like, damn, it really seems to work. Crumbs dropped will soon, and that sounds like the near future, paint the full picture. The picture will open the eyes of the world. We can't do it without you. God bless you all. So this is in direct response to this guy who was filmed by Sneaky James saying, oh, no, I'm not involved with that at all. Well, really? Do we really believe that? No, James did an amazing job. High five to him. He's kicking butt out there. We love him. And it's awesome what he's doing. And so, like, the crumbs that are being dropped will soon paint the full picture. And the picture will open the eyes of the world. So this, again, seems very responsive, very tied in with our little code. Now, somebody was celebrating the founding of this particular country. Both Republicans and Democrats came together in this new ad featuring all these names, as you see here, describing this entity as our closest ally, underscoring the need for unwavering, continuing protection. Do you feel occupied yet? No, but, it's certainly one of the provocative messages that he keeps giving us that seems to have a lot more behind it than just a private individual. Him focusing on this so much is part of the reason why I realized that this is something that they really want us to look at. If the alliance is connected. So now we got 202, that's 122 seconds. Let's see what that says. Sure enough, very, very connected. And again, remember, what did we just see? That they're all defending this one country, okay? So that's what the context is. And then it says, what does money buy? How would you prevent them from tampering with our reality? Why are most of the media on the left, including showbiz, the narrative is very important, and they always want to bring up racism, but they don't have any proof. No proof. Who was her mentor and what was he affiliated with? We know that. The guy was a Luciferian. What party formed this other organization? And these other organizations, well, yeah, it's one side versus the other. You know what the answers are. Why are these people attempting to erase their history? Are all the people who would be black with that characteristic, are they truly free or are they being enslaved? Well, there's an implied answer. Refer back to our various crumbs that we put out. Why would there be an attack the day after they get bad news? And we had tornadoes and we had the outages and they're getting these really bad news things coming in. Yeah, this sounds very, very correlated with what we just saw. Crumbs will make bread. That's the second time he just mentioned it in a row. The number of seconds, that analogy of crumbs and bread. Operations underway, operators are active, and pray. So this was the very moment in the production of the slides where I found out we were funded, and then I started to have, a meditative like celebration of, oh my God, thank you that we're finally through all this hell that we've been through. We can get caught up next week if it's warranted. We'll get back to the slides. Everybody said yes. You all want me to keep doing it. I hope he says yes too, or at least doesn't say no. But right before we leave, I want to highlight the Stephen news because he posted something very, very significant on May 21st. Huge amount of online attacks, and he says, just like I've been saying, it appears to all be coming from one person. So this is how it starts. He posted this. It says, a heartbroken mother confronted the speaker saying she was censored when trying to warn others about certain things. And she tearfully shared that so-and-so had happened. I got to be very careful here. So then above that, what we see is that this post got fact-checked. There is no 29-year-old woman in the U.S. who da-da-da-da-da. Oh, really? Not one. Not ever, huh? How amazing. There are 9 confirmed da-da-da-da-da, all from this other one. So, there's only 9 out of anybody? So then what does he come in? So literally you're getting fact-checked Oh yeah, there's only ever 9 people anything bad happened to because of that. If you still believe that at this point, wow, okay, fine. I mean, there you go. Yes to Ezra, absolutely. Thank you, guys. So this is what he says. If you still believe that the community note isn't being weaponized for malicious purposes, look at the disgraceful note published under this thread. One community note user named, there it is, the same name we keep seeing, Enterprising Desert Raven, is essentially gaslighting a grieving mother, dismissing her daughter's concerns, and citing irrelevant articles that have no connection to her story. Now, this is the day after he sent me that shocking message. He said, oh, I'm not anybody. Okay, well, I still want to read it because it blows me away. This is the same user who has issued actual death threats, used IP loggers and direct messaging in order to dox people, and he mass flags anyone who dares to speak out about this. He spends up to 15 hours a day, one person. Now, how does he know all this stuff? How does he know it's up to 15 hours a day? Maybe he's checking the times. So he could still be a private individual, that's true. But he's churning out notes, these community notes, under multiple sock puppet accounts, including Resplendent Cedar Osprey. It's exactly the same thing I've been reporting on, and it's probably, I mean, it is the same guy. We know it is, because he's told me that it is. That was one of the only other things he told me. Yeah, it's the same guy. So, okay, wow. This problem that I had has now become everybody's problem, and it's probably because you're doing something good and they don't want that to be out there. Despite years of complaints and blatant terms of service violations, nothing has been done, nothing, to address this flagrant abuse by the person behind the community note account. Now this person or these people are effectively mocking the mother's loss because it threatens their agenda. There is nothing more vile than this kind of cruelty under the guise of alleged fact-checking, and he's asking Elon to personally look at this, which is great. Then here's the middle part again, and let's look at each one. This is the community note that happened. There's nobody has had anything bad happen, and there's only 9 on the other one. And here's the links. You've been fact-checked. Then another one here, there's his name, Enterprising Desert Raven, and he's got a 436 writing impact, 1,982 rating. And so apparently everybody that's posting, like Vigilant Fox said he got taken down 159, we'll do that next week, 159 times in 2 weeks by the same person. Everybody who is trying to help us is all going through a simultaneous dark night of the soul caused by one person. That's very serious. They're getting death threats. They're getting attacked. They're getting humiliated. They're getting doxxed. And it makes almost their channels unworkable. They can't even keep posting because these posts from this one individual keep taking them down. Well, why don't you just block the guy? Stop allowing Desert Raven to be able to post. Well, it would seem easy enough, and whoever this guy is, Ezra, he's saying, no, nothing is being done, and everybody is suffering. So this is actually like everybody's problem at the same time. And then here it is again. This is the threat letter that he got. The Yipsu is an IP logger. So if you text him, he's going to try to get your IP address, which means then he's going to invade your computer, and then he's going to start doxing you and releasing personal information. So don't write this guy. That's the point. Ignore him as much as you can. Fight back against the community note, but don't ever write him because, again, he's trying to figure out what your computer's IP address is. That's what we see right here. And then he says, I think I'll give him a block till I'm back and keep chatting with him. And then there's nothing else to talk about. You failed to produce the study requested. Your only study cited proved you were wrong. I am now actively working to get your account suspended. This is what he's doing to everybody. He's trying to take everybody down. And he just thinks he has unlimited power. And so far, he hasn't been stopped. So these are fascinating things. And that's the last of our slides. So again, very fascinating times are ahead. We're at the, let's go back to that. Very exciting times are ahead. We're at the 5.5 hour mark right now. So let's just, without further ado, dive right into our global peace meditation. Woo-wee! All right, we'll go a little bit over 5.5 hours. So here we go. Let's do this. I'd like you now to close your eyes. I'll take a little sip of water. Put both feet flat on the floor. No, I'm not talking about Stephen Greer. Sorry, guys, for the meditation interruption. It's not Stephen Greer. It's another Stephen who's far, far less well-known, wants to be well-known, and if you're going to do that kind of crazy crime, you're probably going to get infamous for it. So he's going to get what he wants. Everybody's going to know who he is. I had a dream where I was on Joe Rogan talking about this situation just the other night. That's how far I think this is going to end up going. Because, again, he's going after everybody. All the top names. That becomes a really big story. Okay, here we go. Thank you guys. Got really great stuff here. So, I'd like you to close your eyes now. Put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. Think about these slowly drifting circles of energy discovered by an extraterrestrial technique. The stretching of the fishing line. These circles slowly moving across the surface of the earth. Finding areas of reduced binding where planes or ships could disappear in the air and just literally come apart. And then we see those rings and they're drifting along and they're transdimensional, and somehow this is related to mushroom circles, Stonehenge, and crop circles. And we see these crop circles giving us insights into the new physics that we've been studying, sacred geometry. We see many information passages about ascension, about the idea of our DNA changing, about the idea that we are going through some type of activation. We saw the sun widening to the orbit of Venus at the end of the year 2012. Apparently that wasn't really when it was, but it still was indicative something is going to happen. We saw the sun widen out to Venus's orbit. We saw another circle form, and it was right next to Stonehenge, the classic portal location. And we saw a new formation that occurred on May 15th, right in Santa Catarina. Or no, that one was in England. There was another one in Santa Catarina. And we're going deeply, remembering these beautiful images, the squared circle, the Vitruvian Man, the sacred geometry connecting the earth and the moon together, and that we have 2,160 mile diameter on the moon and 21.60 foot diameter in the circle around Stonehenge. And the squared circle just showed up again today, thinking about the Jesus crop circle that appeared, this three-dimensional image in black and white that it showed you with digital code. These are very, very fascinating times to be alive. We're breathing deeply, imagining the world of the fairy kingdom, imagining the portals that do occur from time to time in these very special areas may be marked by the crop circle itself, the passport to Magonia, the sylphs, humanoid ETs that say, please let us do this and we'll give you good weather. And then the priesthood, the government fights back, says, nope, you can't have this. We're going to issue an edict. You can't take anything out of these crop circles. So this has been going on for 1,200 years. And all of the times that they told us to expect, all of the messages that this is leading up to are happening now. These prophecies are fascinating, and it does very much appear that we are going to see arrests, we are going to see disclosure, we're going to see a family reunion with these loving beings, including the ones in the small fairy kingdoms. It's all going to be part of this massive revealing that we're going to have, apparently this year. So we thank you for this time to be together. We thank you for this fellowship that we have as a group, the bonds that we share with one another. And we ask that you send all those in need of prayer and healing as much love and light as possible so that the planet's vibration can truly be up-leveled and we can all experience this ascension together. Amen. And so it is. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank you. All right, now I'd like you to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, open your eyes a little bit. Woo, we did it. We got through another one, 5.5 hours. Great job, David. Great show. I will wait for, it's not Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer and I are fine. A lot of people used to refer to Dan Scavino's posts, relate them to the other thing. I wonder if you could do it. Well, yeah, I mean, with other people's posts. But again, The one that I have focused on the most is the Ezra, because again, that code that was being reported on for years by X and others, X22, it seemed pretty darn real. He had really, really great correlations that he was making using that data set. So again, I want to thank you guys for being here. What a lovely costume I had today. I will always remember this show. I will always remember how happy I am that we finally got a deal, which means I'm not anywhere near as vulnerable to all these types of attacks that he's now exposing. And you know, we're gonna take it step by step, but we're going to get to the bottom of what's going on here and how do we make it stop, because it's bothering everybody, so it's everybody's problem. And that includes Ezra's problem, so I'm fighting for him too. So I want to thank you guys for being here today. It's been really great. We still have 3,000 people watching, and we're about to hit the 535, which is what I wanted to hit. Mike Jamie says, you have moved me. Mary Cox says, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, David, for being so strong. Bless our president. Bless our David. Bless our soldiers. Absolutely. So again, thank you guys. Cynthia Klon says, I will never forget this. That's awesome. Yeah, great podcast, great news. Bless you. We'll get back into, barring any other interruptions, our Alliance slides next week. Hopefully, you know, some big stuff happens that will make it more obvious that this is all very true this coming week. We'll see, but the outages are very suspect, so we'll see you guys on the flip side. I want to thank you for watching, and we'll see you next Sunday, barring any other interruptions. Thank you.